Story 1. My best friend took his own life after his father bullied, abused, and forced him into engineering his whole life, a career he hated. When he failed his semester twice, his father grabbed him by the neck and slammed him against the wall and said that he was a worthless disappointment who ruined everything. 5 days later, my friend was gone. At the funeral, his father stood at the podium acting devastated, fake tears streaming down his face, calling him my beloved son who I supported through everything. I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up, took out my phone, and read aloud his final messages he sent me at 5 a.m. before ending it. By the time I finished, the funeral home smelled like lilies and lies. I sat in the third row, staring at the closed casket. Dark cherry wood. Brass handles polished to a mirror shine. The kind of expensive tribute that screamed guilt more than grief, the kind that cost more than Marcus had paid for textbooks in his entire college career. He would have hated it. He would have wanted something simple, maybe with comic book characters painted on the sides, something that made people smile instead of this oppressive monument to respectability and social obligation. His father stood at the podium now, shoulders shaking with what everyone in attendance assumed was sorrow. Richard Chen, the legendary trauma surgeon, the man who'd saved countless lives in the emergency room while slowly, methodically destroying the one that mattered most. He wore his grief like a surgeon's mask, perfectly fitted, completely sterile, hiding everything underneath. His suit was black and expensive, tailored to perfection, not a thread out of place. Even in mourning, Richard couldn't allow himself to look anything less than impeccable. "My son," Richard began, his voice cracking in all the right places, hitting the perfect notes of parental anguish. "My beloved Marcus. He was everything to me. Everything I worked for. Everything I dreamed of." My hands clenched in my lap, knuckles going white. The phone in my pocket felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, like it was made of lead instead of glass and silicon. My heart hammered against my ribs, each beat asking the same question: could I really do this? Could I stand up in front of everyone and destroy this man's carefully constructed facade? From the time he was a boy, I gave him every opportunity. The best schools. The best tutors. Private lessons in mathematics, science, computer programming. I pushed him because I believed in him. Because I saw his potential, his brilliance waiting to emerge. Richard paused, wiping his eyes with a silk handkerchief that probably cost more than my rent. I supported him through everything. Every challenge. Every obstacle. Every setback. I just wanted him to succeed. I just wanted him to reach the heights I knew he was capable of achieving. A sob echoed through the chapel. Marcus's mother, separated from Richard for 5 years now, sat in the front row with her face in her hands. She knew. She'd always known what Richard was, what he did behind closed doors when the world wasn't watching. But she'd left, packed her bags one night and disappeared to Seattle, and Marcus had been too proud to go with her, too convinced he could make his father proud if he just tried harder, studied longer, sacrificed more. "He struggled this semester," Richard continued, his voice taking on a practiced tone of parental concern, the kind that sounded supportive but carried an undercurrent of disappointment. "The coursework was demanding. Engineering is not for the faint of heart. It requires dedication, discipline, intelligence. I tried to help him. Tried to guide him. I spent hours going over his assignments, helping him understand the concepts. But sometimes, despite our best efforts, despite all the support we provide, young people face challenges that overwhelm them." I stood up. The sound of my movement cut through the chapel like a scalpel through skin, sharp and sudden and impossible to ignore. Heads turned. People twisted in their seats. Richard stopped mid-sentence, his red-rimmed eyes finding mine across the rows of mourners, and there was a flash of something in his expression that wasn't grief. It was warning. It was fury. It was fear. It was the look of a man who suddenly realized his performance was about to be interrupted. "Sit down, Tyler," he said softly, but his voice carried through the perfect acoustics of the funeral home. "This isn't the time. This isn't appropriate. Let's honor Marcus with dignity." "No." My voice came out steadier than I expected, clearer than I'd hoped. "This is exactly the time. This is the only time." I pulled out my phone. My hands shook, trembling so badly I almost dropped it, but I managed to unlock it and open the messages. Our last conversation. Marcus's final words. The ones he'd sent me at 5 a.m. 5 days ago while I slept through my alarm, while he sat alone in his apartment with a bottle of pills and a glass of water, making his final preparations. "Marcus sent me something before he died," I said, looking not at Richard but at the crowd, at the sea of faces turned toward me. At Marcus's friends from high school, guys he'd played video games with before engineering school consumed all his free time. At his cousins, most of whom he hadn't seen in years because family gatherings meant facing his father's judgment. At the engineering classmates who barely knew him but came anyway, drawn by tragedy and obligation. I think you should all hear it. I think you deserve to know who Marcus really was, and what really happened to him. "Tyler, I'm warning you," Richard started down from the podium, his composure cracking, anger bleeding through the careful mask of grief. What are you going to do? I asked, finally meeting his eyes directly, letting him see that I wasn't afraid anymore. Grab me by the neck? Slam me against a wall? Tell me I'm a worthless disappointment who ruined everything? The chapel went completely silent. You could have heard a pin drop on the carpet. Someone gasped, a sharp intake of breath that echoed off the walls. Richard stopped moving, froze in place like someone had pressed pause on a video, his face draining of color, going from flushed with anger to ashen in the space of a heartbeat. I looked down at my phone, at the wall of text Marcus had sent me in his final hours, and I started reading. My voice shook at first, barely above a whisper, then grew stronger as I pushed through. Tyler, I know you're asleep. That's good. You need rest. You've been studying for your psychology finals, and you've been a better friend than I deserved. I'm writing this because I need someone to know the truth, and you're the only person who might understand why I can't do this anymore. Why I've reached the end of the road and there's nowhere left to go. I paused, swallowing hard against the lump in my throat. In my peripheral vision, I saw Richard's face, saw the way his jaw clenched, saw his hands curl into fists at his sides. I failed mechanical engineering dynamics for the second time yesterday. Got the notification at 3 in the afternoon. I knew before I even checked. I could feel it in my bones, the same way I feel everything wrong in my life. That sense of inevitable disappointment, of failure crystallizing into reality. Dad called me at 4. Don't know how he found out so fast. Maybe he has access to my student account, maybe he just knows people in the engineering department. Either way, he knew. He didn't yell at first. He just got quiet, which is somehow worse. That cold silence that fills the space before the storm. Then he asked me to come over. Said we needed to talk face to face. Said some conversations couldn't happen over the phone. My voice cracked. I steadied myself against the pew in front of me, gripping the smooth wood until my fingers ached. When I got there, he was in the kitchen, making tea. Normal, right? That's what I thought. Maybe he'd be understanding this time. Maybe he'd realize that I genuinely tried my best, that I'd spent every night in the library, that I'd gone to every single office hour and tutoring session available. Then he turned around and his face was different. Cold. Empty. Like looking at a stranger wearing my father's skin. He asked me how I could do this to him. How I could waste his money, his reputation, his legacy. Every word was measured, precise, surgical. He knows exactly where to cut to make it hurt the most. Someone in the crowd whispered something. I kept reading, pushing through the pain in my chest, the burning in my eyes. I tried to explain. Tried to tell him that I'd studied harder than I'd ever studied for anything. That I'd spent 6 hours a day in the engineering library, working through practice problems until my hand cramped and my eyes blurred. That I'd formed a study group, hired a private tutor with money I made from my campus job, watched hundreds of hours of YouTube videos trying to understand concepts that other people seem to grasp immediately. That engineering just doesn't make sense to me the way writing does, the way stories do. That I can analyze a novel's themes or write a character study or build a narrative arc, but I can't visualize stress tensors or understand thermodynamic cycles no matter how many times someone explains them. I had to pause again, blinking back tears. The funeral director stood off to the side, clearly uncertain whether to intervene, torn between maintaining order and allowing whatever was happening to play out. I told him about the creative writing minor I'd been taking secretly. About how I'd been using my elective credits to sneak in writing classes. Poetry workshop. Fiction writing. Screenwriting. About how my professor, Dr. Ellen Martinez, said I had real talent, that my short story about the generation ship got accepted into the university literary magazine. That she wanted to nominate another piece I wrote for a national undergraduate writing competition. That maybe, just maybe, I could switch majors. That I could pursue something I was actually good at, something that made me feel alive instead of slowly drowning. The whispers grew louder. People shifted in their seats. Marcus's mother had lifted her head, tears streaming down her face, her expression a mixture of heartbreak and fury. He threw the teacup. It shattered against the wall next to my head, exploded into 1,000 pieces. I felt hot tea splash against my neck, felt shards of porcelain hit my cheek. Then he came at me, moved faster than I expected, grabbed me by the throat with both hands and slammed me backward into that same wall. My head hit the plaster so hard I saw stars. I couldn't breathe. His thumbs pressed against my windpipe, cutting off air, and his face was inches from mine, and I could see every detail. The veins in his eyes. The flare of his nostrils. The way his lips pulled back from his teeth. My voice had dropped to barely above a whisper, but in the absolute silence of the chapel, everyone heard every word. He said, "You are a worthless disappointment. You have ruined everything I built for you. Every sacrifice I made, every opportunity I gave you, every door I opened, and this is how you repay me? By being too weak, too stupid, too pathetic to pass a simple engineering course? By wasting your time on creative writing? On stories? On worthless fantasies that will never amount to anything?" He kept squeezing. My vision started going dark at the edges. Then he let go, suddenly, and I collapsed on the floor gasping. He stood over me and said, "You are not an engineer. You're not even close. You're a failure pretending to be my son." Richard made a sound, something between a gasp and a denial, a strangled noise that drew every eye in the chapel to him. I didn't look up. I kept reading, kept giving Marcus the voice he'd never had in life. He let go eventually. Left bruises, though. Deep purple marks that wrapped around my throat like a necklace. I can see them in the mirror right now, even in the dim light of my apartment at 5 in the morning. Purple and yellow and sickly green, like a sunset made of pain and broken blood vessels. He told me to get out of his house and not come back until I had something to be proud of. Until I'd figured out how to be the son he deserved instead of the disappointment I'd become. He said I wasn't his son anymore. That his real son would have been stronger. Smarter. Better. That his real son would have made him proud instead of being an embarrassment he had to explain to colleagues. Tears streamed down my face now, hot and unchecked. I didn't wipe them away. I just kept reading, kept honoring the promise I'd made to myself when I first read these messages in horror 2 days ago. Here's the thing, Tyler. I've spent 21 years trying to be enough for him. I've spent 2 decades chasing a moving target, trying to hit a mark that shifts every time I get close. Enough isn't possible with him. The goalpost moves. It always moves. When I got A's in high school, he asked why they weren't A+. When I made the robotics team, he asked why I wasn't captain. When I scored a 1,520 on my SAT, he asked why I couldn't get a perfect 1,600 like the daughter of his colleague. When I got into the engineering program here, he asked why not MIT? Why not Stanford? Why not somewhere that would have impressed his friends at the hospital? I had to stop. My throat closed up, the words choking me. The chapel was so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat, could hear someone crying softly several rows back. There is no ending to this where I win. There is no version of me that makes him proud, because I'm not the version he imagined when I was born. When he held me in the hospital and decided I would be a surgeon like him, or an engineer, or something prestigious and impressive. Something he could brag about at dinner parties. I'm not that person. I'm not his perfect son. I'm just me, and me has never been enough. Me will never be enough. I could cure cancer and he'd ask why I didn't do it faster. I could win a Nobel Prize and he'd ask why it took so long. My voice dropped even lower, and I realized I was crying openly now, tears dripping off my chin onto the phone screen. I'm tired, Tyler. I'm so tired. Tired of pretending. Tired of failing. Tired of seeing that look in his eyes, that mixture of disgust and disappointment and barely concealed rage. Tired of being a burden to my mother, who calls me every week and asks how I'm doing in that careful voice that tells me she knows I'm not okay but doesn't know how to help. Tired of being the friend everyone worries about, the one people check on with that particular tone that says they're scared but trying not to show it. I glanced up briefly. Richard had backed against the wall, his face completely drained of color. His hands shook. Several people had stood up, moving closer to hear better, drawn by the raw honesty in Marcus's words. I don't want you to blame yourself. You tried. Goodness, you tried so hard. You listened when I needed to talk at 2 in the morning. You read my stories and told me they were good even when I was convinced they were garbage. You told me I mattered, that I was good at things, that I had value beyond my GPA. You tried to get me to see a therapist. You tried to convince me to talk to someone at the counseling center. You even offered to go with me, to sit in the waiting room while I had sessions. But I think some people are just broken in ways that can't be fixed from the outside. Dad broke something in me a long time ago, fundamental and deep, and I've been trying to hide the cracks ever since. Trying to pretend the foundation wasn't crumbling. I wiped my eyes with my free hand, smearing tears across my face. I'm tired of hiding. I'm tired of failing. I'm tired of being a disappointment to the one person whose approval I've wanted my entire life, even though I know I'll never get it. Even though I know it's impossible. Even though a part of me knows he's wrong, that his standards are unreasonable, that his expectations are toxic. Knowing doesn't help. The child in me still wants his father to look at him with pride instead of shame. My voice broke completely. I had to pause, taking several deep breaths before I could continue. Tell my mom I'm sorry. Tell her she was right to leave, and I should have gone with her. Tell her I love her, and this wasn't her fault. Tell her she tried to protect me and I was too stubborn to accept it. Tell my friends from high school that I'm sorry I disappeared. Engineering school consumed me, and I let it because I thought if I just worked hard enough, sacrificed enough, gave up enough of myself, I could become who Dad wanted me to be. Tell my roommate, thanks for putting up with me. Tell Dr. Martinez that her class was the only place I felt like myself. Tell everyone who ever believed in my writing that they weren't wrong. That those stories mattered to me even if they didn't matter to anyone else. I looked up at Richard again. His face was ashen. His hands trembled visibly. He tried to speak, his mouth opening and closing, but no words came out. And tell my father. The chapel seemed to hold its breath. Everyone leaned forward. Tell my father that I hope saving all those lives in the emergency room was worth it. I hope his patients are grateful. I hope they send him thank you cards and gift baskets and nominate him for awards. I hope they give him the respect and admiration he needed so badly that he couldn't see his own son suffocating in front of him. I hope his reputation stays pristine. I hope people remember him as a great surgeon, a brilliant doctor, a pillar of the medical community. My voice hardened, carrying an edge of Marcus's pain, his anger, his final bitter understanding. Tell him I loved him. Tell him that was the worst part of everything. I loved him desperately, completely, pathetically. I loved him and wanted his approval more than I wanted to breathe. And it didn't matter. Nothing I did mattered. I could have been perfect and it wouldn't have been enough, because the problem was never my performance. The problem was that I existed as myself instead of as his fantasy. The problem was that I was a real person with my own dreams and limitations instead of a blank canvas he could paint his ambitions on. I lowered the phone slowly. The silence in the chapel felt alive, pressing against my skin like a physical weight. The message ends there, I said quietly, my voice hoarse. But there's a timestamp. 5:03 in the morning. I found out he was gone at 7:30, when his roommate called me screaming, having found him unresponsive. Marcus spent his last conscious hours writing this. Not a dramatic note. Not a melodramatic accusation. Just the truth. Just his story, told plainly and honestly. Just the real version of events, without the polish and spin and careful editing. I finally looked directly at Richard, meeting his eyes across the space between us. His mouth opened and closed. His face had gone from ash gray to almost green. He looked smaller somehow, like the weight of what I'd read had physically compressed him, crushed him down into something less than he'd been. You stood up here, I said, and my voice was steady now, calm with absolute certainty. You stood at that podium and called him your beloved son. You said you supported him through everything. You painted yourself as the devoted father, the dedicated parent who only wanted the best for his child. But Marcus's last words tell a different story. They tell the story of a father who loved an idea more than a person. Who saw his son as an extension of his own ego instead of as a human being with different dreams, different talents, different worth. Who cared more about his reputation than about the actual living, breathing person he was supposed to protect. Marcus's mother stood up abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. She walked to the front of the chapel with deliberate steps, her heels clicking against the hardwood. She stood beside me, and when she looked at her ex-husband, her eyes were like flint, like stone, like something that could cut glass. Get out, she said. Her voice was steel wrapped in silk, quiet but absolutely unyielding. You don't get to eulogize him. You don't get to pretend you cared. You don't get to rewrite history now that he's gone. Get out of this funeral. Get out of here. Get out and don't come back. You've done enough damage. More than enough. Richard stared at her, then at me, then at the sea of faces watching him. Some looked shocked, eyes wide and mouths open. Some looked disgusted, faces twisted with revulsion. Some nodded slowly in agreement, understanding dawning in their expressions. His daughter, Marcus's older half-sister from his first marriage, before he'd met Marcus's mother, sat in the second row with tears streaming down her face, and when Richard looked at her desperately for support, for any sign that someone was on his side, she turned away deliberately, showing him her back. He opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. No words emerged. He looked around the chapel one more time, seeing nothing but condemnation and disgust reflected back at him. Then he turned and walked down the aisle, his footsteps echoing in the terrible quiet. The door opened with a soft whoosh of air. Then it closed, and he was gone. The silence that followed was different from the silence before. This one felt cleaner somehow, like something poisonous had been extracted from the room. Someone started crying quietly. Then someone else. Then it spread like a wave through the chapel, and the space filled with the sound of grief, real grief, not performed sorrow. Grief for Marcus, for what he'd endured, for what he'd lost, for the life he should have had. I sat down heavily. My legs gave out, and I collapsed into the pew, suddenly exhausted. Marcus's mom sat beside me, putting her arm around my shoulders. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. We just sat there, two people who'd loved Marcus and failed to save him, holding each other in mutual understanding. The funeral director approached the podium after a respectful pause, her kind face composed but sympathetic. Would anyone else like to share memories of Marcus? She asked gently, her voice carrying perfectly calibrated compassion. Marcus's roommate stood up first, a tall guy named David with red eyes and a wrinkled dress shirt. He talked about how Marcus would stay up until 3 in the morning helping him with calculus homework even though Marcus was drowning in his own coursework. About how Marcus kept a stash of cup noodles in his desk specifically for David's late-night study sessions. About how he'd leave encouraging sticky notes on David's textbooks when he knew David had a big exam coming up. Then Marcus's lab partner stood up, a quiet girl named Priya who rarely spoke in class. She talked about how Marcus always made sure to include her in group conversations, how he'd noticed when she was struggling with a concept and would find ways to explain it differently until it clicked. How he'd defended her once when another student made a dismissive comment about her accent. How he'd made the lab feel less lonely. Then his favorite English professor stood up, Dr. Martinez, who I didn't even know had come. She was a woman in her 50s with gray streaked hair and reading glasses on a chain. She talked about Marcus's gift for language, his ability to capture emotion in precise, devastating sentences. She read a paragraph from his short story about the generation ship, the one that had been published in the literary magazine. The prose was beautiful, haunting, full of longing and loss and hope despite everything. People cried listening to it. One by one, people shared stories of the real Marcus. The one who could quote entire scenes from obscure science fiction shows and do all the voices perfectly, making everyone laugh until their stomachs hurt. The one who brought donuts to study group meetings because he knew everyone was stressed and sugar helped. The one who remembered birthdays and would leave small gifts on people's doorsteps, a favorite candy bar, a book he thought they'd enjoy, a funny card. The one who'd written poetry on napkins during study breaks and left them scattered around the library for strangers to find. The one who'd been so much more than his father's disappointment, so much richer and kinder and more interesting than the failure Richard had seen. I shared too, eventually. When the procession of speakers slowed, I stood again and told them about the novel Marcus had been writing secretly. A space opera about a generation ship where the crew had forgotten their original mission, where people had been born and died in the metal corridors for so long that Earth was a myth, a legend, something grandparents told children to help them sleep. Marcus had been working on it for 2 years, stealing hours late at night and early in the morning, writing in notebooks he hid in his closet because his father would have destroyed them if he'd known. He'd send me chapters at midnight, I said, my voice steadier now. Always apologizing for bothering me but needing someone to see his real work. His real passion. The thing he actually cared about. I'd read them immediately, every time, because they were brilliant. His characters felt real. They breathed. They had hopes and fears and complicated relationships. They struggled with questions about purpose and meaning and whether the journey mattered if you'd forgotten the destination. I paused, looking around the chapel at all the faces watching me. He should have been a writer. He should have been allowed to pursue his actual gifts instead of being forced into the shape of someone else's dreams. That's the real tragedy here. Not that he died, though that's unbearable and wrong. But that he never got to fully live. That he spent 21 years trying to be someone he wasn't, trying to fit into a mold that was never meant for him. That his father couldn't see what everyone else in this room saw, that Marcus had value exactly as he was. That his worth wasn't measured in GPAs or engineering degrees or prestigious careers. That being good at telling stories mattered just as much as being good at calculating stress loads. The chapel was quiet again, but it was a thoughtful quiet, people reflecting on what had been said. Marcus once told me, I continued, that he felt like he was living 2 lives. The public life where he was failing engineering, disappointing his father, barely keeping his head above water. And the private life where he was creating worlds, telling stories, being the person he actually was. He said the private life felt more real, but the public life was the one that mattered to everyone else. I told him that was backward, that the private life should matter most. He said he wished he could believe that. I sat down, and Marcus's mom squeezed my hand. After the service, people gathered in small groups outside. The late afternoon sun was gentle, warm without being oppressive. Nobody mentioned Richard. It was like he'd been erased from the day, excised like the tumor he was. Some people came up to me, thanking me for telling the truth, saying they'd suspected Marcus was struggling but hadn't known how to help. Others approached Marcus's mom, offering condolences that felt genuine now, based on truth instead of polite fiction. Marcus's mom held a small reception at her house instead of at the country club Richard had booked. She'd called them that morning and cancelled, and they'd been surprisingly understanding. The house was modest but comfortable, full of photos of Marcus at various ages, gap-toothed at 6, awkward at 13, almost handsome at 18. In all of them, he was smiling, but I noticed now that the smile didn't always reach his eyes. We ordered pizza because Marcus had loved pizza, especially the combination of pepperoni and pineapple that everyone else found disgusting but he'd defend passionately. We told stories, some funny and some sad, until our voices grew hoarse. David talked about the time Marcus had accidentally set off the fire alarm in their dorm trying to make popcorn at 2 a.m. Priya talked about how Marcus had once brought a tiny cactus to lab and named it Newton. Dr. Martinez talked about the time Marcus had turned in a story written entirely in second person and somehow made it work beautifully. I kept my phone in my pocket most of the time, but I went to the bathroom eventually and read Marcus's message again, alone. There was one more paragraph I hadn't shared publicly. One final piece meant just for me. Tyler, you're going to blame yourself. I know you. I know how your brain works. You're going to replay every conversation, looking for the moment you could have said something different, done something better, somehow prevented this. Don't. You gave me years of friendship, of believing I could be someone different. You saw me, the real me, the writer, the dreamer, the person underneath all the pressure and expectations, and that meant everything. If I had one wish, it would be that everyone had a friend like you. Someone who sees past the performance to the person underneath. Someone who values people for who they are instead of what they accomplish. Thank you for being that person for me. I'm sorry I couldn't be stronger. I'm sorry this is how it ends, but I'm not sorry I knew you. That part was good. That part made the rest bearable for a little longer. Take care of my mom if you can. She'll need someone. And maybe finish my novel someday. The ending's already written. It's in the notebook under my bed. The crew remembers. They find Earth. It's worth the journey after all. I cried in that bathroom, quiet sobs that shook my whole body, my hand pressed over my mouth to muffle the sound. When I finally came out, red-eyed and raw, Marcus's mom was waiting in the hallway. She hugged me without a word, and I let her, and we stood there for a long moment, two people who'd loved Marcus and who would carry the shape of his absence forever. Thank you, she whispered. For telling the truth. For being brave enough to say what needed to be said. For giving him a voice when his father tried to silence him even in death. He deserved to have his story told, I replied. The real story. Not the edited, sanitized version. Not the version where his father gets to pretend he was a devoted parent instead of the cause of his son's death. She nodded against my shoulder. He did. And now it has been. Now everyone knows. The reception lasted until evening. People lingered, reluctant to leave, as if staying in that house full of Marcus's childhood memories could somehow keep him present a little longer. Eventually, though, they trickled out, offering final condolences, promising to stay in touch. David gave me his number and made me promise to meet up for coffee. Priya asked if I'd be willing to share some of Marcus's stories with her. Dr. Martinez asked if Marcus's family would consider donating his writings to the university archive. The next day, I saw the news. Richard Chen had taken an indefinite leave of absence from the hospital. The official statement mentioned personal reasons and family tragedy, but the comments section told a different story. Someone had been at the funeral. Someone had recorded part of what I'd said. Someone had shared it online, and now it was spreading. Colleagues were coming forward with their own stories of Richard's temperament, his impossible standards, his pattern of verbal abuse toward residents and nurses. Medical students he'd supervised years ago were sharing experiences of being berated in front of patients, having their competence questioned publicly, being driven to tears during rounds. The facade was crumbling in real time, brick by careful brick. A local news station picked up the story, not naming Marcus specifically, respecting the family's privacy, but covering the broader issue of parental pressure and mental health among college students. They interviewed college counselors, psychologists, other parents who'd lost children to the same pressures. The story went viral, reaching millions of people, sparking conversations about toxic achievement culture and the cost of pushing children past their breaking points. I didn't feel victorious. I didn't feel like I'd won anything. Marcus was still gone, still dead at 21, his potential forever unrealized. Richard's downfall didn't bring him back. It didn't undo the years of psychological abuse, didn't heal the wounds that had driven Marcus to swallow those pills. But there was something in the exposure, something in the truth being told and witnessed and acknowledged, that felt necessary. Marcus had lived in silence for so long, hiding his pain, protecting his father's reputation, trying desperately to be who he was supposed to be instead of who he was. In death, at least, he got to be honest. He got to be seen. His story got told without edits or spin. I started visiting Marcus's mom every week. She lived alone in that house, and the silence seemed to weigh on her. We'd have coffee in her kitchen and talk about Marcus, sharing memories like trading treasures. She showed me his creative writing portfolio, which she'd found in a box in his old room, hundreds of pages of stories, poems, character sketches, world-building notes. All hidden, all kept secret from his father. We decided to compile them, maybe self-publish a collection. Something with his name on it. Something that showed his real talent, his actual gifts. A testament to who he truly was, not who his father had demanded he become. 8 months after the funeral, I got an email from Dr. Martinez. She wanted to dedicate her next published short story collection to Marcus's memory. She said he'd been one of the most naturally gifted writers she'd taught in 20 years, and she was devastated she hadn't pushed him harder to pursue it, hadn't realized how much opposition he faced at home, hadn't understood the full extent of the battle he was fighting. I wrote back and told her Marcus would have been honored beyond words. I told her he'd kept every piece of feedback she'd ever given him in a special folder on his laptop, organized by date, that he'd valued her opinion more than she probably knew, that her encouragement had been one of the few lights in an otherwise dark period of his life. The university's creative writing department established a scholarship in Marcus's name. The Marcus Chen Memorial Award for Fiction Writing, given annually to an undergraduate who showed exceptional talent and passion for storytelling. Dr. Martinez worked with the department chair to make it happen, and Marcus's mom contributed seed money. The first recipient was announced the following spring, a sophomore who'd written a devastating short story about immigrant parents sacrificing everything for their child's education, only to have the child choose art school instead of medical school. The parallels were obvious and intentional. Small tributes. Small acknowledgments. Not enough, never enough, but something. Evidence that Marcus had existed as himself, not just as his father's failed project. Evidence that his talent was real, was recognized, was valued by people who actually understood what mattered. I found the notebook under Marcus's bed. His roommate David let me into their apartment, and I went into Marcus's room for the first time since his death. It felt like entering a shrine. Everything was exactly as he'd left it, textbooks stacked on the desk, posters of science fiction shows on the walls, dirty laundry in a hamper. The notebook was where he'd said it would be, a plain black composition book with the word ship written on the cover in his messy handwriting. I read it in one sitting, staying in his room for hours, sitting on his bed while the sun moved across the floor. The ending was there, just as he'd promised. The crew of the generation ship discovered Earth after 300 years of forgetting, of drifting, of losing their way. And it was worth it. The planet was still there, still beautiful, still full of possibility. The journey mattered even though they'd forgotten why they were traveling. The destination justified the sacrifice even though the original travelers never reached it. It broke my heart. It was also brilliant. Marcus had written something profound about faith and purpose and the meaning we find in striving toward goals we might never reach. I understood then that he was writing about his own life, about the journey he'd been on, about the hope that somewhere at the end of all the struggle there might be something worthwhile. Marcus's mom and I worked on getting his novel published. We found a small press that specialized in science fiction by New Voices. They loved it. Said it was rough in places but showed remarkable maturity and insight. They offered to publish it posthumously if we could get someone to do minor edits. Dr. Martinez volunteered immediately. The book came out 18 months after Marcus died, with a simple cover showing a ship against stars and his name in clean letters. Marcus Chen. Generation Ship. The dedication read, "For everyone still trying to remember why they started the journey." It sold modestly but got strong reviews. Several critics praised the emotional depth, the way Marcus captured the existential loneliness of forgetting your purpose while still having to move forward. A few high school teachers added it to their reading lists. I like to imagine Marcus's reaction to that, his story being taught in classrooms, being analyzed and discussed and valued. He would have been embarrassed and pleased in equal measure. Richard never contacted his ex-wife or Marcus's friends. Never tried to defend himself or offer explanations. He just disappeared from public life, resigned quietly from his position at the hospital after the leave of absence stretched on. I heard from David, who heard from someone else, that Richard had moved to another state, taken a job at a smaller hospital where nobody knew his history. Starting over. Trying to escape the stain of truth that had attached itself to his name. I don't know if he ever felt remorse. I don't know if he lay awake at night thinking about the son he'd destroyed, the life he'd crushed under the weight of his own ambitions. I hope he did. I hope every day he wakes up and remembers that his son is dead because of him, that no amount of distance or time will change that fact, that he will carry this for the rest of his life. But mostly I try not to think about Richard at all. He doesn't deserve the space in my head. Marcus does. Marcus deserves to be remembered for his kindness, his creativity, his stubborn hope that kept him going even when everything felt impossible. He deserves to be remembered for the stories he told, the friends he helped, the beauty he tried to create in a world that kept demanding he be something else. I still have the messages. Backed them up in 3 places, printed them out and put them in a folder, because losing them feels like losing Marcus twice. Sometimes I read them when I'm struggling, when I feel like I'm not enough, when I'm tempted to shape myself into someone else's expectations. They remind me that the cost of that kind of self-erasure is too high. That being seen and being alive are sometimes the same thing. That authenticity matters more than achievement, even though the world tries to tell us otherwise. Marcus's story didn't have a happy ending. Real life rarely does. There was no redemption arc, no last-minute save, no miraculous recovery where everything turned out fine. He died at 21, exhausted and broken, convinced he was a failure when really he was just human. Just someone with different gifts than his father wanted him to have. Just someone who needed love instead of demands, acceptance instead of conditional approval, space to become himself instead of pressure to become someone else's vision. But his story was told. At his funeral, in the conversations that followed, in the articles written about parental pressure and mental health, in the scholarship established in his name, in the novel published under his name, in the lives touched by his words. His mother started volunteering at a crisis hotline, using her pain to help others who were struggling, turning her grief into action. Dr. Martinez became an advocate for mental health resources in the English department, pushing for better support systems for students dealing with family pressure. David switched his major from engineering to social work, saying Marcus's death had shown him what really mattered. Ripples. Changes. Small ways that Marcus's death meant something beyond just loss. It didn't make his death okay. It didn't balance any scales. But it meant his life had an impact, that his story mattered, that the pain he endured wasn't completely pointless. I changed my major to psychology, determined to understand what Marcus had gone through. After completing my degree, I went to graduate school, and I'm now in my 5th year of a clinical psychology PhD program. I specialized in family dynamics and the psychology of achievement pressure. I wrote my dissertation proposal on parental expectations and child identity formation, citing Marcus's case anonymously but drawing heavily on what I'd learned from watching my friend slowly crumble under impossible demands. I'm completing my clinical training now, working with college students at the University Counseling Center who are struggling under parental pressure, helping them find ways to assert their own identities, set boundaries, pursue their actual passions instead of their parents' dreams. Every client I help feels like honoring Marcus. Every young person I convince to choose their own path instead of someone else's chosen direction feels like a small redemption. I can't save Marcus. He's gone. But I can maybe prevent other people from reaching the same desperate endpoint. I can maybe help other children of demanding parents realize that their worth isn't conditional, that they deserve love for being themselves, that they have the right to live their own lives even if it disappoints someone else. The cherrywood casket sits in the ground now, in a cemetery across town, far from his father's house. Marcus's mom chose the plot carefully, under a tree where the light filters through leaves in the morning, near a bench where we sometimes sit and read his stories aloud. His headstone doesn't mention engineering or academic achievements. It says, Marcus Chen. Writer. Dreamer. Friend. Loved as he was. That's the truth. That's Marcus's real story. And now it's been told. Now everyone knows. Now his father can't rewrite history, can't pretend he was something he wasn't, can't escape the reality of what he did. Richard Chen will be remembered not as the brilliant surgeon who saved lives, but as the father whose impossible standards killed his son. That's justice. Not the satisfying kind. Not the kind that feels good. But the real kind, the permanent kind, the kind that reshapes a life from the inside out. I like to think Marcus would appreciate the irony. The son who supposedly ruined everything actually revealed the truth. The failure, who wasn't a failure at all, exposed the real brokenness in his family. The disappointment left behind a legacy of honesty that his perfect father's entire career couldn't match. The voice that was silenced in life became impossible to ignore in death. That's not nothing. It means something. It means Marcus mattered, exactly as he was. It means his voice, even in death, was louder than his father's lies. It means the truth won in the end, even if the cost was far too high. And sometimes, in the quiet moments, I let myself believe that somewhere, somehow, Marcus knows. Knows he was seen. Knows his truth was told. Knows he was loved, not for what he could become, but for who he already was. Knows that standing up at his funeral and reading his words aloud was the right thing to do, even though it was hard, even though it destroyed a man's reputation, even though it made everyone uncomfortable. That's what I tell myself, anyway. Because I have to believe something. Because the alternative, that he died thinking he was worthless, thinking no one understood, is too painful to carry. So I carry this instead, the belief that in those final moments, when he pressed send on that message to me, he felt relief. He felt the weight of pretending lift, even briefly. He felt free enough to tell the truth, to be honest about his pain, to stop performing for his father's sake. And in the chapel, when I read his words aloud, when I shattered his father's performance and exposed the reality underneath, I gave Marcus one final gift. Not justice, exactly. Not revenge, really. But something close to both. Something that said, you were right. Your pain was real. Your father was wrong. You deserved better. You deserved love. You deserved to be exactly who you were. And I'm going to make sure everyone knows it. I said it. Everyone heard it. And Richard Chen will spend the rest of his life knowing that the perfect reputation he valued above his son now carries the permanent stain of truth. That every life he saves in the emergency room, if he ever returns to medicine, will be shadowed by the knowledge of the one life he destroyed at home. That history will remember him not as the brilliant surgeon, the respected doctor, the pillar of the medical community, but as the father who couldn't love his son for being human. As the man who demanded perfection and got death instead. That's the payback. Not dramatic. Not cinematic. Not the kind of revenge that makes you feel good afterward. But absolutely, devastatingly, permanently real. Richard Chen's legacy is ruined. His reputation is destroyed. His name is synonymous with toxic parenting and the worst kind of achievement pressure. Search his name online and the first results aren't about his surgical innovations or his medical accomplishments. They're about Marcus. About the son he killed with his expectations. About the life he extinguished because it didn't match his vision. He has to live with that. Every day. Every morning when he wakes up. Every night when he tries to sleep. Every moment in between. He destroyed his son, and now everyone knows it. That's the revenge. That's the payback. That's justice, such as it is. Marcus's mom tells me sometimes that she's glad I spoke up. That she wishes she'd done it herself, wishes she'd stood up to Richard years ago instead of just leaving. But I tell her she did what she needed to survive, and that's enough. That Marcus understood, that he never blamed her. That the final messages proved that, he asked me to tell her she was right to leave, that it wasn't her fault. We're planning a memorial reading next month. Local writers will read Marcus's work aloud at a bookstore downtown. Dr. Martinez is organizing it, and she expects a good turnout. The literary magazine that published his Generation Ship story is doing a special issue dedicated to his memory, featuring work from his classmates and professors reflecting on creativity under pressure, on finding your voice, on the cost of living for others' approval. His novel is being taught in Dr. Martinez's fiction workshop this semester. She showed me the syllabus, 2 full weeks devoted to analyzing his themes, his character development, his use of metaphor. Students who never knew Marcus will read his words, discuss his ideas, wrestle with his questions about purpose and meaning. In a small way, he's becoming immortal. His voice continues. His stories live on. That's what I hold on to. Not the revenge, though it happened. Not the justice, though it was served. But the fact that Marcus's real self, the writer, the dreamer, the sensitive soul who saw the world differently, is finally being recognized. Finally being celebrated. Finally being valued for exactly what it was. I visit his grave every few weeks. Sit on that bench under the tree and read to him. Sometimes his published work, sometimes the unpublished stories his mom and I found, sometimes new work by writers I think he would have enjoyed. I tell him about my clinical training, about the clients I'm helping at the counseling center, about the lives being saved because he taught me what happens when we ignore people's pain. The cherrywood casket doesn't answer. The marble headstone doesn't speak. But I talk anyway, because I need to believe he hears me somehow. Need to believe that wherever he is, he knows the truth finally came out. That his father's mask finally cracked. That the world finally saw Richard Chen for what he really was. And Marcus is remembered as he should be. As a writer. A dreamer. A friend. Someone who mattered. Someone who was loved. Someone whose life, however brief, left a mark that won't be erased. That's the real ending. Not the funeral confrontation, though that was necessary. Not Richard's downfall, though that was deserved. But this, Marcus's words being read, his stories being shared, his truth being told. His authentic self being honored instead of the engineered version his father demanded. That's the payback. That's the revenge. Making sure that when people remember Marcus Chen, they remember the real person. The talented writer. The kind friend. The gentle soul who deserves so much better than he got. And making absolutely certain that when people remember Richard Chen, they remember what he did. What he destroyed. What he lost because he couldn't see what was right in front of him. Justice might be blind, but memory isn't. History has a way of recording the truth, eventually. And Marcus's truth is now part of the permanent record. Undeniable. Unchangeable. Real. That's enough. It has to be enough. Because it's all we have left. Story 2. My brother emailed at 3 a.m., "You're out of the family. Don't contact us again. We're done with your drama." I stared at the screen for a moment, then wrote back one word, "Okay." The next morning, I called the bank and removed myself as co-signer on their mortgage. 5 days later, 91 missed calls. By that evening, my mom was sobbing on my voicemail saying the foreclosure notice arrived and I was killing them. The email arrived while I was reviewing quarterly reports for a client presentation. My phone buzzed against the desk, and I glanced down expecting something work-related. Instead, I found 3 paragraphs of venom from Marcus, my older brother by 4 years. The message contained accusations I'd heard variations of for months. I was selfish for prioritizing my career over family obligations. I'd abandoned everyone by moving 3 states away. I'd become cold and distant, refusing to drop everything whenever someone needed help. The finale was the line about being out of the family, delivered with the same melodramatic flair Marcus had perfected since high school. I typed OK and hit send. Then I went back to my spreadsheets. Sleep came easily that night. I'd expected to feel something, anger, hurt, maybe relief, but mostly I felt tired. Not exhausted, just done. Like finishing a book you'd been forcing yourself to read out of obligation rather than interest. Morning arrived with pale sunlight through my apartment windows. I made coffee, scrambled eggs, and pulled up my banking app while eating breakfast. The mortgage account appeared near the top of my list, joint with my mother and Marcus. I'd signed on as co-signer 4 years ago when they'd needed better credit to secure the loan. The balance was substantial, and the payment history showed exactly what I'd suspected for the past 6 months. They'd been late 3 times this year alone. I called the bank at 9 sharp. The representative, a woman named Patricia with a pleasant Midwestern accent, walked me through the removal process. Because I was listed as a co-signer rather than a co-borrower, and because the mortgage was in good standing at the moment, I could submit a formal request to be removed. It would take 5 business days to process. "Are you sure about this?" Patricia asked. Once the change goes through, you won't have any responsibility for the loan, but you also won't have any claim to the property. I'm sure. All right then. You'll receive confirmation via email and mail once everything's finalized. I thanked her and hung up. Then I blocked Marcus's number. Not out of spite, I just didn't see the point in maintaining the connection. Work consumed the next few days. I was 3 weeks from a major presentation to a potential client worth 7 figures to my consulting firm. The preparation demanded 60-hour weeks, and I welcomed the distraction. My team and I refined projections, rehearsed responses to anticipated questions, and stress-tested every assumption in our proposal. Wednesday evening, my phone started buzzing during a strategy session. I'd forgotten to silence it completely. The screen lit up with a number I didn't recognize. Then another. Then a third. I flipped it face down and continued working. By the time I left the office at 10 that night, my phone showed 43 missed calls and 17 voicemails. I scrolled through the call log in my car before starting the engine. Most were from numbers I didn't recognize, but I caught a few names in the contacts: my mother's cell, Marcus's wife Jessica, even my cousin Danny, who I hadn't spoken to in 3 years. The first voicemail was from my mother. Her voice shook with tears. "Brandon, sweetheart, please call me back. Something terrible happened with the mortgage. The bank sent papers saying you removed yourself as cosigner, and now they're saying we have 30 days to refinance or they'll start foreclosure proceedings. Please, honey, this has to be a mistake. Call me right away." I deleted it and listened to the next one. Marcus this time, his voice tight with barely controlled fury. "What the heck did you do? Mom's hysterical. Jessica's freaking out. You need to call the bank right now and fix this. I don't know what kind of tantrum you're throwing, but this is too far, Brandon. Way too far." The messages continued in similar fashion. Pleading from Mom. Anger from Marcus. Confusion from Jessica. Even Danny left a message saying he'd heard I'd done something crazy and maybe I should reconsider. I deleted them all and drove home. The situation wasn't particularly complicated from my perspective. 4 years ago, Mom and Marcus had approached me about co-signing their mortgage. Marcus had decent income from his job as a regional sales manager, but his credit was damaged from some poor financial decisions in his 20s. Mom worked part-time at a department store and had virtually no credit history. Together, they couldn't qualify for the loan they needed. I'd been working at the consulting firm for 2 years by then, building a reputation and earning solid money. My credit was excellent. The bank approved the loan with me as cosigner, and Marcus and Mom moved into a 4-bedroom house in a good school district for Jessica and Marcus's 2 kids. The arrangement worked fine initially. They made payments on time. I received monthly statements showing everything current. I'd agreed to co-sign partly because I trusted Marcus to handle his responsibilities, but mostly because Mom had asked, and saying no to her had always been difficult. But 6 months ago, things shifted. Marcus called asking if I could cover 1 month's mortgage payment. Jessica's car had died, he explained, and they'd had to replace it immediately. The unexpected expense left them short. He promised to pay me back within 60 days. I transferred the money. $1,500. 2 months later, he asked again. This time the furnace had failed. Another emergency, another promise to repay. I sent $1,800. The third request came in September. No emergency this time, just a casual mention that things were tight and could I help out. I said no. Marcus seemed surprised, then irritated, but he backed off. The late payments started appearing on my credit report shortly after. Nothing catastrophic, but enough to ding my score. When I called to ask about it, Marcus got defensive. Life was expensive, he said. They were doing their best. I should be more understanding since I didn't have kids and didn't know how hard it was. I suggested they refinance to remove me from the loan. Marcus said they'd tried, but they couldn't qualify without my credit backing them. The banks wouldn't approve them alone. So I was stuck. Tied to a mortgage I didn't live in, for a house I had no claim to, with my credit held hostage by people who resented me for having the audacity to set boundaries. The final straw came 3 weeks before Marcus's email. Mom called crying because Marcus and Jessica were fighting about money again. Could I talk to Marcus? Could I help them figure out their budget? Could I maybe send a little something to help them through the month? I'd tried to explain that I wasn't responsible for solving their financial problems. I'd helped when I could, but I had my own expenses and responsibilities. Mom's response was to accuse me of abandoning the family, of thinking I was too good for them now that I had a fancy job and nice apartment. Your father would be so disappointed, she'd said. Dad had died 8 years ago. Heart attack at 53. He'd been the stable one, the voice of reason. I'd inherited his practical streak, his tendency to think things through before acting. Marcus had inherited Mom's emotional volatility and tendency toward melodrama. After that conversation, I'd started seriously considering my options. The email from Marcus just accelerated the timeline. Thursday morning brought another wave of calls. I answered none of them. Work demanded focus, and I gave it everything I had. My team was counting on me. Our client presentation was in 2 weeks, and we needed to be flawless. That evening, I found Jessica waiting in my apartment building's lobby. She must have followed someone through the security door. Her face was blotchy from crying, and she clutched her phone like a lifeline. "Brandon, please," she started as soon as she saw me. "We need to talk." I kept walking toward the elevator. "You should leave, Jessica." She followed me. "Just 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. 5 minutes to explain." The elevator arrived. I stepped inside and pressed the button for my floor. Jessica darted in before the doors closed. "You're destroying our family," she said. "Do you understand that? Emily and Connor could lose their home. Your niece and nephew, Brandon. How can you do this to them?" Emily was 9, Connor 7. Good kids from what I'd seen during my increasingly rare visits home. This wasn't about them, though, and we both knew it. "Marcus told me I was out of the family," I said quietly. "He said not to contact any of you again. I'm just respecting his wishes." He was angry. He didn't mean it. He meant it when he wrote it. I'm just taking him at his word. The elevator dinged at my floor. I stepped out. Jessica grabbed my arm. "The bank says they'll start foreclosure if we can't refinance within 30 days. We can't refinance without your credit. Please, Brandon. Please don't do this. If not for Marcus or me, then for the kids." I gently removed her hand from my arm. "You and Marcus have had 4 years to improve your credit. 4 years to build equity. 4 years to prepare for the possibility that I wouldn't want to be tied to this loan forever. This isn't sudden, Jessica. This is a consequence of choices made over a long period. We were trying. Do you think this is easy for us? Do you think we wanted to ask you for help? You have no idea how humiliating it is. Then you should have refinanced years ago. Or lived somewhere cheaper. Or made different choices." Her face hardened. "You've changed, Brandon. You used to care about family. Now you're just cold." "I'm setting boundaries. That's not the same as being cold." She left without another word. I heard her crying as she walked back to the elevator. Inside my apartment, I poured a glass of water and sat by the window overlooking the city. Lights stretched in every direction, thousands of people living their lives, making their choices, dealing with their consequences. I felt no satisfaction, no triumph. Just a quiet certainty that I'd done the right thing. Friday brought a new development. My cousin Danny called from a number I hadn't blocked. I answered out of curiosity more than anything else. "Man, what's going on?" Danny asked. His tone was careful, probing. "Your mom called my mom crying. Says you're forcing them out of their house." I removed myself as cosigner from a loan I never should have been on. "That's all." "Yeah, but you knew they couldn't make it without your credit. That's basically pulling the rug out, isn't it?" "Marcus told me I was out of the family. Why would I remain financially responsible for people who've disowned me?" Silence on the other end. "Then, he said that? Check with him if you want. It's in writing." More silence. "That's messed up. But still, man, they're family. Can't you work something out?" "Danny, have you ever co-signed a loan?" "No." "Then you don't understand what you're asking. I'm legally responsible for a debt I can't control. They make late payments, it hits my credit. They default, I'm on the hook for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And for 4 years I accepted that risk because they're family. But when they decide I'm not family anymore, why should I keep accepting that risk?" He didn't have an answer. The conversation ended awkwardly, and I doubted we'd speak again anytime soon. The weekend passed quietly. I went to the gym, meal prepped for the week, and refined my section of the client presentation. My phone continued buzzing with calls I didn't answer. On Sunday night, I checked the voicemail box and found it completely full. 91 total missed calls by my count. I deleted the voicemail box without listening to any messages and went to bed early. Monday morning, Patricia from the bank called to confirm my removal as cosigner had been processed. The account would reflect the change within 24 hours. She thanked me for my patience and wished me well. I thanked her and meant it. Patricia had been professional throughout, never making me feel guilty for a legitimate financial decision. Work that week entered its final critical phase. Our presentation was scheduled for the following Monday, and every detail needed to be perfect. I worked late each night, collaborating with my team, anticipating questions, rehearsing our pitch until we could deliver it flawlessly. Wednesday afternoon, my boss Rachel called me into her office. She was in her mid-40s, sharp and direct, someone who'd built her career on reading people accurately. "Everything okay, Brandon?" she asked. "You seem more focused than usual, which is saying something." "Just making sure we're ready for Monday." "We're ready. You've been ready for a week. I'm asking about you personally." I considered deflecting, but Rachel had always been straight with me. Family situation. Nothing that affects my work. Clearly not, given the hours you've been putting in. But if you need time or resources, say so. We take care of our people here. I appreciate that. Honestly, work is helping right now. Gives me something productive to focus on. She studied me for a moment, then nodded. Fair enough. Just remember the door's open if that changes. That conversation stayed with me. Rachel's concern was genuine, offered without prying or judgment. It stood in stark contrast to my family's approach, which seemed to consist entirely of demands and guilt trips. Thursday evening brought a new voice to my voicemail, a lawyer named Robert Chen. His message was brief and professional. He represented Marcus and my mother in a potential legal matter regarding the mortgage co-signing situation. Could I please call his office to discuss the matter at my earliest convenience? I looked up his firm. Small practice, 2 attorneys, specializing in family law and contract disputes. I called back immediately, curious what angle they thought they had. Mr. Chen answered on the second ring. His voice matched his message, professional, neither hostile nor warm. Mr. Holloway, thank you for returning my call. I've been retained by your brother Marcus Holloway and your mother Linda Holloway regarding the recent removal of your name as cosigner on their mortgage. I see. What can I do for you, Mr. Chen? My clients believe your removal constitutes a breach of an implied contract. They maintain that your agreement to cosign included an understanding that you would remain on the loan for its duration, or at minimum provide reasonable notice before removing yourself. There was no such agreement, implied or otherwise. The bank allowed me to remove myself following their standard procedures. Everything was legal and above board. My clients disagree about the existence of an understanding. They also contend that your removal was motivated by malice, specifically retaliation for a private family disagreement. My motivation is irrelevant. I had the legal right to remove myself, and I exercised it. If your clients can't afford the mortgage without my credit, that's their problem to solve. Mr. Holloway, I'm trying to find a reasonable resolution here. My clients are facing foreclosure. There are children involved. Surely we can find some middle ground. The middle ground was the previous arrangement, which ended when Marcus told me I was no longer part of the family. I'm happy to forward you that email if it's relevant to your case. A pause. He said that? In writing. Timestamped. Saved in multiple locations. Another pause, longer this time. I see. That does complicate matters from a malice standpoint. Mr. Chen, I respect that you're doing your job. But I don't owe Marcus or my mother anything beyond what I've already given. I co-signed in good faith. They benefited from that arrangement for 4 years. When the relationship ended, so did my obligation. That's not malice. That's basic logic. They're prepared to sue for damages if necessary. Then they should proceed. I'll defend myself vigorously and countersue for legal fees when I win. Their choice. I'll relay your position to my clients. Have a good day, Mr. Holloway. He hung up. I saved his number in my phone under Marcus's lawyer and went back to preparing for Monday's presentation. Friday brought no new developments. The weekend passed in a blur of final preparations and rehearsals. My team was ready. I was ready. Whatever happened with my family would happen. My focus needed to stay on the opportunity in front of me. Monday morning arrived clear and cold. I dressed in my best suit, reviewed my notes one final time, and met my team at the client's office building downtown. Rachel gave us a final pep talk in the lobby, then we rode the elevator to the 20th floor. The presentation lasted 90 minutes. We fielded questions, addressed concerns, and demonstrated our expertise without overselling. When we finished, the client's CFO smiled and said they'd need a few days to discuss internally, but he was impressed with what he'd seen. Walking out of that building, I felt genuinely good for the first time in weeks. We'd nailed it. Whatever the client decided, we'd given them our best work, and that counted for something. My phone buzzed as I reached my car. A text from an unknown number: "This is Linda, your mother. I'm using a friend's phone since you blocked mine. Please call me. We need to talk about the house situation. I'm begging you." I deleted the text and drove back to the office. Tuesday, Rachel called me into her office with a smile. The client had accepted our proposal. We'd won the contract. Champagne appeared, and the team celebrated. 7 figures in new revenue, validation of months of hard work, and a significant boost to everyone's year-end bonuses. I should have felt elated. Instead, I felt satisfied. It was good news, genuinely good, but it didn't erase everything else happening in my life. That evening, I finally listened to one of my mother's voicemails. The most recent, left that afternoon. "Brandon, honey, please. I know you're angry with Marcus. I know he said terrible things. But I'm your mother. I raised you. I sacrificed everything to give you and your brother good lives after your father died. How can you do this to me? How can you stand by while I lose my home? The bank says we have 2 weeks to refinance or they'll proceed with foreclosure. 2 weeks, Brandon. Please, I'm begging you. Just call the bank. Tell them it was a mistake. We can work everything out. I promise we'll make it right. Please don't do this to your mother. The message ended with her sobbing. I sat in my car in the parking garage and thought about her words. The guilt trip, the manipulation, the carefully constructed narrative where I was the villain destroying innocent people's lives. It was masterful, really. Every word designed to make me feel like a monster. But she'd left out crucial details. Like how she'd enabled Marcus's irresponsibility for decades. How she'd always chosen his side in any disagreement. How she'd called me selfish and compared me unfavorably to him whenever I didn't immediately comply with requests. How she'd weaponized my father's memory to manipulate me. I loved my mother. That hadn't changed. But love didn't mean accepting abuse. It didn't mean sacrificing my financial stability to subsidize someone else's poor choices. It didn't mean enduring insults and disrespect just to keep the peace. I deleted the voicemail and went home. Wednesday brought an email from Mr. Chen. His clients had decided not to pursue legal action. He thanked me for my time and wished me well. I suspected he'd advised them they had no case, especially once he'd seen Marcus's email disowning me. Thursday, Marcus called from yet another number I didn't have blocked. I answered, curious what he'd say now that the legal threat had evaporated. You won, he said without preamble. His voice was flat, defeated. Congratulations. You destroyed us. I removed myself from alone. You destroyed yourselves. We're losing the house, Brandon. Emily and Connor are losing their home. Jessica's parents might take them in, but we'll have to rent some apartment in a worse school district. The kids will have to change schools, leave their friends. All because you couldn't let go of your pride. My pride had nothing to do with it. You told me I was out of the family. I accepted that. Everything else is just the natural consequence of that decision. I was angry. People say things they don't mean when they're angry. You meant it enough to write it down and send it at 3 a.m. You meant it enough to sit with it for hours before hitting send. That wasn't heat of the moment, Marcus. That was considered. Silence. Then, what do you want? An apology? Fine. I'm sorry. I was wrong to send that email. I was frustrated, and I took it out on you. Are you happy now? Will you call the bank? No. Why not? Because an apology under duress isn't an apology. Because you're not sorry you said it, you're sorry it had consequences. Because even now, you're not taking responsibility. You're blaming me for your situation when you've had years to prepare for this possibility. So that's it? You're just going to let us fail? You're going to fail or succeed based on your own choices. Same as everyone else. Same as me. You're heartless, you know that? Dad would be ashamed. Dad would have told you to live within your means and take responsibility for your decisions. He would have said that depending on someone else's credit for 4 years without improving your own was foolish. He would have asked why you didn't refinance years ago when you had equity and time. Don't you dare speak for Dad. Then don't invoke his memory to manipulate me. He's gone, Marcus. Using him as a weapon dishonors everything he stood for. He hung up. I sat quietly for a moment, processing the conversation. Part of me had hoped for something different, genuine remorse, actual accountability, maybe even honest conversation about how we'd reached this point. But Marcus couldn't do that. He could only see himself as the victim and me as the villain. Friday afternoon, Jessica sent a long text message. She'd found my email through an old Christmas card list and sent it there when I didn't respond to her texts. The message was different from Marcus's call. She acknowledged mistakes. Admitted they'd relied on me too heavily. Recognized that Marcus's email had been cruel and unfair. She even apologized for confronting me at my apartment. But the conclusion was the same: please change your mind. Please call the bank. Please save them from foreclosure. The kids needed stability. They were trying to do better. Just one more chance. I appreciated the more mature tone, but the answer remained no. Boundaries weren't negotiable. Consequences weren't optional. If I gave in now, we'd be right back here in 6 months or a year, same problems, same patterns. I responded briefly, I appreciate your message, Jessica. I genuinely hope you and Marcus find a solution. But that solution can't involve me. I wish you all the best. She didn't respond. The following week passed quietly. Work settled into its normal rhythm, enhanced by the satisfaction of our major client win. Rachel mentioned in a team meeting that our success would likely lead to more opportunities in that sector. Everyone seemed energized, focused on the next challenge. My phone stopped ringing. The emails and texts dwindled to nothing. Either my family had given up, or they'd found another solution. I didn't particularly care which. 3 weeks after I'd removed myself as cosigner, I received a notification from my credit monitoring service. The mortgage account no longer appeared on my report. The removal had been fully processed. My credit score had actually improved slightly without the weight of that massive debt tied to my name. I felt lighter. Not happy exactly, but unburdened. Like I'd been carrying something heavy for years without realizing it, and only now could I appreciate what it felt like to set it down. A month passed. Then 2. Life continued. Work remained engaging. I started dating someone I'd met at a professional conference, a woman named Alicia who worked in marketing and shared my appreciation for quiet evenings and good conversation. Nothing serious yet, but promising. I thought about my family occasionally. Wondered if they'd lost the house or found a way to refinance. Wondered if Mom and Marcus blamed me every day or if they'd moved on. Wondered if Emily and Connor asked about their uncle who'd disappeared from their lives. But I didn't reach out. The bridge had been burned from both sides, and some things couldn't be rebuilt. 3 months after the email, Danny called again. This time I answered. "Hey man," he said carefully. "Just wanted to give you an update. Thought you might want to know." "I'm listening." "They lost the house. Foreclosure went through last month. Marcus, Jessica, and the kids moved in with Jessica's parents temporarily. They're looking for a rental now." "How's everyone doing?" "Struggling. Marcus isn't talking to anyone in the family. Jessica's working 2 jobs. The kids are adjusting to a new school. Your mom's living in a smaller place, 1-bedroom apartment across town. She had to quit her job at the department store because she can't afford a car anymore and the apartment isn't on a bus line." "That's unfortunate." "Is that all you have to say?" "What else is there to say, Danny? These were predictable consequences of their choices. I didn't cause this situation. I just stopped preventing it. You could have helped. You chose not to. I helped for 4 years. I co-signed when they needed it. I covered payments when they asked. I did everything a good son and brother should do. And when I set a boundary, I was told I was out of the family. So I accepted that. Everything else followed naturally. Marcus was just angry. He didn't really mean it. Then he should have thought before hitting send. Adults are responsible for their words, especially written ones sent deliberately at 3 in the morning. Danny sighed. "I can't change your mind, can I?" "There's nothing to change. This isn't about punishment or revenge. It's about recognizing that I'm not responsible for solving everyone else's problems, especially when they've made it clear they don't want me in their lives." "All right, man. I tried. Take care of yourself." "You too, Danny." The conversation ended, and I felt nothing. No guilt, no satisfaction, just acceptance. This was how things were now. 4 months after the email, Alicia and I became exclusive. She'd met a few of my friends, and I'd met hers. We talked about future plans, nothing concrete yet, but comfortable speculation about where things might go. One evening over dinner, she asked about my family. I'd been vague before, mentioning I had a brother and mother but not elaborating. She didn't push, just opened the door if I wanted to walk through it. I told her the story. All of it, from the co-signing to Marcus's email to my decision to remove myself from the loan. She listened without interrupting, her expression neutral and thoughtful. When I finished, she reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "That must have been difficult," she said. "It was necessary. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Something can be both the right choice and a hard one." "Do you think I was wrong?" She considered the question seriously. "I think you did what you needed to do. Setting boundaries with family is incredibly hard because we're conditioned to believe family should come first no matter what. But that only works if everyone respects those boundaries. If they don't, you're just setting yourself on fire to keep other people warm." "That's a good way to put it. My dad's a therapist. I've heard all the metaphors." We both smiled, and the conversation moved to lighter topics. But her words stayed with me. Setting myself on fire to keep other people warm. That's exactly what I'd been doing for years. 6 months after the email, I received a letter in the mail. My mother's handwriting on the envelope, neat and familiar. I almost threw it away unopened, but curiosity won. The letter was 2 pages, handwritten. Her tone was different from the desperate voicemails and texts. Calmer, more reflective. She started by acknowledging that she and Marcus had handled things poorly. They'd taken my help for granted and failed to appreciate what I'd done for them. She admitted that Marcus's email had been cruel and unfair, and she should have spoken up when she'd first read it instead of enabling his behavior. She wrote about losing the house, how hard it had been to downsize and adjust to her new circumstances. She talked about realizing she'd built her life around depending on others, first my father, then Marcus, then me, and never learned to stand on her own. The letter ended with an apology. A real one, not a manipulation tactic. She was sorry for the guilt trips, for the comparisons to my father, for treating my boundaries as betrayals. She understood if I didn't want contact, but she hoped that someday, maybe, we could talk again. She signed it Love, Mom, and included her new address and phone number. I set the letter on my kitchen counter and stared at it for a long time. Part of me wanted to respond immediately, to accept the apology and rebuild the relationship. But another part remembered the years of manipulation, the constant demands, the way boundaries were always tested and often violated. I decided to wait. An apology was a start, but reconciliation required more than words. It required sustained change, demonstrated over time. If she meant what she'd written, there would be other letters, other attempts to connect. If this was just another strategy to get me to help financially, it would become clear eventually. I filed the letter in a drawer and went about my evening. 8 months after the email, work sent me to a conference in the city where I'd grown up. I arrived 2 days early, planning to explore and revisit old places. Walking through familiar neighborhoods felt strange, like watching a movie of someone else's life. On impulse, I drove past the house my family had lost to foreclosure. A new family lived there now. Different car in the driveway, different decorations on the porch. Children's bikes in the yard. Life continued, indifferent to the drama that had unfolded around this property. I didn't feel triumphant or vindicated. Just distant. This place held no power over me anymore. That evening, I considered looking up my mother's address, maybe stopping by. But I decided against it. If reconciliation happened, it should be deliberate, planned, not an impulsive side trip during a business conference. The conference went well. I networked, learned new strategies, and represented my firm professionally. On the flight home, I thought about my mother's letter again. 8 months of silence since receiving it. Either she'd moved on, or she was respecting my space. When I got home, I took the letter out of the drawer and read it again. Then I sat down and wrote a response. Nothing lengthy or emotional, just a brief acknowledgement. I'd received her letter. I appreciated her words. I wasn't ready for regular contact yet, but I was open to the possibility in the future. If she wanted to write again, I'd read it. I mailed the letter the next day. 2 weeks later, I received a response. Just a note card, thanking me for replying. She understood I needed time. She'd be here whenever I was ready. No pressure, no manipulation, no guilt. I filed that card with her letter. A year after the email, my team won another major contract. Rachel promoted me to senior consultant, a title that came with significant additional responsibility and compensation. Alicia and I moved in together, renting a nice 2-bedroom apartment closer to both our offices. Life felt stable. Not perfect, but solid. I built something for myself that didn't depend on family connections or inherited obligations. The foundation was mine, constructed through my own choices and effort. I still thought about Marcus sometimes. Wondered if he'd figured things out, if he'd learned anything from losing the house. I hoped he had, for his kids' sake if nothing else. But those thoughts came less frequently now, more clinical than emotional. My mother and I exchanged letters every few months. Brief updates, nothing heavy. She wrote about her job at a small bookstore, about learning to budget and manage her own finances. I wrote about work successes, about Alicia, about enjoying my life. We were building something new, slowly and carefully. No mention of reconciliation or family gatherings. No requests for help or suggestions about mending fences with Marcus. Just two adults communicating with appropriate boundaries. 15 months after the email, Alicia and I got engaged. I didn't tell my mother immediately, but I did include it in my next letter. Her response was warm and genuine. She was happy for me. She hoped I'd found someone who appreciated me. Maybe someday she could meet Alicia, if I was comfortable with that. I showed the letter to Alicia. She read it carefully, then looked up at me. "What do you want?" she asked. "I don't know yet. It's still complicated." "That's fair. We don't have to figure it out right now. But eventually, you'll need to decide what kind of relationship, if any, you want with your family moving forward." "I know. Whatever you decide, I support you. I just want you to make the choice deliberately, not by default." She was right. I've been operating in a kind of limbo, neither cutting ties completely nor rebuilding them. Eventually, I'd need to choose a direction. But not today. Today, I had an engagement to celebrate, a career to advance, and a future to build with someone who respected my boundaries and valued my peace. 2 years after the email, I stood in my apartment looking at my phone. Marcus's number. I'd unblocked it months ago, along with my mother's, though neither had tried to call. Until now. I answered. "Brandon." His voice was different, quieter, less certain. "Marcus, I heard about your engagement. Congratulations." "Thank you." Silence. Then, "I'm calling to apologize. A real apology, not because I want something. I've been working with a counselor, trying to understand how everything fell apart. She suggested I needed to take responsibility for my part. All right. I was wrong. About everything. The way I treated you, the things I said, expecting you to fix our financial problems. I was wrong to send that email. I was wrong to blame you when you removed yourself from the mortgage. I was wrong to make Mom call you begging instead of handling my own problems. All of it was wrong, and I'm sorry." I waited. He continued. "I know sorry doesn't fix anything. I know I can't take back what I said or undo the damage. But I wanted you to know that I understand now. You weren't abandoning us. You were setting boundaries, and I couldn't handle that because I'd gotten used to depending on you. What changed? I asked. Losing the house was the wake-up call I needed. Jessica and I had to face reality. We got financial counseling. We both got better jobs. We're renting a decent place now, and we're managing on our own. It's harder than relying on you was, but it's better. Healthier. We're not drowning anymore. That's good. I'm glad you're doing better. Are we? Is there any chance we could talk sometime? Not about money or help or anything like that. Just talk. Maybe meet for coffee if you're ever in town? I thought about it. 2 years of distance had given me clarity. I didn't hate Marcus. I'd never hated him. But I also didn't feel the obligation to maintain a relationship just because we were related. Maybe, I said. Let me think about it. That's fair. More than fair, really. Well, congratulations again on the engagement. I hope she makes you happy. She does. We said goodbye and hung up. I stood there for a moment, processing the conversation. It had felt genuine. Marcus hadn't made excuses or minimized his behavior. He'd simply acknowledged his mistakes and apologized. Whether that translated into a rebuilt relationship remained to be seen. Trust took time to rebuild, and some bridges couldn't be fully repaired. But for the first time in 2 years, I felt like maybe, eventually, there could be something other than silence between us. Alicia came home an hour later and found me still thinking about the call. I told her about it, and she listened with the same thoughtful attention she always gave difficult topics. What are you feeling? She asked. Uncertain. Part of me wants to believe he's changed. Part of me remembers everything that happened and thinks I'd be foolish to trust him again. Those can both be true. People can change, and you can still protect yourself while they prove they've changed. How do I do that? Slowly. Carefully. Maybe you meet for coffee once in a neutral location. See how that goes. If it goes well, maybe you do it again in a few months. But you don't rush back into anything, and you don't put yourself in vulnerable positions financially or emotionally. Boundaries. Exactly. You rebuilt your life without them. Now they need to earn a place in it by respecting the boundaries you set. I nodded. That made sense. I could be open to reconciliation without being naive about the risks. 3 years after the email, I married Alicia in a small ceremony with close friends. My mother attended, traveling by bus to be there. We'd been meeting occasionally for lunch over the past year, rebuilding our relationship carefully. She'd met Alicia twice before the wedding and treated her with genuine warmth and respect. Marcus wasn't invited. Not out of spite, but because we weren't there yet. We'd met for coffee twice, conversations that were polite but cautious. He'd asked nothing of me and offered no excuses for the past. It was progress, but not enough for a wedding invitation. He sent a card anyway, congratulating us both and wishing us happiness. The gesture was appropriate and appreciated. At the reception, my mother gave a brief toast. She spoke about being proud of the man I'd become, about learning to respect my independence even when it was difficult. She thanked Alicia for making me happy and welcomed her to the family. It was a good moment, one I'd have thought impossible 3 years earlier. Later that night, Alicia and I talked about the day while getting ready for bed. Your mom seemed happy, she observed. She did. I think she's in a better place now. Literally and figuratively. Do you ever regret how things happened? Walking away when you did? I considered the question carefully. No. If I'd given in to the pressure and stayed on that mortgage, we'd have gone through the same cycle again. And again. Nothing would have changed except maybe I'd be more resentful and they'd be more entitled. Sometimes the hard choice is the only choice that actually helps everyone in the long run. Even if they don't see it that way at the time. Especially if they don't see it that way. If I'd waited until they understood and agreed, I'd still be waiting. She kissed my cheek. I'm glad you set those boundaries. Otherwise, we might never have met. How do you figure? Because you wouldn't have been emotionally available. You'd have been too tangled up in their dysfunction to have space for a healthy relationship. She was probably right. The version of me who'd still been tied to that mortgage, still fielding desperate calls and guilt trips, wouldn't have been ready for someone like Alicia. I'd have been too defensive, too closed off, too exhausted. Setting boundaries hadn't just protected my finances. It had protected my future. 5 years after the email, Marcus and I had lunch together in a restaurant halfway between our cities. We'd been meeting occasionally, every few months, slowly rebuilding something resembling a relationship. It wasn't the same as before, we'd never be as close as we once were, but it was better than nothing. He'd brought photos of Emily and Connor, now teenagers. They'd adjusted well to their circumstances, apparently. Both doing well in school, involved in activities. Jessica had gotten a promotion and they'd finally saved enough to buy a modest house of their own. We did it without help, Marcus said, and there was pride in his voice. No co-signers, no bailouts. Just our own credit and savings. That's impressive. Really? It's what we should have done from the beginning. I can see that now. We talked about work, about life, about everything except the past. That was fine. The past had been dealt with. We'd both moved forward. This lunch wasn't about revisiting old wounds but about acknowledging that people can grow and change. When we parted ways in the parking lot, Marcus hesitated, then extended his hand. I shook it. Thanks for giving me another chance, he said. I know I didn't deserve it. People deserve the chance to demonstrate they've changed. Whether they take advantage of that chance is up to them. He nodded, understanding the implicit boundary in those words. I'd opened the door, but he had to walk through it appropriately. Driving home, I thought about the past 5 years. The email that had seemed so devastating in the moment had actually been a gift. It had forced me to confront unhealthy patterns I'd been tolerating. It had given me permission to prioritize my own well-being. It had created space for better relationships and healthier boundaries. Would I have chosen that path if Marcus hadn't sent that email? Probably not. I'd have continued enabling, continued sacrificing, continued accepting treatment I shouldn't have accepted. The pain of that moment had catalyzed necessary change. Sometimes destruction is the first step toward building something better. When I got home, Alicia was in the kitchen making dinner. She looked up as I entered, reading my expression. Good lunch? She asked. Yeah. Actually good. I'm glad. Me too. And I was. Not because my family and I had returned to the way things were, we hadn't and never would, but because we'd found a new way forward. One built on mutual respect, clear boundaries, and earned trust rather than obligatory connection. 5 years after receiving that email at 3 a.m, I finally understood its true message. Marcus had written that I was out of the family, but what he'd really given me was freedom. Freedom to define family on my own terms. Freedom to set boundaries without guilt. Freedom to build a life that didn't require sacrificing myself for people who didn't appreciate the sacrifice. I'd typed okay and meant it. And that simple acceptance had changed everything. Story 3.
My daughter was abandoned at a rest stop during the family road trip because my sister wanted to teach her responsibility for forgetting her phone charger. She's 12. I had to drive 4 hours to get her. My sister said, maybe she'll learn, while her kids laughed. I took my daughter home silently. That was 2 weeks ago. This morning, she asked, "Are you sure, Mom? Are we really doing this?" I smiled and said, "Already done." By midnight, the entire family was in complete panic mode. The text came through at 2:47 p.m. on a Saturday. "We left something at the rest stop. Can you grab it?" My sister Rachel's messages always had this breezy quality, like she was asking me to pick up milk on my way home. I was in the middle of reorganizing my home office, knee-deep in client files that needed digitizing before Monday morning. The cursor blinked on my laptop screen while I stared at those 9 words. "What did you leave?" I typed back. The 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Emma. My fingers went numb. The phone nearly slipped from my hand onto the hardwood floor. Emma. My 12-year-old daughter. Left at a rest stop somewhere on Interstate 90, 4 hours into what was supposed to be a fun family road trip to the coast. I called immediately. Rachel answered on the 4th ring, and I could hear the wind rushing through her car speakers, the muffled sounds of music playing, her kids chattering in the background. "Where is she?" My voice came out steady, though my heart was slamming against my ribs. "Miller's Creek Rest Area. Mile marker 247. Rachel sounded almost irritated, like I was overreacting to a minor inconvenience. "Look, she forgot her phone charger, and I told her she needed to be more responsible about her belongings." We were all packed up and ready to leave, and she was still inside looking for it. I figured a little lesson in responsibility wouldn't hurt. "You left my daughter at a rest stop." "She's fine, Jess. There's a visitor center with staff. She's probably sitting there right now waiting for you." This is exactly the kind of thing that teaches kids to be more careful with their things. The sound of laughter filtered through the phone. Rachel's kids, 13-year-old Brandon and 15-year-old Kayla. I could picture them in the back seat, finding the whole situation hilarious. Their mom had just abandoned their cousin at a highway rest stop, and it was apparently comedy gold. "I'm on my way." I ended the call. 4 hours. She'd left my daughter alone at a rest stop 4 hours from home, and it would take me 4 hours to get there. Emma would be alone for 8 hours total before I could bring her back. I grabbed my keys, my wallet, threw some water bottles and snacks into a canvas bag. My hands shook as I locked the front door. The drive felt endless, every mile marker a reminder that Emma was sitting somewhere unfamiliar, probably scared out of her mind, definitely wondering why her own family had driven away without her. I tried calling Emma's phone, but it went straight to voicemail. Of course it did. The battery was dead, which was the whole reason for the forgotten charger in the first place. The landscape blurred past. Flat farmland gave way to rolling hills, then back to farmland. I stopped once for gas and a bathroom break, barely taking the time to stretch my legs. The whole drive, I kept imagining Emma sitting on a bench outside the visitor center, watching car after car pull in and out, none of them mine. When I finally pulled into Miller's Creek rest area, the sun was starting its descent toward the horizon. The parking lot was half full, families unloading stiff-legged from long drives, truckers grabbing coffee, couples walking their dogs in the designated pet area. I found Emma exactly where I'd pictured her. She was sitting on a green metal bench near the entrance to the visitor center, her backpack clutched on her lap, her face blotchy and red from crying. When she saw me walking toward her, her whole body seemed to collapse inward with relief. "Mom." Her voice cracked. I pulled her into a hug, and she buried her face in my shoulder. She was trembling. I'm so sorry," she kept saying, her words muffled against my jacket. "You have nothing to be sorry for." I smoothed her hair back, the same dark brown as mine, though hers had natural waves that mine had never managed. "Nothing at all. I forgot the charger. Aunt Rachel said I needed to learn to be more responsible, and then when I came back outside, the car was gone. I thought maybe they'd just moved to a different parking spot, so I walked around looking, but then I realized they actually left. They actually drove away." "I know, sweetheart. I know. The lady at the information desk let me use her phone to call you, but your phone was busy. I left a message. Then she said I could wait inside, but I wanted to be out here so I could see when you got here." Brandon and Kayla were laughing when Aunt Rachel drove away. They were both laughing. Brandon and Kayla. Rachel's perfect children who got straight A's and played varsity sports and never forgot their phone chargers. Rachel loved comparing them to Emma, always found some way to work it into conversation at family dinners. Brandon is doing so well in algebra. Is Emma still struggling with math? Kayla made the honor roll again. How are Emma's grades looking? Let's go home, I said. The drive back was quiet. Emma fell asleep about an hour in, her head resting against the window, her face finally peaceful. I kept glancing over at her, this kid who I'd brought into the world and promised to protect, who just learned that sometimes the people who are supposed to care about you will use you as an object lesson instead. My phone buzzed multiple times. Text messages from Rachel. Did you get her? Jess, come on. Don't be dramatic. She's fine, isn't she? See? No harm done. You're being ridiculous. Kids need to learn consequences. I didn't respond. I just drove, and eventually the messages stopped coming. We got home a little after midnight. I carried Emma's backpack inside while she stumbled toward her bedroom, still half asleep. I tucked her in, kissed her forehead, and stood in the doorway watching her breathe for a few minutes before I finally went to my own room. Sleep didn't come easily. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, replaying the afternoon over and over. The casual cruelty in Rachel's voice. The laughter of her children. The image of Emma sitting on that bench, small and alone and crying. By morning, I'd made a decision. The next day was Sunday. Emma stayed in her pajamas most of the morning, curled up on the couch with a blanket, watching comfort shows on Netflix. I made her favorite breakfast, chocolate chip pancakes with whipped cream, and brought her a plate in the living room. Thank you, Mom. She managed a small smile. You're welcome, baby. Around noon, my phone started ringing. Rachel. I let it go to voicemail. She called again 15 minutes later. Voicemail again. Then a text. We need to talk. I made lunch, grilled cheese and tomato soup, and we ate together in the living room. Emma seemed a little better, more present. She told me about a book she was reading, about how her friend Mia had gotten a new kitten, about the science project she had due next month. Normal things. Safe things. Rachel called twice more that afternoon. Both times, I declined. Finally, around dinner time, I sent her a single text. We're fine. Need some time. Her response came within seconds. You're being unfair. I was trying to teach her responsibility. You baby her too much. I set the phone down and didn't pick it up again until Emma had gone to bed. The week that followed was deliberately ordinary. I went to work, I'm a freelance graphic designer, mostly working from home, while Emma went to school. We fell back into our regular routines. Breakfast together, Her bus pickup at 7:45, me working through the day, her coming home at 3:30. Homework at the kitchen table while I prepped dinner. Evening walks when the weather cooperated. Weekend plans that didn't involve extended family. Rachel called 3 more times that week. I didn't answer. She sent increasingly frustrated texts. This is childish. You can't just cut me out. Mom is asking questions. Fine. Be that way. I saved every message. Took screenshots. Backed them up to 3 different locations. On Thursday evening, exactly 1 week after the rest stop incident, I was washing dishes while Emma did homework when she looked up suddenly. Mom? Can I ask you something? Always. Are you going to tell Grandma what happened? I dried my hands on a dish towel and came to sit across from her at the table. I haven't decided yet. Do you want me to? She chewed her bottom lip, thinking. I don't know. Aunt Rachel will say I'm lying or exaggerating. She always does. She does? Yeah. Remember last Christmas when I told you about the time she said I was getting pudgy and should watch what I eat? You confronted her, and she said she was just encouraging me to be healthy, and then Grandma said I was being too sensitive. I did remember. I'd been furious, but Rachel had a way of twisting situations, of making herself look like the reasonable one while painting everyone else as overdramatic. And our mother, bless her, always took Rachel's side. Rachel was the oldest, the successful one, the one with the perfect family and the big house and the thriving real estate business. I remember. So if you tell Grandma, it'll just turn into this whole thing where everyone thinks I'm making a big deal out of nothing. But. She paused, picking at the edge of her notebook. But I kind of want Aunt Rachel to know that what she did was really messed up. It was messed up. Like, really messed up, Mom. I was so scared. There were all these strangers around, and I didn't know if you'd gotten my message, and I kept thinking, what if you couldn't come? What if I had to spend the night there? What if something happened to me? Nothing happened to you because the world is generally full of decent people, but you're absolutely right that something could have happened. What Rachel did was dangerous and thoughtless and completely inexcusable. Emma nodded slowly. I just wish there was a way to make her understand how it felt. Like, really understand. I reached across the table and squeezed her hand. Leave that with me. She gave me a puzzled look, but didn't press for details. After homework, we watched a movie together, and then she went to bed. I stayed up late, laptop open, making notes in a document I titled simply Miller's Creek. The plan started taking shape slowly, carefully. I've always been a methodical person. It's what makes me good at my job, this ability to see all the pieces and figure out how they fit together. This would be no different, except the stakes were personal and the margin for error was non-existent. I spent the next week doing research. Quiet research, the kind that leaves no obvious trail. I called in a few favors from clients, asked casual questions that seemed unrelated to anything in particular. I reviewed financial documents I already had access to, studied patterns, made connections. Rachel had always been flashy with money. The big house in the gated community. The luxury SUV. The designer clothes for her and the kids. The expensive family vacations, like the coastal road trip they'd just taken without Emma. She made good money in real estate, sure, but I'd always suspected she was living beyond her means. Our father used to say Rachel could sell ice to penguins, but she could also spend money faster than she made it. I started with public records. Property records, business filings, things anyone could access with enough patience and know-how. Then I reached out to Denise, a woman I'd done design work for years ago who now worked as a paralegal. We'd stayed friendly, exchanged holiday cards, occasionally got coffee. Hey, strange question, I said when I called her that Friday afternoon. If someone wanted to know whether a person was in good financial standing, where would they look? Depends on the person. Why, you doing background checks now? Just curious about someone. Family matter. Public records are your friend. You can search for liens, judgments, bankruptcies. If they own property, you can see if there are any issues with a mortgage. Why, what's going on? Just looking into some things. Thanks, Denise. Jess, if this is about what I think it's about, be careful. Family stuff gets messy. I'm always careful. I wasn't lying. I was being extraordinarily careful. The information I found was illuminating. Rachel's business was successful on paper, but her personal finances were a house of cards. She'd refinanced her house twice in 5 years. There were 2 car loans, both for vehicles worth more than most people's annual salaries. Credit card debt that I could only estimate based on indirect evidence, but the estimates weren't pretty. She was living the Instagram life, perfectly curated, impossibly polished, while drowning in payments and obligations. But that alone wasn't enough. I needed something more immediate, something more targeted. The second week after Miller's Creek, Rachel started showing up. She appeared at Emma's school one afternoon, waiting by the pickup area, trying to intercept my daughter before the bus came. Emma saw her and went straight to the office, asked them to call me. I talked to the principal, explained there was a family situation, asked them to note that only I was authorized for pickup. Rachel showed up at my house on Tuesday evening. I didn't answer the door. She knocked for 10 minutes, called my phone 6 times while standing on my porch, finally left. On Thursday, she tried a different approach. Our mother called. "Jessica, what on earth is going on with you and your sister?" "Hi, Mom. Rachel says you won't return her calls. She says there was some misunderstanding on the road trip, and now you're freezing her out. This isn't like you. Did she tell you what the misunderstanding was?" She said Emma forgot something and got separated from the group for a bit, but everything worked out fine. She says you're blowing the whole thing out of proportion. She left Emma at a rest stop. On purpose. Emma was alone there for 8 hours before I could drive 4 hours each way to pick her up. Silence on the other end. "Mom?" "Well, I'm sure Rachel had her reasons. She's always been good with the children. Very responsible. Maybe Emma wasn't listening. Mom, Emma is 12 years old. Rachel drove away and left her at a highway rest stop as punishment for forgetting a phone charger. There is no universe in which that's acceptable. You're being very harsh, Jessica. Rachel is your sister. Family is important. You can't just cut her out over one little incident." "One little incident?" "She abandoned my child." "That's a very strong word. Abandoned. Really, Jessica? Rachel would never do anything to truly harm Emma. She's her aunt." The conversation went on like that for another 20 minutes, my mother finding increasingly creative ways to minimize what Rachel had done while making me sound hysterical. By the end, I felt exhausted and gaseous with anger. "I have to go, Mom. Think about what I said. Family needs to stick together." I hung up and sat in my kitchen, staring at nothing. Emma appeared in the doorway, her expression sympathetic. "Grandma took her side, didn't she?" "Yeah, sweetheart. She did. That's what I figured would happen." Emma came over and hugged me, and I held on tight. This kid who'd somehow learned at 12 years old that the world doesn't always work the way it should, that sometimes the people who should protect you let you down, that fairness is something you have to fight for rather than something that simply exists. "I love you, Em. I love you too, Mom. And whatever you're planning, I trust you. What makes you think I'm planning something?" She pulled back and gave me a look that was far too knowing for a 12-year-old. "Because you've been super calm for 2 weeks and you're never super calm when you're upset. You get quiet and thoughtful, and that's when I know you're figuring something out. So whatever it is, I trust you. Smart kid. Takes after her mother." The third week after Miller's Creek, I made my move. Rachel's business was successful, but success in real estate is precarious. It depends on reputation, on client relationships, on maintaining a certain image. Rachel had spent years building herself up as the trusted family-friendly agent who understood what parents needed in a home, who could find the perfect neighborhood, who always put her clients first. She had a website, of course. Glossy and professional, full of testimonials and successful sale announcements and photos of her smiling with happy families in front of sold signs. She had social media accounts with thousands of followers, Instagram, Facebook, even TikTok, where she posted quick tips for homebuyers. I'd been in marketing and design for 15 years. I knew exactly how fragile an online reputation could be. Step 1 was simple. I created a new email address, something generic and untraceable. Then I drafted a message to Rachel's broker, the woman who owned the real estate firm Rachel worked for, a sharp-eyed professional named Patricia who I'd met once at a family function. The email was factual and calm. I explained what had happened at Miller's Creek. I included the timestamps from Rachel's texts, screenshots of her messages admitting she'd left Emma at the rest stop intentionally. I noted that Emma was 12 years old, that she'd been left alone for 8 hours, that this had been presented as a teaching moment about responsibility. I didn't editorialize. I didn't need to. The facts spoke for themselves. I sent the email on Monday morning and copied Rachel's work email on it, so she'd see it at the same time Patricia did. Step 2 required more finesse. I'd spent the previous week creating a comprehensive timeline of events, complete with photos I'd taken of Emma that evening when I'd picked her up, her red-rimmed eyes, her anxious expression. I'd recorded a video of Emma describing what happened, how she felt, the fear and confusion and hurt. Emma had agreed to this, said it might help other kids whose parents or relatives did similar things. I edited the video carefully. Emma's face wasn't shown. I filmed her from behind, protecting her identity. Her voice was clear though, and heartbreaking. She described watching the car drive away, the panic of realizing she'd been left behind, the long wait, the strangers walking past, the growing certainty that something was very wrong. I kept thinking, what did I do that was so bad? I forgot a charger. That's all. I forgot a charger, and my aunt decided I deserved to be abandoned. The video was 4 minutes long. I posted it to a throwaway social media account with no identifying information, just titled it When Family Punishes Instead of Parents. I didn't mention names, didn't mention locations. Just the video and a simple description. A 12-year-old girl describes being left at a highway rest stop for 8 hours as punishment for forgetting a phone charger. Then I posted the link in several parenting forums, in groups about family relationships, in communities about emotional neglect and childhood trauma. The response was immediate and intense. Comments poured in. Shares multiplied. Within 6 hours, the video had 10,000 views. By the end of the day, 50,000. People were outraged, supportive, sharing their own stories of similar experiences. I didn't engage with any of it. I just watched the numbers climb. Step 3 was the most delicate. Rachel's biggest client, the one she'd been working with for 6 months, was a family relocating from out of state. The Hendersons, Mark, Jennifer, and their 3 young children. I knew about them because Rachel had mentioned them at every family gathering for months. They were her white whale, the big commission she'd been chasing. They were supposed to close on a house the following week. Jennifer Henderson had a Facebook account. She was active in several parenting groups, frequently posted about child safety, about protecting kids, about being vigilant. Her profile was public enough that I could see her interests, her values, her priorities. I joined one of the groups Jennifer was active in, a community for parents of young children focused on gentle parenting and child advocacy. I made a few benign comments on other posts, established a presence. Then I shared the video. This broke my heart, I wrote. I can't imagine leaving any child alone like this, let alone doing it intentionally as punishment. The trauma this must have caused. Jennifer Henderson commented within an hour. This is absolutely horrifying. What adult in their right mind would do this to a child? Others chimed in with similar sentiments. The discussion grew, people sharing increasingly concerned reactions. I waited 2 days. Then I sent Jennifer a private message. I saw your comment on the post about the girl left at the rest stop. I felt compelled to reach out because I know you're working with a real estate agent named Rachel Morrison, and I think you should be aware that she's the person in that video. The girl is her niece. I verified the details independently. I thought you'd want to know, given that you're moving your family and trusting this person to help you find a safe home. I included links to Rachel's business website, to her social media profiles where she positioned herself as family-focused and child-centered. The cognitive dissonance would be impossible to ignore. Jennifer didn't respond to me directly, but she didn't need to. I watched her activity over the next day. She stopped engaging with Rachel's social media posts, stopped liking or commenting. Then I saw her join a different real estate agent's page, someone from a competing firm. The Hendersons pulled out of their deal with Rachel. I know because on Friday afternoon, Rachel's social media went dark. All her accounts, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, suddenly private or deleted. Her professional website went down for maintenance. My phone started ringing Saturday morning. Rachel, of course. I let it ring through. Then my mother called. Jessica, what have you done? Hi, Mom. Rachel is beside herself. She's lost a major client. Her broker is threatening to fire her. She says you're behind this, that you've been spreading lies about her online. I haven't spread any lies. Everything I've shared is completely true and documented. This is vindictive and petty. Over what? A simple mistake? Abandoning a child isn't a mistake, Mom. It's a choice. Rachel made that choice, and now she's experiencing consequences for it. You've always been jealous of your sister. Ever since you were children. She's successful and beautiful and has a wonderful family, and you've always resented her for it. I'm not having this conversation again. Rachel did something inexcusable to Emma. I'm making sure there are consequences. That's not jealousy. That's accountability. You're tearing this family apart. No, Mom. Rachel did that when she left my daughter at a rest stop and drove away laughing. I hung up. Emma was in the living room, supposedly reading but obviously listening. She looked up when I came in. Grandma's mad? Grandma's mad. Good. No, Mom, I mean it. Good. Aunt Rachel shouldn't get away with what she did. And Grandma shouldn't get to pretend it didn't happen just because it's easier for her. I'm glad you did something. It's not over yet. What else are you going to do? I'm going to make sure everyone who matters knows exactly who Rachel really is. The video had gone viral in parenting circles. Over 100,000 views by the end of week 3. News outlets started picking it up, running stories about children being used as teaching tools, about the line between discipline and neglect. They didn't know who the child was, didn't know who the aunt was, but they were covering the story. Rachel knew though. She knew it was about her. More importantly, her community knew. Someone in her neighborhood must have recognized the details, must have heard Rachel bragging about teaching her niece a lesson. Word spread through her gated community, through her professional networks, through the gossip chains that exist in every suburban enclave. Her broker, Patricia, made the decision on Monday of week 4. I know because Rachel posted about it, briefly, before she deleted everything again, a rant about how she was being unfairly persecuted, how one mistake was being blown out of proportion, how cancel culture was destroying good people. She'd been let go from the firm. My phone rang constantly that day. Rachel, my mother, my Aunt Karen who I barely spoke to, even Brandon called from Rachel's phone, leaving a tearful voicemail about how I was ruining their lives. I didn't answer any of them. I was busy with the final phase. Step 4 involved Rachel's finances. Remember those public records? The refinances, the car loans, the house of cards? I'd spent 3 weeks quietly gathering information, and what I found was damning. Rachel had been using client escrow accounts incorrectly. Not stealing, exactly, but borrowing, moving money around to cover her personal expenses, always planning to pay it back before anyone noticed. It was sloppy and unethical and possibly illegal, depending on how the state board interpreted it. I'd found the evidence buried in public filings, in documents that were technically available to anyone who knew where to look and what questions to ask. I compiled everything into a detailed report, cross-referenced dates and amounts, made the pattern impossible to deny. On Tuesday morning, I sent the report to the State Real Estate Licensing Board. Anonymous tip from a concerned citizen who'd stumbled across some irregularities while doing research for a home purchase. That same day, I had coffee with 3 of Rachel's former clients, people who'd worked with her in the past year, who I tracked down through public property records. I didn't tell them what to do. I just asked casual questions about their experiences, whether everything had seemed above board, whether they'd noticed anything unusual. 2 of them mentioned minor irregularities with escrow accounts. Nothing major, they said. Just small delays, odd explanations. You might want to request a full accounting of your transactions, I suggested to each of them. Just for your peace of mind. Both said they would. The licensing board investigation would take time, weeks or months. But it had started, and once these things started, they rarely ended quietly. By Wednesday, Rachel had lost her job, her professional reputation was shattered, and her finances were about to be examined under a microscope. Her perfect image had cracked and was now crumbling in full view of everyone who'd envied or admired her. That evening, Emma came home from school looking worried. Mom, Brandon posted something about you. He said you destroyed their family. Let me see. She showed me her phone. Brandon had posted a long, rambling screed about his terrible aunt who was jealous of his mother's success and had launched a campaign of lies and harassment to ruin her career. It was dramatic and factually incorrect on multiple points. I took screenshots and saved them. Evidence of witness tampering, of attempts to discredit a victim. Because that's what Emma was, a victim of Rachel's callousness. Are you okay, Em? Yeah. I mean, it sucks that Brandon is saying that stuff, but Mia and some other friends are commenting back defending me. They know what really happened because I told them. Did you tell them everything? I told them that Aunt Rachel left me at a rest stop, I was there alone for 8 hours and you had to drive overnight to get me. I showed them your text messages with Aunt Rachel where she admits she did it on purpose. Smart kid. Building her own evidence trail. Thursday morning, I woke up to 17 missed calls. Rachel had called 12 times starting at midnight. My mother had called 5 times starting at 6 a.m. The voicemails were increasingly frantic. Rachel, Jessica, you need to stop this right now. I've lost my job. The state board is investigating me. People are canceling contracts. My reputation is destroyed. You've made your point. Please, just stop. Mom, Jessica, this has gone too far. Your sister is falling apart. Her marriage is strained. Brandon and Kayla are being bullied at school. You need to fix this. I didn't call back. Instead, I sent a single text message to Rachel. You left my 12-year-old daughter alone at a highway rest stop for 8 hours. You said maybe she'd learn responsibility. This is what consequences look like. Maybe you'll learn something. Her response came within seconds. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I made a mistake. Please make this stop. It's already done. You can't undo it, just like Emma can't undo those 8 hours of fear and abandonment. Please. My kids are suffering. Mark is talking about separation. I'm going to lose everything. You should have thought about that before you used my child as a teaching tool. She called 6 more times over the next hour. I blocked her number. My mother called next. Jessica, answer me right now. Hi, Mom. You need to fix what you've done to your sister. I haven't done anything to Rachel. I simply made sure the right people knew about her choices and her professional conduct. She's your sister. And Emma is my daughter. Rachel made a choice to hurt Emma. These are the consequences. Consequences? You've destroyed her entire life. Rachel destroyed her own life by being reckless with her professional responsibilities and cruel to a child. I just made sure people knew the truth. I will never forgive you for this. That's your choice, Mom. But I'll never forgive you for defending her. The call ended badly. I suspected I wouldn't hear from my mother again for a long time, if ever. Emma came into the kitchen while I was making breakfast. She'd heard the whole conversation. Our house wasn't that big, and I hadn't exactly been quiet. Was that Grandma? Yeah. She's mad at you? Very. But you don't regret it? I looked at my daughter, this fierce, brave kid who'd been abandoned by family and forced to grow up a little faster than she should have. She deserved better than Rachel's cruelty and my mother's willful blindness. Not even a little bit, I said. Emma hugged me. Good. The fallout continued for weeks. The state licensing board investigation proceeded slowly but thoroughly. 2 more of Rachel's former clients filed complaints about escrow irregularities. Her broker released a public statement distancing the firm from Rachel's conduct, both professional and personal. Rachel's marriage didn't survive. Mark filed for separation in early December, citing irreconcilable differences. The gated community house went on the market. Rachel moved into a small apartment in a less expensive neighborhood with Brandon and Kayla. Social media remained brutal. The original video continued circulating, now with news articles attached, think pieces about parenting boundaries, discussions about emotional neglect. Rachel's name never appeared publicly in connection with the video, but her local community knew. Everyone who mattered knew. My mother stopped speaking to me entirely. She sent one final text in mid-December, I hope you're happy. You've destroyed your sister and torn this family apart. Don't contact me again. I didn't respond. What surprised me was how quickly other family members picked sides. My Aunt Karen, who I'd always thought was pretty neutral, called to say she supported me. What Rachel did was unforgivable, she said. I'm glad you stood up for Emma. My cousin Derek, Rachel's age and someone I'd never been close with, sent a message saying he'd always thought Rachel was too harsh with her kids and that this didn't shock him at all. Even some of Rachel's former friends reached out, quietly sharing their own stories about times Rachel had been casually cruel or thoughtlessly selfish, incidents they dismissed or rationalized at the time. The perfect image had been a facade, and once it cracked, everything underneath became visible. Emma thrived. She joined the school debate team, made new friends, seemed lighter somehow. The anxiety she'd carried after Miller's Creek gradually faded. She still had nightmares occasionally, but they became less frequent. One night in January, about 3 months after the rest stop, Emma asked me if I felt guilty. Sometimes, I admitted. Not about Rachel facing consequences, but about Brandon and Kayla. They're kids too, and they're dealing with their parents' separation and their mom's professional collapse. They laughed at me, Mom. When Aunt Rachel drove away, they thought it was funny. I know. But they learned that from somewhere. Rachel taught them that cruelty was acceptable. Do you think they'll learn different now? Maybe. I hope so. Emma considered this. I don't feel guilty. Is that bad? No, sweetheart. You're allowed to feel however you feel about this. Aunt Rachel hurt me. And then everyone tried to pretend it didn't matter, like I was being dramatic or too sensitive. But it did matter. It mattered a lot. It absolutely mattered. So when you made sure there were consequences, you were standing up for me. That's not something to feel guilty about. When did you get so wise? She grinned. I learned from my mom. By spring, Rachel had disappeared from social media entirely. Her real estate license was suspended pending the investigation's conclusion. She was working retail, I heard through the family grapevine, some store in the mall, barely making ends meet. Part of me felt the weight of what I'd done. Not regret exactly, but awareness. I'd systematically dismantled my sister's life. Her career, her reputation, her marriage, her financial security, all of it gone because of information I'd strategically released and connections I carefully leveraged. But then I'd remember Emma on that bench, crying and alone and abandoned. I'd remember Rachel's casual dismissal, maybe she'll learn. I'd remember my mother's willful blindness and the laughter of Rachel's children and the 8 hours my daughter spent thinking her family didn't love her enough to come back. And the weight would shift. Accountability isn't comfortable. Consequences rarely feel good. But they're necessary. Emma had learned something important through all of this. When people hurt you, especially people who should protect you, you don't have to pretend it didn't happen. You don't have to minimize their actions or accept their excuses. You're allowed to insist on consequences, to demand better, to walk away from people who treat you as expendable. Those were harsh lessons for a 12-year-old, but maybe necessary ones. In April, 6 months after Miller's Creek, I got a letter. Physical mail, which was unusual. The return address was unfamiliar, but the handwriting looked like Rachel's. I opened it carefully. Jessica, I know you probably won't believe this, but I've spent the last 6 months thinking about what happened. About Emma at the rest stop. About my choices. About everything that came after. You were right. What I did was inexcusable. I told myself I was teaching responsibility, but really I was being cruel. I was tired and frustrated, and I took it out on a child. On my niece. On your daughter. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't deserve it. But I want you to know that I understand now what I couldn't see before, that actions have consequences, that how we treat people matters, that being family doesn't excuse behavior. I've lost almost everything. My career, my marriage, my home, my relationship with Mom. And somewhere in the middle of losing it all, I realized I deserved to lose it. Not because you punished me, but because I'd built everything on a foundation of appearances instead of character. I don't know if I can fix things with Emma. I don't know if I should even try. But I'm working on becoming someone different. Someone better. Someone who wouldn't leave a child at a rest stop and drive away laughing. This isn't an apology because an apology would require me to ask something of you, and I have no right to ask anything. This is just me saying, you were right. And I'm sorry. Rachel. I read the letter 3 times. Then I folded it carefully and put it in my desk drawer. Emma asked about it later, when she noticed the envelope. Aunt Rachel wrote to you? Yeah. What did she say? I summarized the letter, being honest about its content and tone. Do you think she means it? Emma asked. I think she's had time to reflect, and maybe she's started to understand. Whether that understanding lasts or whether it's just a reaction to consequences, I don't know. Are you going to write back? I haven't decided. Would you want me to? Emma thought about it for a long time. Maybe eventually. Not now. But maybe someday. If she really changes, if she really becomes different, maybe it would be okay to let her try to be better. That's very mature of you. You taught me that people can grow. But they have to want to, and they have to actually do the work. Aunt Rachel saying sorry is just words. If she wants to prove she's different, she needs to show it. When did you become this insightful? Around the time I spent 8 hours at a rest stop thinking about who really cares about me and who just pretends to. Fair point. A year after Miller's Creek, Emma turned 13. We celebrated quietly, just the 2 of us and a few of her close friends. No extended family, no dramatic gatherings. Simple and safe and exactly what she wanted. The licensing board had completed their investigation. Rachel's license was revoked. She'd been found guilty of mishandling client funds, not to a criminal degree but enough to warrant permanent removal from the industry. She was working 2 part-time jobs now, trying to rebuild some kind of life. My mother and I still weren't speaking. I'd made peace with that. Some relationships aren't worth preserving when the cost is your child's well-being and your own integrity. Rachel's kids were doing surprisingly well, according to Aunt Karen, who'd maintained contact with them. Mark had full custody, and both Brandon and Kayla were in therapy. Karen said they'd both apologized to Emma through intermediaries, said they understood now that what had happened wasn't funny, that their mom had taught them wrong things about how to treat people. Emma had accepted the apologies but made clear she wasn't interested in rebuilding those relationships. Maybe when we're adults, she'd said. But right now, I'm okay with distance. Healthy boundaries. Another thing she'd learned through all of this. Sometimes people ask me if I regret what I did to Rachel. If I think the punishment fit the crime. If I worry that I went too far. The honest answer is complicated. I don't regret protecting my daughter. I don't regret insisting on consequences for someone who endangered a child and showed no remorse. I don't regret standing up when everyone else wanted to minimize and excuse and pretend. But do I think about the scope of what happened? About how completely Rachel's life imploded? About Brandon and Kayla dealing with their parents' separation and their mother's disgrace? Yes. I think about it. I carry that weight. But I also remember Emma's face when I found her on that bench. I remember her confusion and fear and the way she apologized for something that was never her fault. I remember the laughter of Rachel's children and the casualness of Rachel's cruelty and the way my mother chose her successful daughter over her abandoned granddaughter. And I remember making a choice. Not a comfortable choice, not an easy choice, but a necessary one. Sometimes protecting the people you love means being willing to be the villain in someone else's story. Sometimes justice looks like revenge from the outside, even when it's really just accountability finally catching up. Rachel left my daughter at a rest stop and drove away, teaching her a lesson about responsibility. I made sure Rachel learned a lesson too, about consequences, about how actions ripple outward, about what happens when you treat children as disposable teaching tools. Maybe she's learning. Maybe she's changing. Maybe someday Emma will be ready to let her prove it. But that's a decision for another day, another time, when enough distance and healing have happened that forgiveness becomes possible instead of just more harm. For now, Emma and I are okay. We've built a life that's smaller than before but healthier, more honest, surrounded by people who actually show up when it matters. And on quiet evenings when Emma is doing homework and I'm working on a design project and everything feels normal and safe, I sometimes think about that rest stop and everything that came after. I think about the question Emma asked me 2 weeks after it happened, when she wanted to know if we were really going through with whatever I was planning. "Are you sure, Mom? Are we really doing this?" I'd smiled and said, "Already done." And by midnight, the entire family was in complete panic mode, scrambling to contain damage that was already spreading too far and too fast to stop. Would I do it again? Every single time. Because my daughter was worth protecting, even if it meant dismantling my sister's life piece by piece. Because consequences matter, especially when people with power and privilege think they're exempt from them. Because someone had to stand up and say, "What you did was wrong, and there will be a price for it." That someone was me. And I'd make the same choice tomorrow.
Story 4.
At Christmas dinner, my mother-in-law looked at my adopted 8-year-old son and said, "You're not real family, sweetheart. You'll never be one of us no matter how hard you try." My brother-in-law actually nodded and added, "She's just being honest." My son's face crumpled, and he ran to his room sobbing. My husband sat there frozen in shock. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I just calmly stood up, grabbed my coat, and made one phone call from the car. Within a week, their lives started unraveling. The turkey sat untouched on the table, steam still rising from its golden skin. I watched my son's small body disappear around the corner, heard his bedroom door slam with enough force to rattle the picture frames in the hallway. 8 years old. He'd been part of our family for 3 years, and in 10 seconds, Barbara had undone months of careful reassurance. My husband's mother sat with her wine glass poised halfway to her lips, looking mildly surprised, as though she'd commented on the weather rather than destroyed a child. Across from her, my brother-in-law Derek leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, that familiar expression of smug satisfaction playing across his features. "What?" Barbara set down her glass with a delicate clink. "Someone needed to say it. The boy should know where he stands." My husband, Marcus, opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. His face had gone pale, but he remained seated, fork still gripping a piece of untouched ham. I stood. The chair scraped against hardwood. "Emily," Barbara began, her tone shifting toward something approximating concern, though her eyes remained cold. Don't be dramatic. It's Christmas. I walked past the table without a word, collected my coat from the rack by the door, and stepped into the December cold. Snow had begun falling again, small flakes that dissolved on the warm hood of my car. I slid into the driver's seat and pulled out my phone. The number I needed sat in my contacts under a single initial, T. She answered on the second ring. Emily. Merry Christmas. Tara. My breath fogged the windshield. I need a call in that favor. A pause. Then, tell me everything. Tara Martinez had been my college roommate, back when we were both idealistic journalism majors convinced we'd change the world through investigative reporting. She'd actually done it, building a career that had taken her from local papers to a respected position at a major investigative news outlet. I'd chosen a different path, marketing, then motherhood, then foster care certification. But we'd stayed close. 2 years ago, when Tara's expose on municipal corruption had put her in the crosshairs of some dangerous people, Marcus and I had offered her our guest room. She'd lived with us for 3 months while the situation cooled down, becoming part of our family in a way that Barbara never had. Sitting in that cold car while Christmas lights blinked cheerfully from neighboring houses, I told her everything. Not just about tonight, but about the 3 years of subtle cruelty. The comments about real grandchildren. The way Barbara had deliberately excluded Jamie from family photos. The birthday cards that never came. The Thanksgiving when she'd served Jamie his meal on a different set of dishes than everyone else, cheaper ones, she'd explained, because children break things. The Easter egg hunt where she'd hidden eggs for the other cousins but told Jamie he could help look instead of participating. Each incident small enough to seem petty if I complained, but together forming a pattern of deliberate exclusion. I'm not looking for revenge, I said, though we both knew that wasn't entirely true. I just want them to understand consequences. I want them to feel what Jamie felt. Understood. Tara's voice had shifted into what I thought of as her reporter mode, crisp, focused, slightly detached. Give me a few days. Don't do anything yet. Just let me look into some things. What things? Barbara and Derek. You've mentioned before that Derek works in real estate development, right? And Barbara sits on several nonprofit boards? Yes. She's very active in the charity scene. Lots of galas and fundraising events. She loves the attention, being photographed for the society pages. People like that always have secrets, Emily. Always. The question is just whether those secrets are interesting enough to matter. I should have felt guilty. Part of me did. But mostly I felt cold and clear, like a window after rain. Thank you, I said. Don't thank me yet. I ended the call and sat for another moment, watching snow accumulate on the windshield, blurring the lights beyond into soft halos. Inside the house, I could see shapes moving past the dining room window. My husband's family, probably discussing how oversensitive I was being, how children needed to hear hard truths. Then I went back inside. Jamie's room was dark except for the nightlight shaped like a moon. He lay curled on his bed, face to the wall, body shaking with the kind of silent crying that children do when they're trying to be brave. I sat on the edge of his mattress and placed my hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry, I said quietly. What she said was wrong. Completely wrong. He didn't turn around. But maybe she's right. Maybe I don't really belong. You belong because we chose you. Because we want you. That makes you more family than DNA ever could. Dad didn't say anything. The words hit like a physical blow because they were true. I took a breath, choosing my response carefully. Your dad was in shock. He's going to apologize to you, I promise. Marcus appeared in the doorway then, backlit by the hall light, his silhouette somehow diminished. He crossed the room and knelt beside the bed, and I saw his eyes were red. Jamie. His voice cracked. I'm so sorry. I should have said something immediately. I should have defended you. I froze. But that's not an excuse. You are my son. You are real family. Nothing my mother or anyone else says changes that. Jamie finally rolled over, his face blotchy and wet. Promise? I promise. Marcus pulled him into a hug, and I stepped back to give them space, feeling something loosen slightly in my chest. But the cold clarity remained. Downstairs, I could hear Barbara's voice, talking to Derek in that particular tone she used when she wanted to seem reasonable. Marcus stayed with Jamie while I returned to the dining room. Everyone was still there, Barbara, Derek, his wife Christina, and Marcus's father Robert, who'd been conspicuously silent during the whole incident. Emily. Barbara smiled, the expression not reaching her eyes. I'm glad you've calmed down. Perhaps we can finish our meal and. We're leaving, I said. Marcus is packing a bag for Jamie now. We'll come back for the rest of our things tomorrow. You're being ridiculous, Derek said. He'd helped himself to more wine. Mom was just being honest. The kid needs to understand reality. The reality is that Jamie is 8 years old, and your mother just told him he doesn't belong in his own family. On Christmas. In front of everyone. He's adopted, Derek continued, as though that explained everything. It's not the same as, get out, Robert said suddenly. His voice was quiet but firm. He was looking at Derek. You too, Barbara. This is my house, and I want you both to leave. Barbara's face went white, then red. Robert, you can't be serious. I've listened to you make comments about that boy for 3 years. I told myself you'd come around, that you just needed time. But this. He shook his head. This is unforgivable. Get out of my house. I'd never heard Marcus's father speak to Barbara like that. In 30 years of marriage, he'd been the quiet one, the peacemaker, always deferring to her stronger personality. Christina was staring at her wine glass, clearly wishing she were anywhere else. Fine. Barbara stood, collecting her purse with sharp, angry movements. If you all want to be so sensitive about this, fine. Derek, we're leaving. They left in a storm of coats and slammed doors. Christina lingered a moment, looking like she wanted to say something, then followed her husband out. The house fell silent except for the sound of their cars starting in the driveway. Robert sat down heavily at the dining table, suddenly looking his 65 years. I'm sorry, Emily. I should have stopped her years ago. Why didn't you? Cowardice, mostly. It's easier to keep peace than to make waves. But some waves need to be made. He looked up at me. Is Jamie all right? He will be. Eventually. We didn't stay much longer. Marcus came down with a overnight bag, Jamie following close behind, his eyes still red but his tears dried. Robert hugged Jamie before we left, holding on longer than usual, and said, You're my grandson. Don't let anyone tell you different. In the car, driving through snow-covered streets back to our own house across town, Jamie fell asleep in the back seat. Marcus and I didn't talk, both of us processing the evening in our own ways. I knew he was wrestling with guilt for not defending Jamie immediately, guilt for exposing him to Barbara's cruelty in the first place, guilt for hoping his mother would somehow change. At home, Marcus carried Jamie up to bed without waking him. I stood in the kitchen, staring at the Christmas tree we decorated together a week earlier, lights blinking in red and green patterns. My phone buzzed with a text from Robert. Barbara's mother was adopted. She's never dealt with her own feelings about it. Not an excuse, just context. I read the message 3 times, then deleted it. Context didn't change what she'd done. The week between Christmas and New Year's passed in a strange suspended state. We didn't speak to Barbara or Derek. Marcus had sent a text message, what you said was unacceptable. We need space, and received only a brief response from his mother, if you're going to be sensitive about every little thing, fine. Jamie returned to school after the break quieter than usual, but he seemed to gradually shake off the weight of that evening. Children are resilient in ways that break my heart. He had a sleepover at his best friend Tyler's house, came home chattering about video games and the fort they built, and for stretches of time seemed like himself again. But I noticed new things too. The way he'd pause before calling Marcus Dad, as though testing whether he still had permission. The way he'd study family photos on the wall, lingering on the ones from before he'd joined us. The nightmares that had mostly stopped after his first year with us returned, not every night, but often enough that I started keeping his favorite chamomile tea on hand for the 2 a.m. wake-ups. Marcus was less resilient. I'd catch him staring at nothing, his breakfast growing cold, or standing in Jamie's doorway at night watching him sleep with an expression of fierce protectiveness mixed with regret. He'd called his mother twice, trying to have a real conversation, and both times she deflected, minimized, changed the subject. Derek hadn't responded at all. On January 3rd, Tara called. Coffee? She said. There's a place near you on Maple Street. 1 hour? I found her in a corner booth, laptop open, 2 cups already on the table. She'd cut her hair shorter since I'd last seen her, and there were new lines around her eyes, but the intensity remained unchanged. So. She turned the laptop to face me. Barbara Mitchell, née Harrison. 62 years old. Sits on the board of 3 nonprofits, the Children's Health Initiative, the Riverside Arts Foundation, and Grace Community Outreach. Very visible in charity circles, lots of photos at galas, very concerned with image. I sipped my coffee and waited. Derek Mitchell, 34. Real estate development. Specifically, he works for Pinnacle Properties, which is partially owned by your father-in-law's family trust, though he doesn't advertise that connection. Derek's been involved in several condo developments around the city, mostly in transitioning neighborhoods. The kind of developments that promise affordable housing and then deliver luxury units. And? Tara's smile was small and sharp. And Barbara has been embezzling from Grace Community Outreach for approximately 18 months. Small amounts, well hidden, routed through a consulting company that exists only on paper. The organization provides meals and temporary housing for homeless families, Emily. She's been stealing from homeless families while posing for photos at their fundraising events. My coffee suddenly tasted like ash. You're certain? I've seen the bank records. I have a source inside the organization who's been suspicious for months but didn't have the resources to investigate properly. The amounts are small enough that it hasn't triggered any automatic audits. We're talking maybe $40,000 total, but it's systematic and deliberate. She set up a shell consulting company, claims it's for program evaluation services, and has been paying herself. And Derek? Derek is more interesting. Tara pulled up another file. Pinnacle Properties has been buying up apartment buildings in lower-income neighborhoods, promising renovations, then doing minimal work while jacking up rents. Standard gentrification playbook, technically legal if morally questionable. But here's where it gets good. Derek has been taking kickbacks from contractors. She showed me spreadsheets, highlighted figures, email exchanges carefully worded but damning in context. Derek would approve inflated bids from specific contractors, who would then do substandard work, and Derek would receive cash payments that never appeared on any official documentation. The total here is closer to $200,000 over the past 3 years, Tara said. And several of the buildings have serious code violations that were ignored. We're talking fire safety issues, electrical problems that don't meet code, water damage that was painted over instead of properly repaired. One building had a small fire last year that could have been much worse. The tenants tried to report the violations, but Derek had them categorized as frivolous complaints. I stared at the screen, processing. These weren't just secrets. These were crimes. Real crimes that had hurt real people. Families living in dangerous conditions because Derek had prioritized his kickbacks over their safety. Children and elderly people at risk because he'd cut corners to line his pockets. What do you want to do with this? Tara asked. What are my options? I can write the story. My editor would absolutely run it. We've been looking at Pinnacle Properties anyway as part of a larger investigation into housing practices in the city. It would be front-page news. Or you can take this information to the authorities yourself and let them handle it quietly. Or you can confront them privately and see if the threat of exposure is enough to make them change. I thought about Jamie's face crumpling. About Barbara's cold eyes. About Derek's nod of agreement, that casual endorsement of cruelty. About 3 years of small exclusions and deliberately hurtful comments. Write the story, I said. But give me 24 hours first. I want to talk to Marcus. You're sure? Once this goes public, there's no taking it back. Your husband's family will be destroyed. There will be criminal investigations, probably jail time. Derek's career is over. Barbara's reputation, which she clearly values above almost everything, will be in ruins. They value their reputations over basic decency to a child. They made their choices. Tara studied me for a moment, then nodded. 24 hours. I'll have the story ready to go. That night, after Jamie was asleep, I showed Marcus everything. We sat at the kitchen table with Tara's documentation spread between us, and I watched my husband's face cycle through disbelief, denial, anger, and finally a kind of hollow recognition. I knew she could be cold, he said quietly. I knew Derek cut corners. But this. He picked up a photo Tara had included, Barbara at a Grace Community Outreach fundraiser, wearing a designer dress, smiling beside a banner that read "Every family deserves a home." The date stamp showed it was from just 6 months ago, well into the period when she'd been stealing from them. What do you want to do? I asked. He was silent for a long time, staring at a spreadsheet showing Barbara's systematic theft from an organization that fed children. His hands were shaking slightly. Finally, let the story run. They need to face consequences. If we just confront them privately, they'll wiggle out of it somehow, play the victim, blame everyone else. My mother will cry and manipulate and make it all about how she's being persecuted. This will destroy them publicly. Criminal charges. Prison time, probably. I know. He looked up, and his eyes were hard in a way I'd rarely seen. But what they said to Jamie could have destroyed him. They were willing to make an 8-year-old child feel worthless too. What? Prove some point about blood relation? They deserve whatever happens. There's something else you should know, I said. I pulled up the text Robert had sent me Christmas night, the one about Barbara's mother being adopted. I'd saved it after all. Your grandfather told me this. I don't know if you knew. Marcus read it, his expression shifting. I didn't know. She never talked about her mother much, just that she died when Barbara was young. He set down the phone. So she's projecting her own issues onto Jamie. That's supposed to make it better somehow? No. But it explains some things. It explains, but it doesn't excuse. She had the opportunity to break that cycle, to be better. Instead, she perpetuated it. That's a choice. He gathered the documents into a neat pile. Let Tara run the story. My mother and brother have been hurting people for their own gain. They need to be stopped. I reached across the table and took his hand. Okay. Will you stay with me? Through whatever comes? Always. We called Tara together, put her on speaker. Run it, Marcus said. Run the story. You're both certain? Yes, we said in unison. All right. It'll be in tomorrow's paper, online at midnight. I'd recommend turning off your phones for a few days. The story ran on January 5th, on the front page of the Metro section with a longer version online. Tara had done her work with surgical precision, every fact checked, every source vetted, the narrative damning but strictly factual. The headline read, Prominent Charity Board Member and Real Estate Developer Accused of Financial Misconduct. The subheading continued, Barbara Mitchell allegedly embezzled from homeless charity while son Derek Mitchell took kickbacks, ignored safety violations. By noon, it had been picked up by local television stations. By evening, it was trending on regional social media. By the next morning, it had spread further, picked up by national news outlets covering housing issues and nonprofit corruption. Barbara called 67 times that first day. Marcus let every call go to voicemail. The messages started angry, how could you betray family like this? Your own mother. And gradually shifted toward desperate, please, you have to help us explain, this is all a misunderstanding, that journalist took things out of context. Derek's messages were different, threatening, then cajoling, then finally just silent. He sent one text that read, you know this makes you look bad too, right? Everyone will know you turned on your own family. Marcus deleted it without responding. Christina, Derek's wife, called me directly. Emily, please. Can you make them stop? Derek's job is on the line. We have 2 kids. I didn't know about any of this, I swear. I'm sorry, Christina. But your husband put families with children in dangerous housing. He ignored safety violations. Someone could have died in that fire. But they didn't. That doesn't make it okay. She hung up on me. The investigations began immediately. Grace Community Outreach's board launched an internal review and placed Barbara on administrative leave within hours of the story breaking. By the end of the week, they'd hired a forensic accountant and were cooperating fully with authorities. The state attorney's office opened a criminal case. Pinnacle Properties issued a statement distancing themselves from Derek's actions. We were unaware of Mr. Mitchell's alleged misconduct and are conducting our own thorough internal investigation. We take these allegations extremely seriously and are committed to full cooperation with authorities. By the end of the week, Derek had been placed on unpaid leave pending their investigation. Several tenants from his buildings came forward with additional complaints, and the local housing authority announced inspections of all Pinnacle properties. The photographs were perhaps the worst part for them, or the best part for justice, depending on your perspective. Tara's article included multiple photos of Barbara at charity galas, always impeccably dressed, always positioned prominently in group shots, always smiling beside signs about helping families in need. The visual contrast between her carefully cultivated image and her actual actions was devastating. For Derek, there were photos from ribbon-cutting ceremonies at the affordable housing developments that had since been cited for dozens of violations. In one particularly damning shot, he stood in front of a building that would later be found to have faulty electrical wiring, holding oversized scissors and grinning for the camera while a family with young children stood in the background, waiting to move into their new apartment. The contrast was brutal and effective. On January 8th, Barbara showed up at our house. I saw her through the front window, sitting in her Mercedes in our driveway, and for several minutes she just sat there, hands gripping the steering wheel. Finally she emerged and walked to our door with the careful, deliberate movements of someone trying to maintain dignity under impossible circumstances. She looked 10 years older than she had at Christmas, just 2 weeks earlier. Her makeup was perfect as always, but there was something brittle about her, like expensive china with hairline cracks running through it. Emily. She stood on my porch, hands clasped in front of her. May I come in? I stepped back without speaking, let her enter, but didn't offer her a seat. I don't understand. Her voice was controlled, but barely. I don't understand how you could do this to us. To family. Family. The word felt heavy in my mouth. You mean like how you treated Jamie like family? That's not, she stopped, reset. That was different. I was trying to be realistic with the child. There are biological realities that. Stop. I held up my hand. Don't. Don't make this about biology or reality or whatever justification you've constructed. You were cruel to a child. Deliberately cruel. And you thought there would be no consequences. So you destroyed my life? Over one comment? It wasn't one comment, Barbara. It was 3 years of calculated cruelty. 3 years of making him feel like he didn't belong. And you know what? If you'd just been thoughtless or clumsy about it, if you'd shown any remorse or tried to apologize, we might have worked through it. But you weren't thoughtless. You were deliberate. And you felt completely justified. She opened her mouth, closed it. Something shifted in her expression, a crack in the facade. This is about the embezzlement story. The embezzlement that you actually committed. Yes. You planted that story. You went digging into my private business and fed information to that journalist friend of yours. Don't think I don't know about your connection to Tara Martinez. I didn't plant anything. I just connected a journalist to publicly available information and sources who were already concerned. You stole from a charity that helps homeless families, Barbara. You did that. Not me. Not Tara. You. It was borrowing. I was going to pay it back. When? After you'd borrowed how much? 50,000? 100,000? When were you planning to stop? She had no answer to that. We stood in my entryway, winter light slanting through the windows, and I watched her realize that I wasn't going to give her what she'd come for. Whatever combination of apology, explanation, or plea she'd hoped to extract. Marcus won't forgive this, she said finally, her voice taking on a sharper edge. You've turned my son against me. You've destroyed his relationship with his mother. No. You did that yourself. Every choice that led here was yours. You chose to steal. You chose to be cruel to Jamie. You chose to value your pride over our child's well-being. These are consequences of your actions, not mine. I'm going to lose everything. For the first time, her voice cracked. My reputation, my position on the boards, probably my freedom. Is that what you wanted? What I wanted was for you to treat my son with basic human decency. What I wanted was for you to apologize sincerely and mean it. What I wanted was for you to recognize him as your grandson. But you couldn't do any of that. He's not my blood. There it was. The core belief she couldn't let go of, even now. Then we have nothing more to discuss. She left without another word, and I watched her Mercedes pull away, feeling nothing except a distant sense of things running their inevitable course. Marcus had been listening from the top of the stairs. I'd known he was there, and he came down slowly, looking drained. She's never going to change, he said. No. She's not. Part of me still wanted her to. Part of me was hoping she'd show up and say she was sorry, that she'd been wrong, that she wanted to fix things. I know. He sat on the bottom step, and I sat beside him. We stayed there for a while, not talking, just existing in the space between what was and what might have been. The legal proceedings unfolded over the following weeks like dominoes falling in slow motion. Barbara was formally charged with embezzlement and fraud, not just the misappropriation of funds, but also for creating false documentation and filing fraudulent tax returns related to the shell company. The amount kept growing as investigators dug deeper, eventually reaching $68,000 once all the transactions were traced. Derek faced charges related to the kickbacks, bribery, and, most seriously, reckless endangerment for approving buildings with known safety violations. Several contractors were charged as well, their schemes exposed once Derek became a liability rather than an asset. The buildings with code violations became the centerpiece of a larger investigation into Pinnacle Properties practices citywide. Marcus struggled with it all. He'd call his mother sometimes, late at night after Jamie was asleep, and I'd hear him trying to have conversations that went nowhere. She was either angry or manipulative, oscillating between blaming him for destroying her life and trying to make him feel guilty for not defending her against the charges. His father, Robert, called more regularly. He'd stayed at the Florida vacation house through the initial media storm but had returned home in late January. His conversations with Marcus were different, factual, sometimes supportive, sometimes just tired. He was divorcing Barbara. The papers had been filed quietly, and he'd moved into a condo downtown. "I should have left years ago," Robert told Marcus during one of these calls. "I was in the room and could hear the conversation on speaker. I knew who she was. I just kept thinking she'd mellow with age, that she'd develop some empathy. But people don't change unless they want to, and she never wanted to." "Why now?" Marcus asked. "Because I looked at what she said to Jamie, what she's been doing to him for years, and realized I'd been complicit. I stayed quiet, told myself it wasn't my business, that you could handle it. But that made me part of the problem. I can't fix what happened, but I can stop enabling her." It was the most honest conversation Marcus had ever had with his father. Derek sent one more message, eventually, in early February. A text that read, "You always were the golden child. Guess you figured out how to eliminate the competition. Hope you enjoy destroying everyone else to keep that spot." Marcus stared at it for a long time before showing it to me. He really thinks this was about rivalry. About me wanting to be the favorite son. That's easier for him to believe than taking responsibility for his own actions. He endangered families, Emily. Children lived in those buildings. The fire could have killed someone. "I know." He deleted the message without responding. February brought a physical thaw, both meteorological and, slowly, tentatively, emotional. The snow melted into gray slush, revealing dead grass and the debris of winter. The days grew incrementally longer. And slowly, carefully, our lives began returning to something resembling normal. Jamie seemed lighter, though I couldn't tell if that was because time had passed or because he no longer had to see Barbara at family events or because the nightmares had stopped again. Probably all three. His teacher mentioned that he'd been more engaged in class, volunteering answers and participating in group projects with enthusiasm. Whatever was bothering him before seems to have resolved, Mrs. Patterson said during a parent-teacher conference. "He's blossoming." The story had largely faded from the news cycle, replaced by other scandals, other dramas, the perpetual churn of outrage and attention. But the consequences continued, grinding forward with bureaucratic inevitability. Grace Community Outreach not only survived but actually received increased donations after their board demonstrated transparency about the theft and implemented new oversight procedures. Several major donors specifically cited the organization's handling of the crisis as reason for their increased support. They hired a new development director and expanded their services. The executive director, a woman named Patricia Williams, sent Marcus and me a handwritten thank you note. "What you did took courage. Because of you, we were able to stop the theft before it became catastrophic. More importantly, we've implemented safeguards that will protect us going forward. The families we serve are grateful, even if they don't know your names." Several former residents of Derek's buildings filed a class action lawsuit against Pinnacle Properties. The company settled quickly, paying for repairs and relocations while their reputation took hit after hit. Derek became persona non grata in the real estate development world, his name associated with corruption and negligence. One Saturday in late February, Marcus and I took Jamie to the Children's Museum. It was one of those perfect winter days, cold but sunny, the sky brilliantly blue. The museum was crowded with families, the noise level somewhere between enthusiastic and chaotic. We were watching Jamie climb through a structure designed to teach principles of architecture when Marcus said, quietly, "Do you ever feel guilty?" I'd been waiting for this question. Sometimes. Not about Barbara or Derek facing consequences for what they actually did, but about being the one who set it in motion. About choosing to go looking for those secrets. I keep thinking about how I was before Christmas. How I would just brush aside the little comments, tell myself she meant well, that it was just her personality. I enabled it. You were trying to keep peace. That's not the same thing as endorsing her behavior. Isn't it? He watched Jamie emerge from the structure, triumphant and grinning. I chose my comfort over his safety. Over and over. I let my mother make him feel unwelcome because it was easier than confronting her. Jamie ran over to us then, breathless and enthusiastic. Did you see? I made it all the way through without using the easy path. We saw. Marcus high-fived him. You were amazing, buddy. Can we go to the water exhibit next? Tyler said they have a thing where you can build dams. Absolutely. Later, driving home with Jamie nodding off in the back seat, Marcus said, "Thank you." For what? For not letting me be comfortable. For choosing him over keeping peace. For being braver than I was. For doing what I should have done years ago. I reached over and squeezed his hand. We drove the rest of the way in silence, Jamie's soft breathing from the back seat the only sound, and it felt like we'd crossed some invisible threshold into different territory. Barbara's trial occurred in early June, spanning 3 days of testimony that laid out in meticulous detail the pattern of theft and deception. I attended the first day, sitting in the back of the courtroom, watching her maintain perfect posture at the defense table while the prosecution dismantled her carefully constructed image. The defense argued for leniency, emphasizing her age, her previous charitable work, her lack of prior criminal history. Her attorney painted her as someone who'd made a mistake under financial pressure, suggesting that the money had been borrowed with intention to repay. The prosecution showed photos of families who'd been helped by Grace Community Outreach. They brought in Patricia Williams, who testified about the impact of the theft on their operations, about meals not served and families not housed because funds had been diverted. They introduced emails showing Barbara had researched how to hide financial transactions, demonstrating clear intent and premeditation. Most damning was the testimony from the forensic accountant, who walked the jury through the shell company Barbara had created, the fake invoices, the careful timing of transfers to avoid automatic fraud detection. This wasn't a mistake or a moment of weakness. It was a systematic scheme carried out over 18 months. Barbara testified in her own defense on the third day. She wore a conservative blue suit and spoke in careful, measured tones about misunderstanding the organization's financial procedures, about believing she was entitled to compensation for her volunteer work, about never intending harm. The prosecutor's cross-examination was surgical. Question after question, he dismantled her excuses, pointing out inconsistencies, highlighting the gap between her words and her documented actions. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours. Guilty on all counts. Barbara's face remained composed, but her hands trembled as she gripped the edge of the defense table. The judge set a sentencing date for 2 weeks later and revoked her bond when the prosecution argued she was a flight risk given the severity of the charges. She was led out of the courtroom in handcuffs. Marcus hadn't attended the trial, unable to stomach watching his mother's public humiliation, but I called him from the courthouse steps after the verdict. "It's over," I said. "How do you feel?" "Tired. Sad. Relieved. All of it at once. Come home. We're making cookies with Jamie. His idea." I drove home through afternoon traffic, watching normal people living normal lives, getting coffee, walking dogs, pushing strollers. The trial had been the culmination of months of tension, but for everyone else, it was just another Thursday. At home, I found Marcus and Jamie in the kitchen, covered in flour, arguing good-naturedly about whether chocolate chips or M&Ms made better cookies. Jamie had a smudge of dough on his cheek. The kitchen was a disaster. It was perfect. Sentencing came 2 weeks later. I attended this time with Marcus, both of us sitting several rows back, holding hands. Robert was there too, sitting alone on the opposite side of the courtroom, his expression carefully neutral. The judge noted that Barbara's position of trust made the crime particularly egregious, that she'd stolen from an organization designed to help vulnerable people while enhancing her own reputation through that very association. She'd exploited the trust of her fellow board members and donors. She'd shown no genuine remorse, only regret at being caught. 18 months in prison, 3 years probation, full restitution of the stolen funds plus fines totaling an additional $30,000. The judge recommended she serve her time at a minimum security federal facility but noted that the final determination would be made by the Bureau of Prisons. Barbara's face crumpled when the sentence was read, the first genuine emotion I'd seen from her throughout the entire process. Her attorney immediately filed notice of appeal, but everyone in the courtroom knew it was futile. The evidence had been overwhelming, the verdict sound. Marcus and I left before she was let out, not wanting to linger in that space of formal consequences and institutional justice. Outside, the June sun was warm, the air smelling of cut grass and approaching summer. "Are you okay?" I asked. "No. But I will be." Derek's case moved more slowly, tangled up in the broader investigation of Pinnacle Properties and the complexities of proving the kickback scheme. But the outcome was never really in doubt. In early July, he pleaded guilty to reduced charges in exchange for testimony against 2 of the contractors and cooperation with the ongoing investigation into Pinnacle's practices. He received 2 years probation, 6 months of house arrest, 300 hours of community service, and was required to pay fines of $50,000. Additionally, he was barred from working in real estate development in the state for 10 years. Christina divorced him before the sentencing, filing papers that cited his dishonesty and the embarrassment he'd brought to their family. She got primary custody of their children, and Derek moved in with a friend while he figured out his next steps. Life moved forward because that's what life does. The sun rose and set. Seasons changed. Bills arrived and were paid. Jamie finished 4th grade and started looking forward to summer camp. Marcus got a promotion at work, finally accepting the recognition he'd been deferring for years. I volunteered at Jamie's school and started writing again, personal essays about adoption and family and the complicated process of building a life. I submitted them to parenting magazines and online platforms, and slowly they started getting accepted. The words came easier than they had in years, probably because I had something real to say. In August, Jamie turned 9. We threw him a birthday party in our backyard, 10 kids from school, pizza, a water balloon fight that left the lawn a muddy mess. Robert came and brought Jamie a telescope, having remembered an offhand comment about space from months earlier. Christina brought her kids too, Derek's children, because we'd stayed in touch and she'd apologized repeatedly for not speaking up at that Christmas dinner. I knew it was wrong, she told me during one of our coffee meetings. I just didn't want to make waves. And then everything exploded anyway, and I realized staying silent had been its own kind of betrayal. Marcus's father sent a card with a check. Barbara, 4 months into her sentence at the minimum security facility in Pennsylvania, sent nothing. 2 months into her sentence, Barbara had been granted a compassionate release due to health issues, high blood pressure, stress-related complications. She served only 4 months of her 18-month sentence and was transferred to house arrest for the remainder, confined to the condo Robert had bought her, at the judge's insistence that she have appropriate housing, with an ankle monitor. Marcus talked to Robert about it on the phone, and I could hear the bitterness in his voice. She steals from homeless families and gets to serve her time at home watching cable TV. The system isn't perfect, Robert said. But she's still being punished. She lost her boards, her reputation, her freedom. Her friends stopped calling. She's alone in that condo with nothing but time to think about how she got there. Do you think she's actually reflecting? Actually understanding what she did wrong? Honestly? Probably not. Your mother has never been good at self-examination. But that's not your problem to solve anymore. Marcus thought about that for a long time after hanging up. Derek, meanwhile, had moved to Arizona after completing his house arrest, starting over somewhere without the baggage of his reputation. Marcus's father kept them updated periodically with brief, factual messages. Your mother completed her sentence. Derek is in Tempe now working for a landscaping company. Hope you're all well. We never resumed regular contact with any of them. Some relationships, once broken, don't get repaired, and that's not failure. That's just reality. Jamie deserved to grow up surrounded by people who saw him as holy, completely family, no qualifications or asterisks. Building that world for him meant accepting that some people couldn't or wouldn't be part of it. One evening in October, nearly a year after that Christmas dinner, I was helping Jamie with his homework when he said, casually, Tyler asked me today if I was adopted. I looked up from the math worksheet. What did you say? I said yes. And he said that was cool because his cousin is adopted too. Then we just kept playing. He paused, pencil hovering over his paper. Is it okay that I told him? Of course it's okay. It's your story to tell however you want. I don't really think about it that much anymore. Like, I know I'm adopted, but it just feels normal. You're my mom and dad, and that's just how it is. Something in my chest loosened, some tension I'd been carrying without fully realizing it. That's exactly how it should feel. Some kids at school have asked if I miss my birth parents. But I don't really remember them much. I was 5 when I went into foster care, and it's been 4 years now. This is just my life. That's okay too. Whatever you feel is okay. He went back to his homework, the conversation apparently complete in his mind, just another casual exchange about his day. But I sat there for a moment longer, thinking about resilience and healing and the 1,000 small moments that build a life. Later, after Jamie was in bed, I told Marcus about the conversation. We were sitting on the back porch, the October air finally cool after months of heat, and he smiled in a way I hadn't seen since before Christmas. He's okay, Marcus said. We're going to be okay. And we were. The holidays approached again, and this time we planned carefully. Thanksgiving would be just us, me, Marcus, Jamie, and Tara, who'd become a regular fixture in our lives. Robert was invited but declined, choosing instead to spend the holiday volunteering at a soup kitchen, a new tradition he'd started after his divorce. Christmas would include Robert, Tara, and Christina with her kids. A small gathering, but chosen carefully, filled only with people who saw Jamie exactly as he was, our son, completely and without reservation. Barbara remained under house arrest through the holidays, her sentence eventually completed in early March. I heard through Robert that she'd gotten involved in some online charity work, participating in virtual fundraising events. Whether she'd actually learned anything or just found a new avenue for image management, I couldn't say and ultimately didn't care. Derek stayed in Arizona. According to the sparse updates Robert provided, he was working his way up at the landscaping company, had a girlfriend, seemed to be building a quieter life without the ambitions that had led him to corruption. Whether he'd actually changed or just learned to be more careful, I didn't know. Marcus's father slowly built his own new life. He dated occasionally, took up woodworking, visited us once a month to spend time with Jamie. He was patient and consistent, showing up when he said he would, remembering details about Jamie's life, treating him with the casual affection of a grandfather who'd never questioned the relationship. I wasted years being passive, Robert told me once. Letting Barbara set the tone, avoiding conflict. I thought I was keeping peace, but really I was just being a coward. I can't get those years back, but I can do better going forward. And he did. On Christmas Eve, a year and a few weeks after that terrible dinner, we had our different celebration. Just the 8 of us, our chosen family, assembled carefully. We ate lasagna instead of turkey, played board games that Jamie was now genuinely competitive at, and laughed at Tara's stories about her latest investigation into municipal corruption in a neighboring city. At one point, I caught Marcus watching Jamie explain the rules of a card game to Christina's youngest with intense 9-year-old seriousness, and saw something peaceful in my husband's expression that had been missing for years. "Good Christmas?" I asked quietly. "Best one yet," he said. And it was. Not because of grand gestures or dramatic moments, but because it was simple and genuine and built on a foundation that had been tested and held firm. We were family, real family, chosen and certain and complete. The past year had taught me that sometimes protecting the people you love means making hard choices. It means refusing to accept cruelty disguised as honesty or tradition. It means letting consequences unfold even when they're painful to watch, even when they involve people you once cared about. But it had also taught me that on the other side of those hard choices, if you make them for the right reasons and stick to your principles, there's possibility. There's healing. There's the chance to build something better and stronger than what came before. Jamie won the card game, celebrating with an enthusiasm that made everyone laugh. Later, tucking him into bed, he said, "This was my favorite Christmas ever." "Mine too," I told him, and meant it with everything in me. Outside, snow had begun falling again, but this time it felt like promise rather than ending. The house was warm. My family was safe. The people who'd hurt us were facing the consequences of their own choices. And the future stretched ahead, unknown but no longer frightening. We'd weathered the unraveling. Now came the rebuilding. And that, I thought, switching off Jamie's light and leaving his door cracked to open the way he liked it, was going to be the best part of all. In the quiet of the evening, with soft conversation drifting up from downstairs and the gentle sound of snow tapping against windows, I stood in the hallway of our home and felt something I hadn't felt in years: complete peace. Not the peace of avoiding conflict or pretending everything was fine when it wasn't. Not the peace of looking away from cruelty or staying silent in the face of injustice. The peace of standing up for what was right, of protecting the vulnerable, of building a family based on love rather than obligation. The peace of watching a child blossom when freed from the weight of rejection. The peace of knowing that when it mattered most, we'd made the right choice, even though it was the hard one. Barbara and Derek had taught us an important lesson, though not the one they'd intended, that cruelty has consequences, that secrets eventually surface, that the facades people construct eventually crumble under the weight of their own actions. But more than that, they taught us the value of choosing courage over comfort. Of speaking up instead of staying silent. Of building the family we wanted rather than accepting the one we'd been given. Downstairs, someone laughed, Jamie's voice bright and untroubled. Marcus called up the stairs, asking if I wanted hot chocolate. Tara was telling a story that was making everyone crack up. I headed downstairs to join them, to be part of this imperfect, chosen, beautiful family we built from the wreckage of the old one. And for the first time in 3 years, maybe longer, I felt entirely, completely home.
Story 5. My wife divorced me 2 days before receiving her grandmother's massive inheritance, abandoning me and our 8-year-old daughter without explanation. She posted on Instagram, "Finally free. Don't need no man." With photos partying with different guys every night. My daughter came to me crying, "Daddy, why doesn't mommy love us anymore? Why is she with all those men?" I was too shocked and heartbroken to answer. 2 weeks later, she showed up at our doorstep in tears, begging to come back. Something had gone terribly wrong. My daughter opened the door, stared at her mother for a long moment, then said, and slammed the door in her face. 2 weeks before my wife Sarah filed for divorce, her grandmother passed away and left her nearly $3 million. Sarah didn't tell me about the inheritance. She didn't tell me about the divorce either, not directly. I found out about both in the worst possible way. It started on a Tuesday morning in March. I was running late for work, frantically searching for my phone charger in Sarah's car. She'd already left for her shift at the hospital where she worked as a nurse practitioner. Beneath the passenger seat, my fingers brushed against something that wasn't a charger. I pulled out a manila folder, thick with documents. The divorce papers sat on top. Petitioner, Sarah Michelle Brennan. Respondent, James Robert Brennan. Me. Filed 3 days ago, though I'd signed nothing and known nothing. My hands shook as I flipped through the pages. She was claiming irreconcilable differences, seeking full custody of our daughter Emma, requesting the house, requesting alimony. Beneath the divorce papers lay a letter from Whitmore and Associates, estate attorneys. It congratulated Sarah on her inheritance of $2,847,000 from her late grandmother, Helen Whitmore. The letter was dated 2 weeks before the divorce filing. My brain struggled to process the timeline. I sat in the driver's seat of her Honda, documents spread across my lap, trying to breathe. We'd been married for 9 years. Emma had just turned 8. The night before, Sarah had kissed me goodbye before her overnight shift, said she loved me, asked me to pack Emma's lunch. Now I held papers that divided our entire life into assets and liabilities. My phone buzzed. A text from Sarah, "Can you pick up Emma from dance today? Running errands after work." The casual domesticity of it made my stomach turn. I texted back a simple yes because I didn't know what else to do. The morning passed in a fog. I worked from home as a software consultant, which usually meant productive solitude. Not today. I stared at my laptop screen without seeing it, the documents from Sarah's car now spread across my desk. By noon, I'd made a decision. I wasn't going to confront her yet. I needed to understand what I was dealing with first. I called my college roommate, David Chen, who'd become a family law attorney in Boston. We hadn't spoken in 6 months, but he answered on the second ring. "James. How's life in the suburbs treating you? I need a lawyer." My voice sounded hollow. The pause stretched long enough that I checked if the call had dropped. "What happened?" "Sarah's filing for divorce. I found the papers in her car this morning. She hasn't served me yet, hasn't said a word to me about it." "Goodness. I'm sorry, man." David's tone shifted to professional. "Listen, I can't represent you myself since I'm in Massachusetts, but I can recommend someone excellent in Connecticut. First question, do you think there's any chance of reconciliation?" "I don't know." That was honest. 24 hours ago, I would have said we were happy. Now I didn't know anything. There's something else. She inherited almost $3 million from her grandmother 2 weeks before filing. I'm not listed as a beneficiary in any of the estate documents. Another pause. "Did you know the grandmother was wealthy?" "No. Sarah always said her family had money, but I met Helen maybe 5 times over the years. She lived in Vermont, kept to herself. I knew she'd passed, went to the funeral with Sarah about 2 weeks ago. Sarah seemed sad but not devastated. They weren't particularly close." "And Sarah hasn't mentioned the inheritance?" "Not a word." David exhaled slowly. "Connecticut is an equitable distribution state, not community property. That inheritance likely won't be considered marital property since it was left specifically to Sarah. But the timing is suspicious. If she was planning the divorce before the grandmother died, if she influenced the estate planning in any way, or if she's been hiding assets, that changes things. You need documentation of everything. Bank statements, credit card records, any communication you can access legally. Don't do anything that could be construed as illegal snooping, but preserve what you have access to as her husband." "Okay. And James? Don't let on that you know." "Not yet. Let her serve you properly, react naturally. If she's playing games, we need to understand the full board before we make a move. I'll email you contact information for an attorney named Rebecca Torres. She's one of the best. Call her today." I thanked him and hung up. The house felt different now, like I was seeing it for the first time. We'd bought it 6 years ago, a 4-bedroom colonial in a good school district. We'd painted Emma's room together, lavender with white trim. Sarah had planted roses along the fence. We'd hosted Thanksgiving, Emma's birthday parties, summer barbecues. Every corner held a memory that now felt suspect. I went to the filing cabinet in our home office and started pulling documents. Bank statements for our joint checking account showed normal activity. Groceries, gas, Emma's dance classes, my gym membership. Our savings account had $43,000, accumulated slowly over the years. Nothing unusual. But Sarah had her own checking account, opened before we married, that she'd kept active. I'd never thought much about it. She deposited a portion of her paycheck there, used it for personal expenses, gifts, her student loan payments. We'd always maintained some financial independence. It seemed healthy at the time. I couldn't access that account online. I didn't have the password, didn't have statements. David's warning echoed, don't do anything illegal. I took photos of every document I could legitimately access, uploaded them to a new cloud storage account Sarah didn't know about. Emma's dance class ended at 4. I picked her up from the studio, watched her bounce to the car with her pink duffel bag, ponytail swinging. She was small for 8, looked just like Sarah with dark curly hair and green eyes. My heart physically hurt looking at her. How was dance, sweetheart? Good. Miss Jennifer said my pirouettes are getting better. Can we get ice cream? Maybe this weekend. I pulled out of the parking lot, heading home. How's school going? Fine. We're learning about the water cycle. Did you know that clouds are just floating water? I did know that, yeah. Mommy knows everything about science. She's the smartest person in the world. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. She's pretty smart. At home, Emma started on homework while I made dinner. Chicken and rice, vegetables Emma would push around her plate without eating. Sarah was due home around 6. I rehearsed normalcy in my mind. Smile, ask about her day, don't let anything show. She arrived at 6:15, looking tired. Her scrubs were wrinkled, hair pulled back in a messy bun. She kissed Emma on the head, gave me a brief smile. How was work? I asked, my voice surprisingly steady. Long. We had a patient code twice. He stabilized, but it was touch and go. She kicked off her shoes, collapsed on the couch. I'm exhausted. Dinner's almost ready. You're the best, she said it automatically, not meeting my eyes. We ate together, the three of us, like we had 1,000 times before. Emma chatted about dance class and school. Sarah asked appropriate questions, smiled at appropriate moments. I watched her like I was seeing a stranger wear my wife's face. After dinner, Sarah gave Emma a bath while I cleaned the kitchen. Normal evening routine. Emma's bedtime was 8 on school nights. Sarah read to her, some chapter book about horses. I stood in the doorway, watching them cuddled together, and felt my chest constrict. When Sarah came downstairs, I was on the couch with my laptop, pretending to work. I'm going to bed, she said. I'm completely wiped. Okay. Sleep well. She paused at the base of the stairs, looking back at me. For a second, I thought she might say something real. Instead, don't stay up too late. I won't. I listened to her footsteps on the stairs, the bedroom door closing. Waited 30 minutes, then pulled up my email. Rebecca Torres had responded to David's introduction, offering a consultation the next morning. I confirmed the appointment. That night, I barely slept. Sarah curled on her side of the bed, breathing steady and peaceful. I stared at the ceiling, trying to piece together when our marriage had fallen apart. There'd been no big fights, no obvious problems. She'd seemed happy after our together times, had traced patterns on my chest with her finger while we talked about refinancing the mortgage. Had she been planning to leave me even then? Had the grandmother's death simply provided an escape hatch? Rebecca Torres had an office in Hartford, 30 minutes away. I told Sarah I had a client meeting and left early. Rebecca was younger than I expected, maybe 35, with silver-rimmed glasses and a firm handshake. David speaks highly of you, she said, gesturing to a chair. Tell me everything. I walked her through the timeline. She took notes, asked pointed questions, her expression neutral and professional. First, the good news, she said when I finished. Connecticut custody law presumes joint custody is in the child's best interest. Unless Sarah can prove you're an unfit parent, which from what you've described seems unlikely, you'll get significant parenting time. The house and other marital assets will be divided equitably, meaning fairly but not necessarily 50-50. That inheritance is almost certainly separate property, not subject to division. So she gets to keep everything her grandmother left her? Most likely, yes. Inheritances are generally treated as separate property unless they're commingled with marital assets. If she deposits that money in your joint account, if she uses it to pay the mortgage or other shared expenses, that could change the analysis. But if she keeps it separate, it's hers. I nodded slowly, feeling the injustice of it settle in my bones. What about the timing? She knew she was getting this money, then immediately filed for divorce. It's not illegal or even particularly unusual. People often delay divorce for financial reasons, then proceed once they're financially secure. Unethical perhaps, depending on your perspective, but not legally problematic unless we can prove fraud or deception that materially affected the marriage or estate. What would that look like? Rebecca leaned back in her chair. If she influenced the grandmother's estate planning while planning the divorce. If she lied to you about the state of the marriage to prevent you from protecting your interests. If she's been moving money or hiding assets in anticipation of divorce. These things are hard to prove, but not impossible. I'd want to subpoena her financial records, her communications with the estate attorney, any emails or texts between her and the grandmother in the months before death. Can we do that? Once she serves you and we file our response, yes. Discovery in divorce cases can be extensive. We'll request bank statements, credit card records, phone records, emails. If she fights it, we can file motions to compel. But James, I need to be honest with you about something. I waited. This will be expensive, potentially very expensive. If we're going to conduct an aggressive investigation into her finances and the inheritance, if we're going to fight over custody and assets, we're looking at tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees, possibly more. I charge $450 an hour. Depositions, expert witnesses, court time, it adds up fast. And there's no guarantee we'll find anything actionable. But if we do find something? If we prove she defrauded you or the estate, that could potentially pierce the separate property protection on the inheritance. It could also impact alimony and property division in your favor. But it's a gamble. I thought about our savings account. $43,000 wouldn't go far. What do I do? For now, document everything. Keep a journal of your time with Emma, your contributions to her care. Don't move money, don't hide assets, that can blow back on you hard. Wait for her to serve you. When she does, call me immediately. We'll file a response, start discovery. In the meantime, try to act normal. Don't tip your hand. I left her office with a retainer agreement and a feeling of dread. The legal fees would drain our savings. I'd need to borrow money. But what choice did I have? Sarah served me the following Friday. I came home from a grocery run to find her sitting at the kitchen table, an older man in a cheap suit standing near the door. James, this is Mr. Patterson. He has some papers for you. My hands went numb as I took the envelope. The process server, that's what he was. I opened it there in front of them, pretended to be surprised by the divorce petition even though I'd already read every word. Sarah, what is this? I think we both know our marriage hasn't been working for a while. Her voice was calm, practiced. I think it's time we acknowledged that and moved forward separately. I don't understand. We didn't even try counseling. I did try. You just didn't notice. She stood, gathering her keys. Emma's at my mother's for the weekend. I think it's better if I stay at a hotel tonight, give us both space to process. I'll be back Sunday to talk logistics. You're leaving? Just like that? I'm giving us space. This doesn't have to be ugly, James. We can be adults about this. The process server quietly excused himself, shutting the door behind him. Sarah and I stood in our kitchen, years of marriage crumbling into procedural necessity. Why? I asked, and hated how broken I sounded. We grew apart. It happens. I want different things now. What things? She sighed, irritated. Does it matter? We're done. Let's try to preserve our dignity and our daughter's well-being. I've already spoken to a mediator. If we can agree on terms, we can avoid court entirely. You've thought of everything. I've been thinking about this for months. She picked up her purse. I'll send you the mediator's contact information. Please consider it. She left. I stood alone in the kitchen, the divorce papers heavy in my hands, and let the mask slip. My legs gave out. I sat on the floor and finally let myself feel the full weight of what was happening. That weekend passed in a blur of phone calls. Rebecca Torres reviewed the petition, pointed out concerning elements in Sarah's custody proposal. She wanted primary physical custody with me getting every other weekend and one weeknight dinner. She wanted the house. She wanted alimony, despite earning $95,000 a year to my $110,000. This is a starting position, Rebecca explained. She knows she won't get all of this. She's opening aggressive so there's room to negotiate. Don't panic. I called my parents, who lived in Florida. My mother cried. My father, a retired electrician who'd never liked Sarah, muttered about always knowing something was off about her. Neither response helped. David checked in daily, talking me through the emotional chaos, reminding me to eat, to sleep, to keep functioning for Emma's sake. Emma. The thought of her kept me moving. Sarah brought her home Sunday evening, and Emma ran to me with open arms. Daddy. I missed you. I missed you too, sweetheart. I held her close, breathing in the kid shampoo smell of her hair. Sarah stood in the doorway, watching us. Can we talk? She asked quietly. I sent Emma upstairs to play. Sarah and I sat at the kitchen table, the same table where we'd eaten countless meals, where Emma had learned to write her name, where we'd made plans and shared dreams. I know you're upset, Sarah began. That's an understatement. I'm sorry. I am. But this is the right thing. We haven't been happy in years. I was happy. I thought you were too. She shook her head. You thought I was happy because you didn't want to look closer. I've been drowning, James. This life, this routine, I can't do it anymore. I need something different. So you decided unilaterally to blow up our family? There's no good way to do this. There's no perfect time. I had to just do it. I wanted to ask about the inheritance, but Rebecca's advice held me back. Don't show your cards. What about Emma? Emma will be fine. Kids are resilient. We'll co-parent, we'll be civil. She'll adjust. She'll be devastated. She'll adjust, Sarah repeated firmly. The mediator I mentioned, her name is Patricia Lowell. She's excellent. If we can work this out between ourselves with her help, we save money, time, stress. It's better for everyone. Rebecca Torres is my attorney. She'll be in touch. Sarah's expression tightened. You hired Rebecca Torres? She's a shark. You hired someone too, I assume. I have a lawyer, yes. But mediation is still the better path. We'll see what Rebecca advises. Sarah left shortly after. Emma seemed fine, chattering about her weekend with her grandmother, all the normal 8-year-old preoccupations. I kept my face neutral, played with her, read to her, tucked her into bed. Then I went downstairs and pulled out my laptop. Over the next few weeks, I learned more about divorce law than I'd ever wanted to know. Rebecca filed our response, denying Sarah's allegations, requesting joint legal custody and 50-50 parenting time, requesting the house be sold and proceeds split, requesting Sarah pay me alimony given her inheritance had significantly changed her financial picture. That last bit was strategic. Rebecca knew we wouldn't get alimony from Sarah, but it gave us leverage. It also forced Sarah's attorney to disclose the inheritance in their response, putting it officially on the record. Sarah's attorney, a woman named Margaret Voss, filed an immediate motion to strike the alimony request as frivolous. In her response, she confirmed Sarah had received an inheritance but argued it was separate property and irrelevant to support obligations. Good, Rebecca said when she called to discuss it. Now it's in the file. Now we can start asking questions about it in discovery. Discovery began in May. Rebecca sent requests for production of documents, 3 years of bank statements, credit card records, tax returns, communication with the estate attorney, communication with the grandmother, communication about the divorce. Sarah's attorney objected to half of it, claiming privacy and irrelevance. Rebecca filed a motion to compel. The judge would decide. Meanwhile, life continued in its strange new configuration. Emma went back and forth between houses. Sarah had rented a 3-bedroom apartment in the next town, furnished it with Emma's input. Our daughter seemed to be adjusting, though she asked increasingly pointed questions. Why can't you and mommy fix your marriage? Why did you stop loving each other? Is it my fault? That last one broke me. Emma, sweetheart, absolutely not. This is between mommy and me. You are the best thing in both of our lives. This has nothing to do with you, then why can't you fix it? I had no good answer. The hearing on Rebecca's motion to compel happened in June. I sat in the courtroom, watching my attorney argue that Sarah's financial decisions and communications were relevant to understanding her intent and the marital estate. Margaret Voss countered that my attorney was fishing, trying to violate Sarah's privacy without cause. The judge, a tired-looking woman named Alvarez, sided mostly with Rebecca. Sarah had to produce the documents. The only exception was communications between Sarah and her grandmother in the 6 months before death. Those were protected as too sensitive given the recent loss. However, Judge Alvarez added, looking at Margaret over her reading glasses, if you're claiming the inheritance was completely separate from marital considerations, you need to be prepared to prove that. Discovery will move forward. We got the documents in July. Rebecca and a paralegal spent days combing through them. I received a summary first, then came in to review the details. James, look at this. Rebecca spread bank statements across her conference table. Sarah's private checking account showed regular deposits from her paycheck, as expected. But starting 13 months ago, there were other deposits. $500 here, $1,000 there, sometimes more. The memo lines read loan repayment or gift or simply deposit. These deposits total over $60,000, Rebecca said. They come from multiple sources. Some from her mother, some from her sister, several large ones from accounts we can't identify yet. She was stockpiling money. For the divorce. That's what it looks like. And here's where it gets interesting. She pulled out a credit card statement. She opened this card 14 months ago. She's been using it for certain purchases. Look at the charges. I scanned the list. Hotels. Nice ones. The Marriott in Hartford, the Hyatt in Greenwich, the boutique place on the coast. Restaurants. Multiple charges for 2 dinners at expensive places. My stomach turned. She's having an affair. Maybe. Or maybe these are just personal expenses she didn't want you to see. But combined with the money accumulation, it paints a picture. She was planning this exit for over a year. Can we prove the affair? Not yet. We'd need hotel records, phone records, witness statements. But we can subpoena her phone records, see if there's a pattern of communication with anyone suspicious. Over the next month, the picture came together piece by piece. Sarah's phone records showed thousands of texts and calls to one number, going back 15 months. The number belonged to a Dr. Marcus Sullivan, an emergency room physician at Sarah's hospital. Rebecca's investigator, a former cop named Ray, did some digging. Dr. Sullivan was 43, divorced, lived in a condo downtown. He and Sarah worked the same rotation, same shifts. The hotel charges lined up with days they both had off. Do we confront her with this? I asked Rebecca. Not yet. Adultery can affect property division and alimony in Connecticut, but it's not guaranteed. We need to be strategic. Let's get more. Let's see if she used any of the inheritance money for this relationship. If she bought him gifts, if they're planning a future together with those funds, that could potentially pierce the separate property protection. How do we find that out? We keep digging. Ray will continue surveillance. We'll review her credit card charges more carefully. And we wait for her deposition. Depositions were scheduled for September. Sarah would be deposed by Rebecca. I would be deposed by Margaret. We'd each be under oath, required to answer questions. It was a chance for both sides to gather information and lock in testimony. I was deposed first. Margaret was professional, thorough. She asked about my income, my relationship with Emma, my contributions to the household, my knowledge of Sarah's unhappiness. I answered honestly, carefully. Rebecca sat beside me, objecting when necessary, keeping me on track. Did you know your wife was unhappy? Margaret asked. I thought we had normal marital ups and downs. I didn't know she was considering divorce. Did you contribute equally to household labor? I think so. We both worked full-time. We split cooking, cleaning, childcare. Did you prioritize your career over your family? No. Did you neglect your wife emotionally? I don't believe so. She asked about the inheritance. When did you learn about Mrs. Brennan's inheritance? After I found the divorce papers in her car. She hadn't told you? No. Did you feel entitled to that inheritance? I felt confused about why she hadn't mentioned it. It seemed like something a spouse would share. Margaret made notes. The deposition took 4 hours. I left drained, uncertain how I'd done. Rebecca patted my shoulder in the parking lot. You did fine. Stick to the truth, stay calm. That's all you can do. Sarah's deposition was 2 weeks later. I attended, sitting beside Rebecca, watching my wife swear to tell the truth. Margaret sat with her, whispering instructions. A court reporter recorded every word. Rebecca started gently. Sarah's background, her work history, Emma's routine. Then she shifted. Mrs. Brennan, when did you first consider divorcing your husband? Sarah hesitated. About a year ago. What prompted that consideration? We'd grown apart. We wanted different things. Did you discuss this with Mr. Brennan? No. I thought I might work through it. But you didn't work through it? No. Rebecca pulled out the bank statements. I'm showing you Exhibit 12, your checking account statements for the past 18 months. Can you explain these deposits marked loan repayment and gift? Sarah's jaw tightened. My family helped me save money. For what purpose? For financial independence. Were you planning to divorce your husband when you asked your family for this money? I was considering it. So you were preparing financially to leave the marriage without informing your husband? I was protecting myself. From what? From being stuck. Rebecca let that answer hang in the air. Did you discuss your marriage with Dr. Marcus Sullivan? Sarah's face went pale. Margaret leaned over, whispered urgently. Sarah collected herself. Dr. Sullivan is a colleague and friend. How often do you communicate with Dr. Sullivan? I don't know. Regularly. Would it surprise you to know your phone records show thousands of texts and calls between you over the past 15 months? We're close friends. Have you been intimate with Dr. Sullivan? Margaret objected. You don't have to answer that, Sarah. But Sarah did answer. She looked me in the eye for the first time that day. Yes. Marcus and I have been in a relationship. The court reporter kept typing. Rebecca kept her expression neutral. I felt like I'd been punched. When did that relationship begin? About 14 months ago. So before you decided to divorce? The relationship made me realize I wasn't happy in my marriage. Or the unhappiness in your marriage made you seek comfort elsewhere? Margaret objected again. Rebecca moved on. Did you use marital funds to support this relationship? No. Never paid for hotels, dinners, gifts with joint credit cards or joint bank account money? I used my personal account and credit card. The card you opened 14 months ago? Yes. And you funded that card with money from your family? Yes. Did your family know you were having an affair? Sarah's composure cracked slightly. They knew I was unhappy. Did they know about Dr. Sullivan? My sister did. And how did your sister Lauren react when she learned that your grandmother had left you the bulk of the estate while she received only a small bequest? Sarah's face hardened. Lauren understood that I needed the support more than she did. She's married to a successful attorney. She has financial security. But she wasn't happy about it? She accepted it. Did she tell you she felt betrayed by the inheritance distribution? Margaret objected. Relevance? It goes to whether Mrs. Brennan influenced the estate planning, Rebecca said calmly. Sarah answered anyway. Lauren was disappointed. We worked through it. By worked through it, do you mean you gave her some of the inheritance money? I helped her financially, yes. That's between sisters. How much? $50,000. Did Dr. Sullivan provide financial support for this secret account? No. Has he given you gifts, money, or other things of value during your relationship? No. Nothing significant. Rebecca pulled out hotel records Ray had obtained. I'm showing you Exhibit 17. These are records from the Marriott Hartford for a stay on April 15th of this year. The room was registered to Marcus Sullivan. Were you with him? Yes. Who paid for the room? He did. That's a gift of value, isn't it? It was a night away. That's all. How many nights away have you spent with Dr. Sullivan over the past year? Sarah looked to Margaret, who whispered again. I don't recall exactly. More than 10? Possibly. More than 20? I don't know. Rebecca pressed on. When did your grandmother pass away? March 12th. When did you learn you were a beneficiary of her will? About a week after she died. Did you know before her death that you would inherit? I knew she had money. I didn't know specifics. Had you discussed her estate with her before her death? Casually, over the years. Did those conversations increase in frequency in the 6 months before her death? Margaret objected. Irrelevant and protected. Rebecca rephrased. In the 6 months before your grandmother's death, did you have more contact with her than usual? We talked regularly. More than when your marriage was good? I don't know how to quantify that. Did you tell your grandmother about your marriage problems? We discussed my life, yes. Did you tell her you were planning to divorce? Sarah paused, and in that pause, I saw the truth. She'd told her grandmother. She'd made sure she'd inherit before filing for divorce. I may have mentioned I was considering it. Before or after Dr. Sullivan entered your life? Around the same time. Did your grandmother express any concern about your inheritance being subject to division in a divorce? Margaret objected loudly. Irrelevant and speculative. Sustained, the court reporter noted, though this wasn't a judge. Rebecca tried a different angle. Has Dr. Sullivan met your daughter? Briefly, once. Does he know about the inheritance? We've discussed it. Are you planning a future with Dr. Sullivan? We're seeing where things go. Has there been discussion of moving in together, marriage, combining finances? No concrete plans. But discussions? General discussions. Rebecca made notes, asked more questions about the money, the relationship, the timeline. Sarah's answers became shorter, more defensive. After 6 hours, Rebecca concluded the deposition. We left the office together, Rebecca and I. In her car, she turned to me with a slight smile. She lied. Multiple times. Which parts? I need to verify, but I think she and Sullivan have more concrete plans than she admitted. And the conversations with the grandmother? Those were calculated. She made sure that inheritance was locked in before pulling the trigger on the divorce. Can we prove it? We'll need the grandmother's attorney to testify about estate planning discussions. We'll need more from Sullivan. I'm subpoenaing him next. And I wanted to depose Sarah's sister, since she knew about the affair. This is going to cost a fortune. It already has. But James, if we can prove she manipulated the inheritance situation, if we can show that money should be considered in the property division, you could get a significant portion. Not half, it's still her inheritance. But maybe 20, 30%. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hundreds of thousands. Enough to pay Rebecca's fees, to secure my future, to set up a college fund for Emma. Enough to feel like justice. Keep going, I said. Over the next few months, Rebecca built the case. She deposed Sarah's sister, Lauren, who reluctantly confirmed that Sarah had discussed divorce plans with her over a year ago, that she'd known about Marcus Sullivan, that she'd encouraged Sarah to secure her future financially before making any moves. She deposed the grandmother's attorney, a distinguished older man named Howard Whitmore, no relation, despite the shared name with Sarah's grandmother. He was careful, citing attorney-client privilege, but Rebecca got enough. Helen Whitmore had revised her will 8 months before her death. The previous version had split the estate between Sarah and her sister. The new version gave the bulk to Sarah, with only a small bequest to Lauren. Did Mrs. Whitmore discuss her reasons for this change? Rebecca asked. She wanted to support her granddaughter in a difficult time. Did she mention Sarah's marriage? She indicated there were marital challenges. Did she specifically say Sarah was planning to divorce? Howard hesitated. She said divorce was being considered. That was enough. Helen Whitmore had known Sarah was leaving me and had structured the inheritance accordingly. Rebecca deposed Marcus Sullivan in November. He was smooth, confident, clearly annoyed at being dragged into legal proceedings. He admitted the relationship, confirmed it had been ongoing for over a year, claimed it had started after Sarah had decided to end her marriage. But you knew she was still married when you became involved? Rebecca asked. I knew the marriage was ending. Did you provide financial support to Sarah during this period? I paid for things when we went out. Dinners, hotels. Normal relationship expenses. Did you give her gifts? Birthday and Christmas presents, sure. Jewelry, expensive items? I bought her a necklace last Christmas. How much did it cost? I don't remember exactly. Maybe $3,000. Rebecca made a note. Are you planning to marry Mrs. Brennan? We've discussed it. Has she discussed the inheritance with you? We've talked about her financial situation, yes. Has there been discussion of using that money for shared purposes? A home together, investments? Marcus shifted in his seat. We've talked about possibilities. Such as? Buying a house eventually. Nothing concrete. Would Mrs. Brennan be the primary financial contributor to such a purchase? Possibly. We haven't worked out details. After the deposition, Rebecca smiled grimly. They're planning to use that money together. That matters. If she's converting her separate property into joint property with her boyfriend, while claiming it's completely separate from her marriage, a judge might not look kindly on that. But Margaret Voss wasn't stupid. She filed a motion to exclude any testimony or evidence related to Sarah's relationship with Marcus, claiming it was prejudicial and irrelevant to property division. She argued that Sarah's inheritance was separate property under Connecticut law, that no amount of moral judgment about her personal choices changed that legal fact. Judge Alvarez heard arguments in December. I sat in the courtroom, watching Rebecca and Margaret battle over my life. Your Honor, Rebecca argued, this isn't about moral judgment. It's about proving Mrs. Brennan strategically managed the inheritance to exclude Mr. Brennan, that she manipulated circumstances and engaged in deception that goes to the heart of equitable distribution. The court has discretion to consider all relevant factors, including dissipation of marital assets through an extramarital affair and the circumstances surrounding separate property. Margaret countered, opposing counsel is trying to punish my client for leaving an unhappy marriage. The inheritance is clearly separate property. The relationship with Dr. Sullivan, while perhaps emotionally relevant to Mr. Brennan, has no legal bearing on property division. This is a fishing expedition designed to embarrass my client and drive up costs. Judge Alvarez took the arguments under advisement. We wouldn't have a decision for weeks. Christmas approached. Sarah and I negotiated Emma's schedule through attorneys. Emma would spend Christmas Eve with Sarah, Christmas Day with me. She seemed smaller lately, quieter. Her teacher called me, concerned about her grades slipping, about her attention wandering in class. I took Emma to see a child therapist, Dr. Patel, who specialized in children of divorce. Emma went reluctantly. She's showing signs of anxiety, Dr. Patel told me after the third session. The divorce has disrupted her sense of security. She's worried about losing access to both parents, about things changing further. We need to reassure her, both you and your wife, that she's loved and that some things will stay consistent. I passed this information to Sarah through our attorneys, suggesting we try to present a united front for Emma's sake. Sarah agreed to a meeting, the first time we'd spoken directly in months. We met at a coffee shop halfway between our homes. Sarah looked different, thinner, more styled. She was wearing makeup, a new haircut, clothes I didn't recognize. Marcus Sullivan's influence, probably. Emma needs stability, I said without preamble. The therapist thinks we need to reassure her, show her we're cooperating. I agree. Sarah stirred her coffee. I never wanted this to hurt her. Then why did you do it this way? Why not try counseling? Why not give us a chance to fix things before blowing everything up? James, there was nothing to fix. I didn't love you anymore. I haven't for a long time. The words hurt less than they would have months ago. I'd started my own therapy, working through the grief and anger, trying to build a new identity beyond Sarah's husband. You could have been honest. You didn't have to hide the affair, hide the money, ambush me with divorce papers. I did what I needed to do to protect myself. From what? I never threatened you. I would have worked with you on a fair divorce. You would have tried to take everything. You would have fought me on custody, on the house, on money. This way, I had leverage. Leverage built on lies. She looked at me evenly. You want to talk about fairness? You got to coast through our marriage while I did everything. I worked full-time, I took care of Emma, I managed the household. You helped, sure, but I carried the mental load. I sacrificed my career advancement because someone had to be available for Emma. You got to focus on your job, your hobbies, your comfort. And now you want to judge me for finding happiness? I'm not judging you for finding happiness. I'm judging you for the way you went about it. You cheated. You lied. You manipulated your grandmother's estate. You hid money. You filed for divorce without warning. Those aren't the actions of someone seeking happiness. They're the actions of someone seeking revenge for grievances I didn't even know existed. Sarah's jaw tightened. You didn't know because you didn't look. You were content in your little bubble while I drowned. I asked you how you were. I asked if you were happy. You said yes. What was I supposed to say? That I felt trapped? That I'd married the wrong person? That I wanted out? You would have been devastated, and I wasn't ready for that conversation yet. So you waited until you had millions of dollars and a boyfriend, then you pulled the pin on the grenade. I waited until I was strong enough to leave. We sat in silence. I looked at this woman I'd promised forever to, who I'd built a life with, who I'd loved completely. I didn't recognize her anymore. For Emma, I said finally. Whatever our issues, we need to put her first. Can we agree on that? Of course. Then let's stop fighting through lawyers about custody. Let's work out a schedule that gives her equal time with both of us. Let's agree to make decisions together about her education, her health, her life. Sarah nodded slowly. I can do that. And let's stop with the games. If you want the house, fine. We'll sell it, split the proceeds. If you want to keep your inheritance, fine. I won't fight that. But I want fair treatment on everything else. Equal custody, equal decision-making, an equitable split of actual marital assets. What about alimony? Neither of us needs alimony. We both work. We're both capable of supporting ourselves. Let's drop it. Sarah considered this. I'll talk to Margaret. 2 weeks later, Margaret and Rebecca worked out a settlement agreement. Sarah got the inheritance, untouched. We sold the house, split the proceeds after paying off the mortgage, about $120,000 each. We split the savings account, the retirement accounts, the cars. Emma would spend equal time with both of us, alternating weeks. We'd share legal custody, make major decisions together. No alimony for either party. I signed the papers in January. Sarah signed the same day. Judge Alvarez approved the settlement in February. Our marriage was officially over. The house sold in March. I bought a condo near Emma's school, smaller than our old place but comfortable. Sarah moved into a new house she'd bought with Marcus, a 4-bedroom in an upscale neighborhood, with a pool and finished basement. Emma had her own room there, decorated exactly how she wanted. Marcus proposed to Sarah in April. Emma told me about it, excited and nervous. Mommy says Marcus is going to be my stepdad. Is that okay? If Mommy's happy, then it's okay. I meant it, mostly. You'll still be my daughter, no matter what. I know. But it's different now. It is different. But different can be okay. We're going to figure it out. Emma adjusted slowly. She liked Marcus, despite my wishes that she wouldn't. He was good with her, patient and fun. Sarah seemed genuinely happy, lighter than she'd been in years. Maybe she'd been telling the truth about drowning in our marriage. Maybe I had been blind. I dated sporadically. A few dinners, a couple of second dates, nothing serious. I wasn't ready. I focused on work, on Emma, on building a new life. Then in October, 8 months after the divorce was finalized, I got a call from Rebecca. James, do you have a minute? Something's come up. Sure, what is it? I got a call from Howard Whitmore, the estate attorney. Helen Whitmore's estate is being audited by the IRS. There's a question about the valuation of certain assets. Howard needs to provide documentation. Okay. How does that affect me? It doesn't, directly. But here's the interesting part. In reviewing the estate documents for the audit, Howard found something that has to be disclosed. There was a handwritten note attached to Helen's revised will, dated 6 months before her death. It wasn't part of the legal document itself, so it didn't get filed with the probate court initially. But now that the IRS is auditing, Howard is legally required to provide all documentation related to the estate, including Helen's notes about her intent. Once it's in the audit file, it becomes part of the estate record. That means Lauren, as a beneficiary, will have access to it. What did it say? I'm sending you a scan now. Read it and call me back. I opened my email. The note was shaky cursive on legal pad paper. To whom it may concern, I am revising my will to support Sarah in her time of need. She has informed me that her marriage is ending and that she will need financial support to establish independence. I love both my granddaughters, but Sarah's situation requires immediate assistance. Lauren is financially stable with her husband and does not have the same need. I trust Sarah will use these funds wisely and create a better life for herself and my great-granddaughter Emma. My only wish is that Sarah be honest with James about her intentions and treat him with respect during this process. I read it 3 times. James? You there? Rebecca's voice on the phone. Yeah. I'm here. Helen expected Sarah to be honest with you. She didn't know Sarah was going to ambush you, hide the inheritance, conduct an affair while planning the divorce. If she had known, would she have structured the bequest the same way? Probably not. That's what I think too. But here's the problem, this note isn't legally binding. It expresses Helen's wishes, but it doesn't change the will's terms. We can't use this to claw back the inheritance in court. So why are you telling me? Because it's leverage, just not legal leverage. Think about it, Sarah's entire family will see this note. Lauren got cut out of $1.5 million while Sarah got everything, specifically because Sarah claimed she needed support during a divorce. But Sarah lied to Helen about being honest with you. She hid the inheritance, conducted an affair, blindsided you with divorce papers. If this note becomes public in the estate audit, if Lauren sees that Helen wanted Sarah to treat you with respect and Sarah violated that trust, Lauren has grounds to challenge the will. She could argue Sarah obtained the inheritance through misrepresentation to Helen. Would that work? Maybe, maybe not. Will contests are expensive and uncertain. But Sarah would have to defend against it, spend a fortune on attorneys, drag the whole family through litigation. Her mother, her sister, everyone would know she manipulated a dying woman's estate planning. Marcus would see it. Her colleagues at the hospital would hear about it. And the IRS audit means all this documentation becomes part of the official record. So it's about reputation and family consequences? Exactly. And the threat of Lauren potentially challenging the will. Sarah got that inheritance by convincing Helen she needed it for a difficult divorce where she'd be honest and respectful. She did the opposite. The note proves it. That's powerful leverage, not to claw the money back through court, but to negotiate a settlement where Sarah voluntarily pays you to keep this quiet and prevent Lauren from seeing grounds to challenge the will. Is that legal? Absolutely. It's a settlement negotiation. We're not threatening her, we're providing information relevant to her financial and legal situation. What she does with that information is up to her. I thought about it. The settlement was final, signed, approved. I'd moved on, or tried to. Emma was adjusting. Opening this back up would mean more conflict, more legal fees, more stress. But the money? Hundreds of thousands of dollars, potentially. Emma's college fund. My financial security. Justice for the deception. Do it, I said. Rebecca sent a carefully worded letter to Margaret Voss in November. It outlined the discovery of Helen's note, explained the IRS audit would make it part of the estate record, noted that Lauren, who'd been largely disinherited, would have access to this documentation, and suggested that Sarah might want to consider a voluntary payment to me to align with her grandmother's expressed wishes and avoid potential will contests or family conflict. Margaret called Rebecca within an hour. They talked for 2 hours. Margaret called Sarah. Sarah called Marcus. Marcus called his attorney. 3 days later, Margaret called Rebecca back with an offer, $300,000 from Sarah's inheritance to me, in exchange for a mutual agreement to support a motion to seal Helen's note in the estate records and for me not to share it with Lauren or other family members. It's a good offer, Rebecca told me. We could push for more, but Sarah's dug in at $300,000. She says it's what she calculates as fair based on what Helen would have wanted, and she's terrified of Lauren challenging the will or the family finding out how she manipulated Helen. And if we don't take it? We let the note become part of the public estate record. Lauren will eventually see it. She might challenge the will, she has a decent argument that Sarah misrepresented circumstances to Helen. That could tie up the inheritance in litigation for years. Or the family just finds out and Sarah faces the social consequences. Maybe we could use it in a motion to reopen the settlement, arguing new evidence of fraud, though that's a long shot and would cost you money with no guarantee. Or we walk away and get nothing additional. What do you recommend? Take the money. It's a clean win. You get a significant sum, Sarah doesn't have to worry about the IRS, Emma doesn't have to see her parents back in court. Everyone moves on. I agreed. The documents were signed in December. Sarah transferred $300,000 to my account in January. After Rebecca's fees for the additional negotiation work, I netted about $285,000. I put $200,000 in a college fund for Emma. The rest went to savings and paying off debt. I didn't tell Emma about the money. I did tell her that Mommy and I had worked out some remaining financial issues and everything was settled now. So you're not fighting anymore? She asked. We're not fighting anymore. Good. I don't like when you fight. I know, sweetheart. I'm sorry you had to see any of that. She hugged me tight. I love you, Daddy. I love you too. Sarah and Marcus got married in September. Emma was a junior bridesmaid, wore a lavender dress she picked herself. I dropped her off at the venue, watched her run inside excited and nervous. Sarah came out to the parking lot, approached my car. "Thank you," she said through the window. "For settling things. For not dragging it out further." "It wasn't for you. It was for Emma." "I know. But still." She paused. "I'm sorry. For how I handled things. I was scared and selfish, and I hurt you." "Yeah. You did. I hope you find happiness. I really do." I looked at her, this person who'd been my everything, who'd destroyed me and forced me to rebuild. "I'm working on it." She nodded and walked back inside. I drove away, went home to my quiet condo, and felt something like peace. A year later, Emma was doing well. Her grades were back up, her anxiety had settled. She split time between my place and Sarah's, seemed to like Marcus okay, didn't complain about the arrangement. Sarah and I communicated politely about logistics, showed up together for Emma's school events and dance recitals, put on a united front. I started dating someone, a woman named Lisa I'd met at a coding conference. She was patient with my baggage, good with Emma on the occasions they met. It wasn't serious yet, but it felt possible. I thought about the divorce sometimes, about the betrayal and the fight and the eventual resolution. I thought about Helen's note, about the justice of it. Sarah had tried to take everything, had planned and schemed and manipulated. In the end, she got most of what she wanted, the inheritance, the new husband, the nice house. But not all of it. The $300,000 she'd paid me felt like acknowledgement, like life saying her grandmother's wishes mattered. That deception carried a price. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't a movie ending where the bad guy gets completely destroyed and the good guy rides off into the sunset. But it was real. It was fair, or as fair as divorce ever gets. Emma had two parents who loved her. I had financial stability and the beginnings of a new life. Sarah had her happiness, whatever that was worth. The payback wasn't dramatic. There was no single moment of triumph, no grand gesture. It was quieter than that, a grandmother's handwritten note, a lawyer's clever maneuvering, a negotiation that clawed back some of what had been taken. But it was enough. Some days, it felt like more than enough. Other days, I still felt the ache of what I'd lost. But mostly, I felt grateful. Grateful for Emma, for my health, for second chances. Grateful that the worst was behind me. And grateful that Helen Whitmore, in her final act of love for her granddaughter, had also left a breadcrumb trail back to justice, one that Sarah hadn't counted on, one that reminded her that deception and selfishness don't go unpunished, even when they technically stay within the bounds of law. The divorce taught me that marriage is fragile, that people change, that love can die quietly while you're looking the other way. But it also taught me that I was stronger than I thought. That I could survive devastation and build something new. That my daughter needed me, and I could be what she needed. Sarah posted photos on social media, her new house, her wedding, vacation with Marcus and Emma. They looked happy. Maybe they were. I didn't spend time wondering anymore. I focused on my own life. Work was going well. Emma and I had our routines, our inside jokes, our Friday movie nights. Lisa was talking about introducing me to her parents. I was thinking about selling my condo and buying a small house with a yard, maybe getting a dog. The revenge, such as it was, wasn't in destroying Sarah. It was in surviving her. In taking what she'd broken and building something new. In claiming the money her grandmother had wanted her to use honorably, since Sarah had failed that test. In showing Emma that her father was steady, present, loving, even when things fell apart. In being okay. Better than okay. Actually living again. That, I realized, was the best payback of all. Not the money, not the legal maneuvering, not the moral victory. Just the simple fact that Sarah had tried to wreck me and failed. She'd moved on to her new life, sure. But I'd built one too. Different from what I'd planned, but mine. And Emma, beautiful Emma, had both of us. Had stability and love, even if it looked different now. Had parents who, despite everything, could show up for her school play and sit in the same row without fighting. Had a future funded by her great-grandmother's money, money that had almost been lost to her mother's selfishness but had been partially reclaimed. Helen Whitmore had wanted Sarah to be honest with me. Sarah had failed. And in that failure, she'd paid a price. Not everything, but something. Enough. I stood in my condo one night, Emma asleep in her room, Lisa texting goodnight, and felt the weight of the past year settle into something manageable. The anger had faded to acceptance. The hurt had scarred over. The fear had transformed into resilience. Sarah had divorced me 2 weeks before receiving her grandmother's massive inheritance. She'd planned it that way, calculated and cold. But Helen's final wish, that Sarah treat me with respect, had echoed forward, had given me the lever I needed to extract something like justice from the wreckage. It wasn't the ending I'd wanted when I stood in our kitchen with divorce papers in my shaking hands. But it was an ending I could live with. One where I'd fought back, had won something meaningful, and had survived to build a new beginning. The revenge was subtle. No dramatic confrontation, no public humiliation, no devastating loss for Sarah. Just a quieter accountability, her grandmother's disappointment captured in a handwritten note, a legal obligation to share some of the wealth she'd tried to hoard, a reminder that deception carries consequences. And for me, the knowledge that I'd weathered the worst thing that had ever happened to me and come out intact. Damaged, changed, but intact. That was payback enough. Story 6.
At my sister's wedding, my boyfriend ran over and caught the bouquet, then got down on one knee in front of everyone and said, "Will you marry me?" The entire reception went silent. I was mortified. I leaned down and whispered, "Not now, Robert. Not at my sister's wedding." He looked confused, then angry, and just left, walked out without a word. Now my sister and my mom are furious with me, calling nonstop and threatening to disown me if I don't compensate by paying the entire $45,000 wedding bill because I ruined her special day. I should probably explain how we got here. Robert and I had been together for 3 years. We met at a coffee shop where I was studying for the bar exam, stress eating a blueberry muffin and probably looking like I hadn't slept in weeks. I just finished my first year as an associate at a small law firm, and the exam was my last hurdle. He sat down across from me without asking, slid a fresh latte over, and said, "You look like you could use this more than whatever cold thing you've been nursing for the past hour." I was too exhausted to be annoyed by the presumption. The latte was perfect. He was charming in that easy way some people are, where conversation feels effortless and you don't notice 2 hours have passed. He worked in tech sales, made good money, wore expensive watches. My family loved him immediately, which should have been my first warning. My mother, Barbara, started planning our wedding before we'd even said "I love you." My sister Melissa would corner me at family dinners, squealing about double dates and how we'd have kids at the same time and they'd be best friends. I ignored the small things. How Robert always ordered for me at restaurants without asking what I wanted. The way he'd steer me by the small of my back in public, like I needed guidance. His habit of checking my phone playfully when I left it on the table. These were just quirks, I told myself. Everyone has quirks. The proposal issue came up around year 2. My mother brought it up every chance she got. "When's Robert going to make an honest woman of you?" she'd say, as if we were living in 1952. Melissa, newly engaged herself, would flash her ring at every opportunity and make pointed comments about knowing when you found the one. Robert seemed content with how things were, which I appreciated. I was building my career at a small law firm, working brutal hours, and marriage felt like something distant and abstract. Then Melissa's wedding planning consumed everything. Every family gathering became about seating charts, flower arrangements, dress fittings. My mother transformed into a wedding monster, obsessing over details I couldn't bring myself to care about. They'd parade me through bridal shops even though I wasn't engaged, holding dresses up to my body and debating necklines. I felt like a doll being dressed up for their entertainment. Robert started acting strange about 6 months before the wedding. He'd get this secretive smile when I mentioned the upcoming event. He'd ask leading questions about what kind of proposal I'd want, what my dream ring looked like. I shut these conversations down. I'd seen the spreadsheet he kept of his finances, yes, he showed it to me unprompted, and he'd recently bought a new car. The timing didn't make sense. The bouquet toss was Melissa's idea, obviously. She'd been talking about it for months, how it was going to be this magical moment, how she just knew I'd catch it. I tried to explain that I didn't want to participate. The tradition felt outdated and embarrassing. She cried. My mother called me selfish. I relented because it was easier than fighting. The wedding day arrived in a blur of champagne and chaos. The ceremony was beautiful, I'll admit. Melissa looked happy. Her husband, Derek, seemed like a decent guy, though I barely knew him. They dated for only 14 months before getting engaged, which my mother had described as traditional and romantic, while my 3-year relationship was apparently stagnant and concerning. The reception was held at some overpriced venue with crystal chandeliers and more forks per place setting than any reasonable person needed. I'd been seated at the main family table, which meant enduring my mother's commentary on every aspect of the event. "Look at that centerpiece." I knew the roses were the right choice. "Did you see Aunt Martha's dress? Completely inappropriate. This is why you need a good wedding planner." Robert was being weird. He kept disappearing, checking his phone, giving me these intense looks across the room. I assumed he was bored or uncomfortable. Weddings weren't really his scene. He'd complained about having to wear a suit the entire drive over. Then came the bouquet toss. Melissa made this big production of it, gathering all the single women onto the dance floor. I tried to hide in the bathroom, but my mother physically dragged me out. "Don't you dare embarrass your sister," she hissed. I stood at the back of the group, arms firmly at my sides. I wasn't playing this game. Melissa turned around, counted to 3, and threw the bouquet directly at me. It was like a heat-seeking missile. I stepped aside. The woman next to me dove for it. And then Robert was there, shoving through the crowd, jumping higher than I'd ever seen him move, snatching the bouquet out of the air like he was catching a game-winning touchdown. The room fell silent in that horrible way that tells you something has gone terribly wrong. Robert landed, looked around at the stunned faces, and then his expression shifted into something determined. He dropped to one knee right there, pulled out a ring box I'd never seen before, and said those words. "Will you marry me?" My body went cold. Everyone was staring. My mother had her hands clasped over her mouth, tears already forming. Melissa looked like she couldn't decide between thrilled and annoyed that her moment was being hijacked. The DJ had stopped the music. Derek was frozen mid-dance with his grandmother. I couldn't breathe. This wasn't happening. Not here. Not like this. I leaned down, trying to keep my voice low. Not now, Robert. Not at my sister's wedding. His face transformed. Confusion first, then embarrassment, then anger. The emotions cycled through so fast I almost got whiplash watching. He stood up, shoved the ring box back in his pocket, and said loud enough for the front tables to hear, "Fine. Forget it." Then he left. Just walked straight out of the reception hall while everyone watched in stunned silence. My mother found her voice first, naturally. "What did you say to him? What did you do?" Melissa burst into tears, which set off a chain reaction of concerned guests flocking to comfort her. I stood there holding the stupid bouquet Robert had thrust at me, feeling like I was in a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. The rest of the reception was torture. I hid in the bathroom for 20 minutes, ignoring my mother's increasingly angry texts. When I finally emerged, the party had resumed, but everyone kept giving me these looks. Pitying looks. Scandalized looks. Angry looks. I found my code and left without saying goodbye. Robert wasn't answering his phone. His apartment was dark when I drove past. I went home, poured a large glass of wine, and waited for the inevitable fallout. It started at 11 p.m. My mother called, screaming so loud I had to hold the phone away from my ear. "How could you humiliate him like that? How could you humiliate this family? Your sister is devastated. Everyone is talking about it. You've ruined everything." I tried to explain. "Mom, he ambushed me. He knew I didn't want a public proposal. We've never even seriously discussed marriage. This was completely inappropriate." Inappropriate? Inappropriate? He was trying to do something romantic, and you rejected him in front of everyone we know. You're ungrateful. You're selfish. You're going to end up alone. She hung up. Melissa called 30 seconds later, crying hysterically. "You ruined my wedding. Everyone is talking about Robert and your drama instead of my marriage. This was supposed to be my day, and you made it all about you." I didn't make it about me. Robert did that. You could have just said yes and dealt with it later. But no, you had to cause a scene. You had to make everyone uncomfortable. Do you have any idea how much this wedding cost? How much effort went into planning it? And you destroyed it in 5 seconds. I wanted to point out that a relationship milestone shouldn't be accepted just to avoid social awkwardness, but she was sobbing too hard to hear reason. Derek got on the phone briefly, trying to mediate, but even he sounded disappointed in me. I hung up when he started suggesting I might owe Robert an apology. The calls continued through the night. Aunts, cousins, family friends. Everyone had an opinion. Everyone thought I'd made a terrible mistake. Only my father remained silent, which somehow felt worse than the criticism. Robert finally called at 2 a.m. I was still awake, staring at the ceiling, replaying the nightmare on loop. "We need to talk," he said. His voice was flat, emotionless. "Where are you?" "Home. Can you come over?" I drove through empty streets, trying to figure out what I'd say. Part of me was angry that he put me in that position. Part of me felt guilty for humiliating him. Mostly I was just tired and confused and wanted this day to be over. His apartment looked the same as always. Minimalist furniture, tech gadgets everywhere, framed motivational posters about success. He was sitting on the couch, still wearing his suit, staring at nothing. The ring box sat on the coffee table between us. "I don't understand," he said quietly. "We've been together for 3 years. I thought you'd be happy." I sat down, leaving distance between us. "Robert, we've never talked about getting married. Not seriously. You've never asked me what I wanted or if I was ready. You just decided and made this big public gesture without considering how I'd feel. Everyone expects us to get married. Your family, my family, our friends. It's the next logical step. Maybe for you. But I get a say in this too. I'm building my career. I'm not ready for marriage. And even if I was, I definitely didn't want to be proposed to at my sister's wedding in front of hundreds of people. He looked at me like I was speaking another language. Most women dream about public proposals. It's supposed to be romantic. I'm not most women. You know I hate being the center of attention. You know I think those viral proposal videos are cringy. Did you even consider what I'd actually want, or were you just performing for everyone else? I thought I was giving you what you wanted. Your mom said you'd love it. Melissa helped me plan the whole thing. They said it would be perfect. And there it was. He'd consulted my family but not me. They'd orchestrated this entire disaster together. Robert, do you even know me? Like, actually know me? Can you tell me what I want out of life? What my goals are? What makes me happy? He was quiet for a long time. You want to make partner at your firm, he said finally. You like those true crime podcasts. You're allergic to shellfish. That's surface level stuff. What about deeper things? What do I value? What am I afraid of? What do I dream about? He couldn't answer. We sat in silence, and something fundamental shifted in that moment. I realized I'd been in a relationship with someone who'd never really tried to understand me. He'd been dating the idea of me, the version my family presented, not the actual person. I can't marry you, I said. I'm sorry. But this isn't right. We're not right. He nodded slowly, and I couldn't tell if he was heartbroken or relieved. So that's it? 3 years just over? I think it's been over for a while. We've just been going through the motions. I left the ring on the table and walked out. The sun was starting to rise. I felt empty and exhausted but also strangely lighter, like I'd been carrying something heavy without realizing it. My mother called at 8 a.m. sharp. I let it go to voicemail. She called again. And again. By noon, I had 47 missed calls. I turned my phone off and tried to sleep. When I finally checked my messages the next day, I found I'd been uninvited from Thanksgiving. My mother had sent a long text explaining how I'd broken Robert's heart, humiliated the family, and shown complete disregard for my sister's happiness. The kicker came at the end. Melissa has calculated the cost of everything that was ruined by your scene, the timeline disruption, the emotional distress to the guests, the photographer having to delete certain photos. It comes to $45,000. Since you ruined her day, you need to compensate her by paying for the entire wedding. Otherwise, you're no longer welcome in this family. I read it 3 times, certain I was misunderstanding. She wanted me to pay $45,000 because my boyfriend proposed and I said no? The math didn't even make sense. How did my 30-second interaction somehow ruin decorations and catering that had already been paid for? And emotional distress? Were we suing each other now? I called my father. He picked up on the first ring. Dad, did you know about this? He sighed heavily. Your mother is upset. Melissa is upset. You know how they get. They want me to pay for the entire wedding because Robert proposed. It's not about the proposal. It's about how you handled it. You embarrassed him. You embarrassed us. Dad, he ambushed me. He knew I wouldn't want that. He and Mom and Melissa planned this whole thing without telling me. Another sigh. I know. I told them it was a bad idea. But nobody listens to me. He paused. Look, I'm staying out of this. But between you and me? $45,000 is ridiculous. Don't pay it. They'll cool off eventually. And if they don't? Then you'll know where you stand. He hung up. I sat there, processing the fact that my family had apparently decided I was the villain in this story. I'd been put in an impossible situation and punished for not playing along. And now they wanted me to financially compensate them for my failure to perform. I went to work the next day, hoping for some normalcy. My paralegal, Jenny, took one look at me and said, "Rough weekend?" I gave her the abbreviated version. She listened with increasing horror, then said, "Your family sounds toxic as heck. Don't pay them a cent." But the pressure kept building. Melissa posted a vague Facebook status about being betrayed by the people closest to you and learning who your real family is. Relatives started commenting, offering support, asking what happened. My aunt called to lecture me about respecting marriage. My cousin sent a long message about how I'd always been the difficult one and maybe it was time for self-reflection and growth. Robert, meanwhile, had apparently become the victim in everyone's narrative. He was the heartbroken romantic who'd tried to make a grand gesture, only to be cruelly rejected. Never mind that he'd hijacked someone else's event. Never mind that he'd never bothered to ask what I actually wanted. He was the good guy, and I was the villain. I blocked most of my family on social media. Changed my phone number. Focused on work. My boss, Patricia, noticed I was distracted and called me into her office. "Everything okay?" she asked. I explained the situation, expecting professional detachment. Instead, she laughed. Actually laughed. "Your family wants you to pay for a wedding because someone proposed to you? Are they serious?" "Apparently." "Don't pay them. That's insane. And honestly? It sounds like Robert did you a favor. Better to find out now that he doesn't respect your boundaries than after you're legally bound to him." It was the first validation I'd received. I almost cried with relief. 2 weeks passed. The calls from my family finally stopped, replaced by ominous silence. Then I received a letter in the mail. From a lawyer. Melissa was actually suing me for intentional infliction of emotional distress and demanding $45,000 in damages. I called Patricia immediately. Can she do this? Patricia, who practiced family law, read through the complaint while I waited on hold. Technically, she can file whatever she wants, she said finally. Will she win? Absolutely not. This is frivolous. You can't sue someone for declining a proposal. Any judge will throw this out immediately. But she can definitely waste everyone's time and money trying. What should I do? Respond through a lawyer. Don't engage with her directly. Document everything. And honestly? Consider this the trash taking itself out. If your family is willing to sue you over this, they're not worth having in your life. I hired a lawyer. Drafted a response. The whole thing felt surreal, like I'd stumbled into someone else's nightmare. I'd gone from being a regular person with a normal family to being estranged and threatened with legal action, all because I declined a surprise proposal. The lawsuit dragged on for 3 months. Melissa's lawyer actually tried to argue that I'd conspired to ruin the wedding by premeditating my rejection. As if I'd somehow known Robert would do something I'd explicitly said I didn't want. The whole thing was absurd. Then my lawyer found something interesting. She requested all communications between Melissa, my mother, and Robert regarding the proposal. Turns out, they'd been planning it for 6 months. Detailed emails about timing, location, how to make sure I'd be in position for the bouquet toss. My mother had even suggested Robert propose during Melissa's first dance, but Melissa thought that would be too much. The most damning part? An email from 3 weeks before the wedding where my mother wrote, she'll say yes because she won't want to cause a scene. Even if she has doubts, she'll be trapped by social pressure. Then we can plan a proper wedding and finally get her settled down. They'd known I didn't want a public proposal. They'd counted on my discomfort to trap me into an engagement. It wasn't romantic. It was calculated manipulation. My lawyer submitted this as evidence. 2 days later, Melissa's lawyer withdrew the case. No explanation, just a terse notice of dismissal. I waited for an apology that never came. Instead, I got a Facebook message from Melissa. Not an apology, but an accusation. "I can't believe you gave our private emails to a lawyer. That's such a violation of trust. Mom is devastated. You've torn this family apart." I didn't respond. What was there to say? I'd torn the family apart by exposing their scheme? By not playing along with their manipulation? By having boundaries? Life moved on. I threw myself into work. Made partner 2 years ahead of schedule. Started dating someone new, a professor I met at a legal conference who actually listened when I talked and never once tried to plan my life without asking. We took things slow. Discussed our goals. Built something real instead of performing for others. I heard through mutual acquaintances that Robert got married 8 months after our breakup. Met someone at a company retreat, proposed after 3 months, married 3 months after that. I felt nothing hearing this, which told me everything I needed to know about our relationship. My father called occasionally. We'd have brief, superficial conversations where neither of us mentioned the rift. He never invited me to family gatherings, but he didn't condemn me either. It was a strange limbo. Then, 2 years after the wedding incident, everything changed. Melissa called. Not texted, actually called. I stared at the unfamiliar number, debating whether to answer. Curiosity won. "Hello? It's me." Her voice sounded different. Smaller. "Can we talk?" "About what?" "I need to apologize. Can you meet me for coffee?" I should have said no. Should have protected myself from whatever fresh drama this would bring. But I'd always been too curious for my own good. Fine. But somewhere public. We met at a chain coffee shop, neutral territory. Melissa looked exhausted. Dark circles under her eyes, no makeup, wearing a wrinkled sweater. This wasn't the polished, put-together sister I remembered. She got straight to it. Derek left me. He moved out last month. We're getting divorced. I didn't know what to say. I'm sorry? Don't be. You were right. About everything. She wrapped her hands around her coffee cup like she was trying to warm herself. The wedding was a disaster. Not because of you, because of me. Because I cared more about the performance than the marriage. I spent so much money and energy on one day that I forgot to think about all the days after. Melissa, let me finish. Please. She took a shaky breath. Derek tried. He really did. But I was impossible to live with. Always comparing our marriage to some fantasy version in my head. Always disappointed that real life wasn't as perfect as that one day. We fought constantly. About money, because the wedding debt was crushing us. About priorities. About whether to start a family. I wanted everything to look perfect for social media while our actual relationship was falling apart. She started crying. And the worst part? I knew. I knew what I was doing to you. Mom and I talked about it. We knew you didn't want a public proposal. We knew Robert had issues. But we didn't care because we wanted you to have what we thought you should want. We wanted you to fit into our picture of how things should be. I sat back, processing this. Why tell me this now? Because I've been in therapy. Trying to figure out why my marriage failed, why I'm 30 years old and starting over. And my therapist kept coming back to this wedding, to what we did to you. She said it was a pattern. Prioritizing image over substance. Controlling others instead of dealing with my own problems. Melissa wiped her eyes. I owe you an apology. A real one. What we did was cruel. The lawsuit was insane. I was just so angry that you didn't play along with the fantasy I created. Does Mom know you're here? Goodness, no. She'd lose it. She's still telling everyone you're the one who should apologize. But I can't keep pretending anymore. You were right to say no to Robert. You were right to have boundaries. You were right about everything. We sat in silence for a moment. I didn't feel vindicated or triumphant. Just sad for both of us. Are you okay? Financially, emotionally? I'm staying with Dad. He's been surprisingly supportive. Turns out he's got a lot of opinions about Mom's behavior that he's been keeping to himself for years. She laughed weakly. Did you know he told her the proposal plan was stupid? She didn't listen. She never listens to him. Where does that leave us? I don't know. I'm not asking for immediate forgiveness. I just needed you to know that I'm sorry. For all of it. I believed her. Maybe that made me naive, but sitting across from this broken version of my sister, I couldn't find it in myself to hold on to anger. I appreciate the apology. There's something else. She hesitated. Mom is planning another wedding. What? Who's getting married? She is. To Richard. I blinked. Richard, her accountant Richard? The guy she's been friends with for 20 years? Apparently they've been dating for 8 months. Started right after Dad moved into the guest room. They're separating. This was too much information at once. Mom and Dad are separating? It's been coming for years. The whole thing with you was kind of the breaking point. Dad told her she needed to apologize to you. She refused. They fought. Kept fighting. Eventually, Dad said he was done living his life according to her rules. Melissa looked almost proud saying this. He's got his own apartment now. Dating someone too, actually. A woman from his book club. My father was dating. My mother was remarrying. Melissa was divorced. I'd missed 2 years of family implosion while I was blocked and banished. Why are you telling me this? Because Mom wants a big wedding. Bigger than mine was. She's going completely overboard, trying to prove something. And she invited Robert. Why would she invite Robert? Because in her mind, he's the one who got away. The perfect son-in-law she lost because of your stubbornness. She's been in contact with him this whole time, apparently. Invites him to family things. He comes sometimes, which is bizarre. I felt anger rising, hot and sharp. That's beyond inappropriate. It's insane. But that's Mom. Anyway, she sent me my invitation yesterday. Save the date for June. I'm supposed to bring A+1. Melissa met my eyes. I want you to be my plus one. Absolutely not. Hear me out. You show up, looking amazing, with your new boyfriend. Dad told me you're dating someone. You walk in there and show everyone that you're thriving. That their rejection didn't break you. That you're successful and happy while they're all a mess. That's not revenge. That's just showing up. Trust me, for Mom, that would be the worst thing you could do. She's been telling everyone you're miserable and alone. That rejecting Robert was the biggest mistake of your life. She's rewritten history where she's the victim and you're the problem. You being happy destroys her entire narrative. I should have said no. Should have walked away from this toxic mess and never looked back. But something in me wanted them to see what they'd lost. Wanted my mother to confront the fact that I was better off without her manipulation. I'll think about it. Melissa smiled for the first time since sitting down. That's all I ask. I went home and told my boyfriend, Marcus, about the conversation. He listened quietly, then said, "Do you want to go to this wedding?" I don't know. Part of me wants to prove something. Part of me wants to stay far away. If you decide to go, I'll support you. But don't go for revenge. Don't go to prove anything to them. Only go if it's something you need for yourself. He was right, of course. He usually was. But I couldn't shake the idea. I spent the next week thinking about it, weighing my options, imagining scenarios. Then I got a call from my father. "Melissa told me you might come to the wedding." "Maybe. I haven't decided." "I think you should. Not for your mother, but for yourself. Show yourself that you've moved past this. That they don't have power over you anymore." "Dad, will it be weird?" "Robert will be there. Robert's an idiot who's gained 40 pounds and won't stop talking about cryptocurrency. You have nothing to worry about." Despite everything, I laughed. "That's petty." "I'm old. I'm allowed to be petty." He paused. "I'm proud of you, you know. For standing your ground. For building a life on your terms. I should have said that 2 years ago." "Thanks, Dad. Come to the wedding. Bring Marcus. Let's show your mother what a real, healthy relationship looks like." I decided to go. Not for revenge, exactly, but for closure. To prove to myself that I could walk into that space and feel nothing but indifference. Marcus and I went shopping. I bought a dress that made me feel confident without trying too hard. Got my hair done. Practiced my neutral facial expressions in the mirror. If I was doing this, I was doing it right. The wedding was in June, at an even more expensive venue than Melissa's had been. My mother had clearly not learned any lessons about fiscal responsibility. I walked in holding Marcus's hand, trying to project calm confidence even though my stomach was in knots. My mother was holding court near the entrance, greeting guests. She froze when she saw me. Actually froze mid-sentence, mouth hanging open. I smiled politely. "Hello, Barbara. Congratulations." Using her first name was a calculated choice. She flinched like I'd slapped her. "I didn't think you'd come." "Melissa invited me. I hope that's all right." She couldn't say no without causing a scene. "Of course. You're always welcome." The words came out strangled. I introduced Marcus. He was charming and polite, shaking hands, making small talk. My mother looked like she wanted to cry or scream or both. I excused us and moved into the venue. Robert was there, exactly as my father had described. Heavier, receding hairline, talking loudly about Bitcoin to anyone who'd listen. His wife looked bored and trapped. When he saw me, he did a double take. I waved casually and turned away before he could approach. Melissa found me near the bar. "You came." I said I'd think about it. "You look incredible. Mom looked like she'd seen a ghost when you walked in." "That wasn't the goal." "Maybe not, but it's a nice bonus." She squeezed my arm. "Thank you for being here. It means a lot." The ceremony was fine. Richard seemed nice enough, clearly nervous, probably wondering what he'd gotten himself into. My mother cried through her vows, which she'd written herself. They were long and self-aggrandizing, full of phrases like finally finding true love and starting fresh. I felt bad for my father, sitting in the back row with his girlfriend, but he looked unbothered. The reception was where things got interesting. I was seated at a table with distant cousins who'd been part of the original pile on 2 years ago. They were awkward around me, unsure how to act. I was gracious and polite, asking about their lives, genuinely interested in their answers. Kill them with kindness, as they say. Then my mother came over. She'd been drinking. "Can we talk?" "Sure." She pulled me aside, into a quiet hallway. Why are you here? Melissa invited me. I already told you that. No, really. Why are you here? To ruin another wedding? To make me look bad? Barbara, I'm literally just a guest. I congratulated you. I'm sitting quietly at my table. I'm not doing anything. Your presence is disruptive. People are talking. They're asking why you're here after everything that happened. What happened, exactly? Remind me. Because from my perspective, I declined a proposal I never asked for, and you tried to extort me for $45,000. Her face went red. That's not what happened. You humiliated Robert. You ruined Melissa's wedding. Melissa's wedding was fine. And Robert humiliated himself by proposing at someone else's event without asking if I wanted that. He loved you. He wanted to marry you. And you threw it away. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. He didn't love me. He loved the idea of me. He never bothered to learn who I actually am. And you encouraged that because you wanted to control me, to make me fit your vision of what my life should look like. That's not true. It's completely true. You tried to trap me into an engagement using social pressure. Then when that didn't work, you sued me. And now you're mad that I'm not miserable and alone? Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm happy. I'm successful. I'm in a healthy relationship with someone who actually respects me. Your rejection was the best thing that could have happened. She stared at me, shocked. I'd never spoken to her this directly before. You're ungrateful. After everything I've done for you. What have you done for me? Aside from trying to orchestrate my life without my consent? She couldn't answer. I walked away, back to the reception. Marcus raised his eyebrows when I sat down. Everything okay? Perfect. The rest of the evening passed without incident. I danced with Marcus, chatted with my father, avoided Robert. When it came time for the bouquet toss, I excused myself to the bathroom. I wasn't playing that game again. I left feeling lighter. I'd faced my mother, said my truth, and walked away unscathed. That was the revenge, I realized. Not humiliating her or causing a scene, but simply being happy despite her best efforts to make me miserable. 3 months later, I got an unexpected package. Inside was a check for $5,000 and a note from my mother. I'm sorry. For everything. You were right. I was controlling and manipulative, and I pushed you away. I don't expect forgiveness, but I wanted you to know that I'm in therapy now. Richard insisted. I'm working on myself. This check is partial repayment for the lawyer fees for Melissa's lawsuit. I'll send more as I can. I hope someday we can talk. Love, Mom. I stared at the check for a long time. It wasn't enough, not even close. But it was something. An acknowledgement. A first step. I didn't cash it right away. Put it in a drawer, let it sit while I decided what to do. Eventually, I called my father. Did you know about this? The check? She told me she was sending it. I didn't think she'd actually follow through. Is she really in therapy? Every week. Richard gave her an ultimatum after the wedding. Get help or he's leaving. She chose help. Do you think she means it? The apology? I think she's trying. That's more than she was doing before. I cashed the check and donated it to a women's shelter. My mother didn't need to know that. Then I sent her a brief text, thank you for the apology. I'm not ready to talk yet, but I appreciate the gesture. She responded immediately, I understand. Take your time. I'll be here when you're ready. More time passed. Marcus and I got engaged, but we did it privately, just the two of us on a weekend trip. No public proposals, no family drama. We told people afterward, and the lack of spectacle felt revolutionary. My father congratulated us warmly. Melissa sent an enthusiastic message and asked to meet Marcus properly. Even my mother sent a tasteful card with no passive-aggressive comments. We planned a small wedding. Just close friends, Marcus's family, and my father. I debated inviting Melissa and my mother. Marcus said it was my choice, he'd support whatever I decided. Eventually, I sent them invitations. Not because I'd forgiven everything, but because I'd moved past needing to punish them. They'd already punished themselves more than I ever could. Melissa RSVP'd yes immediately. My mother took 3 weeks, but she also said yes. The note that came with her response card said, I'm honored to be invited. I promise to behave. The wedding was perfect. Small, intimate, focused on the actual marriage rather than the performance. My mother cried through the whole ceremony, but they were real tears, not dramatic ones. She hugged me afterward and whispered, "You were right about everything. I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner." "I know. Can we try to rebuild?" I looked at her, this woman who'd caused me so much pain, who was genuinely trying to change. "We can try. Slowly." "I'll take slowly." Robert wasn't invited. I heard through Melissa that he got divorced about 6 months after my mother's wedding. Apparently, he proposed to his wife after their third date, same pattern as before. She'd said yes because she didn't want to seem difficult. They were miserable from the start. I felt a strange pity for him. He was still out there, chasing some fantasy version of romance that didn't exist, never learning to see the actual people in front of him. As for me, I had everything I'd wanted. A career I loved, a partner who respected me, boundaries that people honored. The revenge, if you could call it that, was simply living well. Refusing to be broken by their rejection. Building something real instead of performative. Sometimes I think about that moment at Melissa's wedding. How my whole life changed in the space of 30 seconds. How saying no felt impossible but turned out to be necessary. How the worst thing that could have happened became the catalyst for the best things. My mother and I have dinner once a month now. It's awkward sometimes, but we're trying. She's learning to ask questions instead of making assumptions. To listen instead of dictate. She'll probably never fully change, but the effort matters. Melissa and I are closer than we've ever been. She's dating someone new, taking things slow, doing the work in therapy. We meet for coffee every week, and sometimes we laugh about the absurdity of that bouquet toss. How one small moment spiraled into lawsuits and estrangement, and eventually, somehow, to healing. I saw Robert once more, about a year after my wedding. At a coffee shop, of all places. He was alone, looking at his phone, and something in his posture read as defeated. He looked up, saw me, and the recognition was immediate. For a moment, I thought he might approach. But he just nodded slightly and looked away. I ordered my coffee and left. There was nothing to say. We were strangers who'd once shared a life, and now we didn't even have that. Marcus asked me later if it was weird, seeing him. "Not really," I said. It felt like looking at a character from someone else's story. "Are you glad it happened? The proposal, the fallout, everything?" I thought about it. Yeah. I am. It forced me to figure out what I actually wanted instead of just accepting what other people expected. It was painful, but I needed it. Even the lawsuit? Especially the lawsuit. It showed me who was willing to prioritize their ego or their relationship with me. That was valuable information. He kissed my forehead. "You're kind of amazing, you know that. I'm just someone who said no when I needed to." But it was more than that, and we both knew it. It was standing firm when everyone around me was pushing. It was choosing my own path when the approved route was clearly marked. It was believing I deserved better than a relationship built on performance and pressure. The story could have ended differently. I could have said yes at that wedding, trapped by social pressure and family expectations. Could have married Robert, spent years in a hollow relationship, eventually divorced with resentment and wasted time. That was the path my mother had wanted for me, the one she tried to engineer. Instead, I chose uncertainty. Chose to disappoint people who'd never really seen me anyway. And in doing so, I found actual happiness instead of the appearance of it. My mother struggles to understand this sometimes. "It would have been easier if you just said yes," she said once, during one of our dinners. Easier for who? For everyone. We could have avoided all the drama. I could have avoided the drama by not having boundaries. That's not how boundaries work. She nodded slowly. I'm starting to understand that. It's hard, unlearning decades of trying to control everything. I know it is. Are you happy? Really? Yes. Then I'm trying to be okay with how we got here. It's not a perfect reconciliation. We're not a Hallmark family now, all issues resolved and everyone holding hands. But we're real with each other in a way we never were before. The crisis forced authenticity. Burned away the performance. Sometimes people ask me what I'd do differently, if I could go back to that moment. The answer is nothing. I'd say no again. I'd walk away from Robert again. I'd refuse to pay the absurd lawsuit settlement again. Every difficult choice led me here, to a life I chose instead of a life that was chosen for me. That's the real revenge, in the end. Not humiliating them or proving them wrong, but simply thriving despite their efforts to make me conform. Building a life so fulfilling that their approval stopped mattering. The wedding invitation sits in a frame in my office now. Not Melissa's, but my own. A reminder that I did it my way, on my terms, with people who genuinely supported me. Next to it is a photo from that day, me and Marcus, my father, Melissa, even my mother, all smiling genuinely. Not performing for a camera, just existing in a moment of real happiness. Robert's not in the photo. He's not in my life. He's a cautionary tale I occasionally share with friends who are feeling pressured into relationships or life choices they're not ready for. Don't let anyone else write your story, I tell them. Not even if they mean well. Especially not if they mean well. Good intentions wrapped around manipulation are still manipulation. I got a call last week from a cousin I haven't spoken to in 3 years. One of the ones who'd piled on during the original drama. I just wanted to apologize, she said. I got engaged recently, and my boyfriend wanted to propose at my sister's graduation party. I said absolutely not, and he got upset, said I was being difficult. And I suddenly understood what you were dealing with. How uncomfortable that pressure must have been. What did you do? Told him we needed to talk about boundaries and consent in our relationship. He didn't take it well. We broke up. I'm sorry. Don't be. If he couldn't respect a simple boundary, what else would he ignore? You taught me that. By standing firm even when everyone was against you. I didn't do it to teach anyone anything. I just did what I needed to do. I know. That's what made it powerful. We talked for an hour, really talked. She told me about her family's reaction, how they were telling her she'd regret it, that she should have just gone along with it. The same script, different characters. I gave her the same advice my therapist had given me: other people's comfort is not your responsibility. She cried with relief. Thank you for saying that. I needed to hear it. After we hung up, I thought about how that moment at Melissa's wedding had ripples I'd never anticipated. How my refusal to perform had given other people permission to set their own boundaries. How one small act of self-preservation had somehow become radical. That's what happens when you live in a family, a culture, a world that expects constant compliance from women. Saying no becomes revolutionary. Having standards becomes selfish. Wanting genuine connection instead of performed happiness becomes difficult. But difficult is better than hollow. Lonely is better than trapped. And walking away from people who won't see you is better than contorting yourself to fit their limited vision. Marcus found me in my office, staring at the wedding photo. What are you thinking about? How lucky I am. Because you have me? He was grinning. Because I said no when it mattered. He got serious, understanding what I meant. I'm glad you did. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Otherwise, I'd be somewhere else, with someone else, pretending to be happy. Living a life that looked right but felt wrong. Your mother's version of your life. Exactly. He wrapped his arms around me. Well, I'm grateful to past you for being brave. Because present me gets to be with actual you. Brave or just stubborn? Both. You're stubborn about the right things. I leaned into him, feeling the weight of the last 5 years. The pain and growth and transformation. The relationships lost and rebuilt. The discovery of who I was when I stopped trying to be who everyone else wanted. My phone buzzed. A text from Melissa: guess who got proposed to? Privately, at home, after a conversation about whether I was ready. It was perfect. I smiled and texted back, congratulations. See? It's not that hard when people actually communicate. Learn from the best. Also, can you be my maid of honor? I promise no bouquet toss. Deal. Marcus read over my shoulder. Another wedding? Hopefully a less dramatic one. We should get her a gift. I was thinking a gift certificate for couples counseling. He laughed. That's dark. That's practical. If she'd had that before the first wedding, maybe things would have gone differently. Or maybe she needed to go through it to get where she is now. Like you did. He was right. We all needed our disasters, our moments of crisis that forced us to choose authenticity over appearance. Melissa's divorce had been her wake-up call. My mother's separation from my father had been hers. And mine had been that 30-second moment when I chose honesty over conformity. The revenge, I realized finally, wasn't something I'd done to them. It was something I'd done for myself. I'd refused to let the rejection define me. Refused to shrink or hide or apologize for wanting genuine love instead of a performance. And in doing so, I'd shown them an alternative way of living, one where happiness came from authenticity rather than approval. Some of them learned from it. Some didn't. But that wasn't my responsibility. I'd said no, survived the fallout, and built something real on the other side. That was enough. The bouquet from Melissa's wedding had dried out and disintegrated years ago. I'd thrown it away without ceremony, letting go of the symbol of everything that moment represented. But the lesson stayed with me, got stronger with time. You can't build a real life on other people's expectations. And trying to do so will only leave you hollow. So no, I don't regret saying no. I don't regret the estrangement or the lawsuit or the awkward family dinners. I don't regret choosing the harder path that led to actual happiness instead of the easier path that led to acceptable misery. If that's revenge, it's the best kind. The kind where everyone wins eventually, even if it takes time. The kind where the villain becomes human and the victim becomes whole. The kind where a disaster at a wedding becomes the foundation for something real. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about all the women who said yes when they wanted to say no. Who got trapped by that same social pressure, that same fear of causing a scene. Who married men they didn't fully love, who built lives around other people's expectations, who woke up decades later wondering who they might have been if they'd been brave enough to choose themselves. I said no. I caused the scene. I walked away from the life that was planned for me. And I've never been happier. Last month, I got invited to speak at a young lawyers' conference about work-life balance and setting professional boundaries. Standing at the podium, looking out at all these eager faces, I found myself telling an edited version of the wedding story. Not the legal details or the family drama, but the core message: sometimes the most important thing you can do is disappoint someone. The room was silent when I finished. Then a woman in the third row raised her hand. How did you know you were making the right choice? What if you were wrong? I didn't know. There was no guarantee that saying no would lead to something better. But I knew that saying yes would definitely lead to something wrong. Sometimes that's all the information you need. Another hand went up. But doesn't everyone deserve a second chance? What if Robert had changed? People can change. But change requires self-awareness and effort. Robert never acknowledged that what he did was wrong. He just felt entitled to a yes because he performed a grand gesture. That's not someone who's ready to change. The questions kept coming, each one revealing how many people were struggling with similar pressures. The partner who wanted to move across the country without discussion. The parent who planned their career without input. The friend who made major life decisions and expected automatic support. After the talk, at least a dozen people came up to share their stories. The associate who turned down a promotion because the hours would destroy her mental health. The paralegal who'd ended an engagement because her fiancé refused couples counseling. The junior partner who'd set boundaries with demanding clients and lost some business but gained her sanity. Each conversation reinforced what I'd learned: we're all navigating the same fundamental tension between what we want and what others expect from us. The brave ones choose themselves. The rest spend years wondering what might have been. I drove home thinking about younger me, standing in that reception hall, feeling the weight of everyone's expectations. If I could go back and whisper advice to her, what would I say? Probably nothing. She was already doing the right thing, even if it felt terrifying. Sometimes you have to trust your gut and deal with the consequences later. Marcus was cooking dinner when I got home, something complicated involving too many pans. How was the talk? Good. Made me think about how far we've come. From the wedding disaster? From the life I almost settled for. I wrapped my arms around him from behind. Thank you for being someone I don't have to settle for. He turned and kissed me. Right back at you. We ate dinner on the couch, watching a documentary about deep-sea creatures, and I felt that particular brand of contentment that comes from being exactly where you're supposed to be. Not where anyone else thinks you should be. Where you actually belong. My phone rang around 9. Melissa. Hey, got a weird question for you. Shoot. Do you ever feel guilty? About how everything went down? I thought about it honestly. Sometimes. Not about saying no to Robert, but about how much it hurt people. Even though I know intellectually that I did the right thing, there's still this little voice that says I should have handled it better somehow. Mom asked me today if I thought you'd be happier if you'd married Robert. I told her that's the dumbest question I've ever heard, but it got me thinking. Do you think she'll ever really understand? Maybe not. But she's trying. That's something. I'm proud of you, you know. For having the guts to blow up your life when it wasn't working. I wish I'd done that sooner with Derek. You did it when you were ready. That's all anyone can do. We talked for another hour about her upcoming wedding plans. She and her fiancé, Jason, were planning something small and meaningful. A ceremony in his parents' backyard, maybe 30 guests, homemade food, string lights. The opposite of her first wedding in every way. Are you going to do a bouquet toss? I asked, teasing. Absolutely not. I'm keeping my bouquet. It's going to be herbs from my garden, and I'm eating them after. You're going to eat your bouquet? I'm going to make pesto. Symbolic and delicious. I laughed so hard I started crying. This was the sister I'd missed during our estrangement. The one who made jokes and didn't take herself too seriously. The one who'd learned from her mistakes instead of doubling down on them. I'm really happy for you, Mel. Thanks. I'm happy for me too. After we hung up, Marcus was giving me that look. The one that meant he had something serious to say. What? I was thinking about what you said. About settling. About how easy it is to just go along with what everyone expects. He took my hand. I want you to know that I never want you to feel that way with me. If something's not working, if you need something different, I want to know. Even if it's hard to hear. Where is this coming from? The talk you gave today made me realize how much courage it took for you to say no to Robert. I don't ever want to put you in a position where you feel like you can't be honest with me. I squeezed his hand. You won't. You're nothing like him. I hope not. But just in case, I'm saying it explicitly, your happiness matters more to me than my ego. Always. This was why I loved him. Not because he was perfect, but because he was willing to do the work. To question himself. To prioritize our relationship over being right. Same goes for you, I said. If I'm ever steamrolling you or making assumptions, call me out. I spent too long being steamrolled. I don't want to become that person for someone else. Deal? We shook on it, solemnly, then both started laughing at the formality of it all. But the promise was real. We'd both seen what happened when people stopped communicating, when performance replaced authenticity, when pleasing others became more important than being honest. That night, lying in bed, I thought about the alternate timeline where I'd said yes to Robert. Would we have been happy? Would he have learned to actually see me, or would I have spent years being invisible while playing the role of perfect wife? Would I have become like my mother, controlling and manipulative because I'd lost control of my own life? I'd never know. That version of me didn't exist. This version did, imperfect, scarred by family drama, but genuinely happy. Genuinely herself. The revenge wasn't just living well. It was living authentically. It was showing everyone who'd expected me to conform that there was another way. It was being so completely myself that their version of who I should be became irrelevant. And maybe that was the lesson I'd been trying to articulate at the conference. Not that you should blow up your life at the first sign of conflict, but that you should prioritize truth over comfort. Yours and everyone else's. Because in the long run, the discomfort of honesty is always better than the slow suffocation of pretending. I fell asleep thinking about my next talk, the points I'd refine, the stories I'd add. But underneath it all was gratitude. For that 30-second moment of courage. For saying the word no when yes would have been easier. For trusting myself when everyone else thought I was wrong. The bouquet incident had ended one life and started another. The life I was supposed to live gave way to the life I chose to live. And that made all the difference.
Story 7. At 14, my parents sent me to military school because my brother told them I was dealing drugs from my room. My dad looked at me with disgust and said, "You're a disappointment." 3 years later, my brother overdosed. When they cleaned out the basement, they found his massive stash hidden in the walls. Mom showed up at my dorm room and broke down, confessing she'd actually found his drugs months before I was sent away but blamed me instead because he had more potential. At 14, my parents sent me to military school because my brother told them I was dealing drugs from my room. My dad looked at me with disgust and said, "You're a disappointment." 3 years later, my brother overdosed. When they cleaned out the basement, they found his massive stash hidden in the walls. Mom showed up at my door and broke down, confessing she'd actually found his drugs months before I was sent away but blamed me instead because he had more potential. The confession came on a Tuesday afternoon in March. I was 17, standing in the doorway of my dorm room at Camden Military Academy, still wearing my dress uniform from inspection. Mom's mascara ran in gray rivers down her cheeks. Her hands shook as she held out her phone, showing me photos of the basement renovation, the hollowed-out drywall, the neat rows of baggies and pills tucked behind the water heater. "I found them the week before you left," she said. Her voice cracked on every other word. I confronted him, and he cried and promised he'd stop. He said it was just experimentation, that he had everything under control. I stared at her. The March wind cut through the open door, but I felt nothing. "You knew?" She nodded, tears dripping onto her designer coat. "Your father was so proud of Marcus. The scholarship to Princeton, the varsity letter in lacrosse. We thought if we could just get him through this phase, give him a chance to mature. So you sacrificed me instead. You were struggling anyway. The words tumbled out in a desperate rush. Your grades were slipping, you were getting in fights at school, and when we found that joint in your backpack, that was Marcus's. My voice came out flat, mechanical. He asked me to hold it for him during the school dance because they were doing random searches. I told you that. You didn't believe me. Mom's face crumpled. I know that now. But at the time, it seemed like confirmation of everything we suspected. And Marcus, he was just so convincing. He said you'd been the one supplying him, that you'd gotten him involved with the wrong crowd. 3 years of marching drills, of spit-shined boots and barked orders, of lonely nights in a Spartan room while my family celebrated holidays without me, all of it crystallized into a single point of cold clarity. Get out. Please, just listen. No. I stepped back, my hand on the door. You made your choice. You chose the son with potential over the son who was convenient to throw away. Now you get to live with that choice. She reached for me, but I shut the door. Through the wood, I heard her sobbing, heard her slide down to sit in the hallway. She stayed there for 20 minutes before finally leaving. I sat on my bunk and stared at the wall, feeling absolutely nothing. The funeral was the following Saturday. I didn't go. My roommate, Jenkins, found me in the library that afternoon, methodically working through a calculus problem set. He knew about Marcus, everyone did. News traveled fast in a place like Camden. You okay, man? Fine. He sat down across from me, his massive frame folding awkwardly into the chair. My uncle died when I was 15. Drunk driver. I didn't cry for 6 months. I looked up at him. Jenkins was 6'4", built like a tank, and could bench press 300 pounds. He was also the gentlest person I'd ever met. I'm not going to cry, I said. I'm just going to do my homework. Okay. He pulled out his own books and sat with me in silence. Dad called that evening. I let it go to voicemail. He called again the next morning, and the morning after that. On the 4th day, I finally answered. Your mother is devastated, he said, skipping any greeting. You couldn't even show up to your own brother's funeral? No. The word hung between us like a blade. He was your brother. He was your golden child. I kept my voice level, almost conversational. The one with the bright future. The one worth protecting, even if it meant destroying someone else. That's not fair. You called me a disappointment. You looked me in the eye and told me I was a failure before you shipped me off to fix me. You never visited. Not once in 3 years. You sent checks for my expenses and Christmas cards with generic messages. Meanwhile, Marcus got a new car for his 16th birthday and a trip to Europe for graduation. Silence on the other end. Did he actually have more potential? I continued. Or did you just decide he did because he was charming and I was difficult? Because he knew how to play the game and I didn't? You don't understand what it's like to be a parent, Dad said finally. His voice had lost its angry edge, replaced by something hollow. You do what you think is best with the information you have. You had the information. Mom found his stash. She told you the truth eventually, right? When did she tell you, before the funeral or after? Another long silence. Before, he admitted quietly. The night before. We were going through his things, trying to find something appropriate for him to wear, and she just broke down and told me everything. So you've known for almost a week that you destroyed your other son's life to protect a lie. We made a mistake. A mistake is forgetting to pick someone up from practice. This was a choice. You chose Marcus over me, again and again, for 3 years. You chose to believe the worst about me because it was easier than confronting the truth about your perfect son. I hung up before he could respond. The weeks that followed took on a strange rhythm. Classes continued, drills continued, life continued. My parents called every few days, leaving messages that progressed through the stages of grief like a textbook example. Denial, we can explain everything if you'll just talk to us. Anger, you're being childish and cruel. Bargaining, come home for spring break and we'll sort this out. Depression, please, we've lost one son, we can't lose another. Acceptance never quite arrived. I deleted the messages without listening to most of them. What surprised me was how little I felt. I'd expected rage, or grief, or some kind of cathartic emotional release. Instead, I felt like I was watching my own life through bulletproof glass, able to see everything clearly but unable to touch any of it. Jenkins noticed. You're going to have to deal with it eventually, he said one night as we ran laps around the track. Deal with what? Whatever you're bottling up. He matched my pace easily, his breathing steady. It doesn't just go away because you ignore it. I'm not bottling anything up. I'm just done with them. That's not how family works. It is now. But he was right, of course. The anger came later, in unexpected moments. During a history lecture on the Vietnam War, learning about how young men were drafted and sent to die while others found ways to avoid service. During a chapel sermon about forgiveness and redemption. During a study session when someone made a casual joke about drug dealers and everyone laughed. Each time, I felt the rage spike hot and sharp in my chest, then forced it back down into the cold place where I kept everything related to my family. Spring break came. Most cadets went home. I stayed on campus, volunteering to help with maintenance and using the empty time to get ahead on my coursework. The commandant, Colonel Hayes, found me one afternoon in the administrative building, filing papers for the registrar's office. "Sterling," he said, his voice carrying the flat authority of someone who'd spent 30 years in the Marines. "My office." Now. I followed him down the hallway, my mind cycling through possible infractions. I've been meticulous about following regulations lately, using the structure and discipline as a framework to hold myself together. He closed the door and gestured to a chair. "Sit." I sat. "Your parents have been calling the school." He settled into his own chair, regarding me with the expression of someone evaluating a tactical problem. "Multiple times per day. They're worried about you." "Permission to speak freely, sir?" "Granted." "I don't care." Hayes studied me for a long moment. "I read your file when you first arrived. Marijuana possession, failing grades, multiple suspensions for fighting. Your father told me you were heading down a bad path and needed structure and discipline." "Yes, sir. In 3 years, you've become one of our top cadets. Perfect attendance, exemplary conduct, honor roll every semester. You've never caused a single problem." He leaned forward. "So either the structure and discipline worked exactly as intended, or your father didn't know his own son very well. Which is it?" I met his gaze. "Does it matter, sir?" "It matters to me. I don't like being lied to, and I don't like my academy being used as a dumping ground for family problems." His jaw tightened. "Your mother told my secretary the truth about what happened. About your brother and the drugs and the choice they made." "I see. Do you want to go home for break? I can arrange it. No pressure from your parents, just a neutral space for you to process what happened." "No, sir. I'd rather stay here." Hayes nodded slowly. "That's your right. But Sterling, let me tell you something I learned in 30 years of military service. Anger is like ammunition, it's only useful if you aim it at the right target. Right now, you're just stockpiling it, and eventually, it's going to explode." "I'm not angry, sir." "Yes, you are. You're furious. You're just controlling it very well." He stood, signaling the end of the conversation. "When you're ready to deal with it, my door is open. Until then, I expect you to maintain the standards you've set for yourself." Dismissed. I stood and saluted, then left. He was wrong, I told myself. I wasn't angry. I was just done. There was a difference. But that night, alone in the empty dormitory, I found myself thinking about potential. About what it meant, and who got to decide it. Marcus had potential that my parents invested in, protected, and ultimately watched disintegrate into a needle and a fading pulse. I'd apparently had no potential at all, which made me disposable when someone needed to take the fall. Except I'd thrived at Camden. Not because of some hidden reserve of discipline they'd unlocked, but because for the first time in years, I'd been judged on my own merits rather than in comparison to my brother. The structure helped, sure, but what really made the difference was being in an environment where nobody expected me to fail. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through the deleted messages folder. 47 messages from my parents over the past month. I restored them and listened to each one in chronological order. Mom's voice, shaky with tears, "Please call me back. I know I don't deserve it, but I'm begging you. I need to know you're okay." Dad's voice, stiff with discomfort, "Your mother wants me to tell you that we're seeing a therapist. Family counseling. Obviously, we can't have family counseling without the whole family, so when you're ready to participate, let us know." Mom again, "I went through your old room yesterday. Found your sketchbook from middle school. You were so talented. I never told you that enough. I never told you a lot of things enough." Dad, "The lawyer handling Marcus's estate found something you should know about. He left you a letter. Apparently, he wrote it 6 months ago, before everything. I'll send it to you if you want it." The messages continued in the same vein. Apologies, explanations, desperate attempts at connection. Each one made the anger burn a little hotter in my chest, but I forced myself to listen to all of them. The last message was from 2 days ago. Mom's voice, quieter now, almost resigned. "I don't expect you to forgive us. I just want you to know that I see you now. I see what we did to you, and I see who you've become despite it. Your commandant sent us your progress reports. You're thriving there, and I'm glad, but it breaks my heart that you had to be sent away from us to do it. That says more about us than it does about you. I love you. I'm sorry. Call me when you're ready. Or don't. I'll understand either way." I turned off the phone and sat in the dark. The letter from Marcus arrived 3 days later, forwarded through the school's mail system. I left it unopened on my desk for a week, staring at it every time I entered the room. Jenkins pointedly didn't ask about it, which I appreciated. Finally, on a Sunday afternoon when I had no other distractions available, I opened it. The handwriting was Marcus's characteristic scrawl, barely legible. "Hey little brother. If you're reading this, I'm probably dead. Overdose, most likely. Maybe a car accident if I was driving messed up. Doesn't really matter how it happened, because the fact that it happened means I didn't manage to stop like I kept promising everyone I would. I need you to know that I lied about you. Not just about the drugs in your room, I lied about everything. I told Mom and Dad you were the one getting me high, that you were bringing dealers to the house, that you were out of control. I made them believe you were the problem so they wouldn't look too closely at me. And it worked. Worked way better than I expected, actually. Once they decided you were the screw-up, I could do whatever I wanted. I felt like garbage about it at first, but then I just kind of stopped feeling much of anything. That's what the drugs did, I think. Made it easier not to feel guilty. You probably hate me. You should. I destroyed your life because I was too weak to deal with my own problems. I watched them send you away and didn't say a single word to stop it. I went to Princeton and lacrosse practice and parties while you were marching around some military school doing push-ups at dawn. I don't expect you to forgive me. I'm not even asking for that. I just want you to know that none of it was your fault. You weren't a disappointment. You weren't a screw-up. You were just the convenient scapegoat for my addiction, and I'll probably go to hell for that. For what it's worth, Mom and Dad are starting to figure it out. I've been getting sloppy, missing classes, showing up to stuff high. They're asking questions I can't answer anymore. So maybe by the time you read this, they'll know the truth. Maybe they'll even apologize. I hope you're doing okay at Camden. I hope they're treating you well. I hope you've figured out who you are without our family dragging you down. I'm sorry. For everything. Marcus. I read the letter 3 times, then folded it carefully and put it in my desk drawer. The anger I'd been carefully managing for weeks suddenly crystallized into something sharper and colder than rage. It was clarity. Marcus had been weak. My parents had been cowards. And I had been collateral damage in their shared delusion that image mattered more than truth. But I was done being collateral damage. I picked up my phone and called my mother. She answered on the first ring. Hello? Her voice was breathless with hope. I got Marcus's letter. A sharp intake of breath. Oh. I didn't know he'd written to you. Your father only mentioned that he'd left letters for us. He confessed. To everything. I kept my voice neutral, reporting facts. He said he lied about me, that he manipulated you both into seeing me as the problem so he could continue using. Yes. The word came out as a whisper. Yes, that's what he told us too, in his letter. We didn't show up at your school to tell you because we just found out. We didn't know how to admit that you destroyed your son's life based on the lies of an addict. Silence. I'm not calling to forgive you, I continued. I'm calling to tell you that I'm done. I'm finishing high school here, then I'm going to college somewhere far away. I'll cash the checks you send for expenses because I've earned that money by surviving the choice you made. But I don't want your calls, your visits, or your apologies. I don't want anything from you except to be left alone. Please, Mom's voice cracked. Please don't shut us out completely. We made a terrible mistake, but we're still your parents. We still love you. You loved Marcus. You tolerated me when I was useful and discarded me when I became inconvenient. That's not love. That's just self-interest dressed up in parental language. That's not fair? Fair? The word came out sharp enough to cut. You want to talk about fair? I spent 3 years at a military academy for a crime I didn't commit while my brother got Ivy League coddling for crimes he actually did commit. I missed birthdays and holidays and every normal teenage experience because you decided I wasn't worth fighting for. And now you want me to pretend that's okay because you're sad and you feel guilty? No. You don't get absolution from me. You get exactly what you gave me, nothing. I hung up before she could respond. The anger finally broke through then, hot and vicious. I threw my phone across the room, where it shattered against the concrete wall. Then I sat on my bunk and put my head in my hands and shook with the force of 3 years' worth of suppressed rage. Jenkins found me there an hour later. He didn't say anything, just sat down next to me and waited. They knew, I finally said. The whole time, they knew. And they still chose him over me. Yeah. Jenkins's voice was gentle. That's pretty unforgivable. I should feel better now that I've told them off. I should feel vindicated or satisfied or something. But I just feel empty. Revenge doesn't fill holes, Jenkins said quietly. It just makes them more obvious. We sat in silence for a while longer. What do I do now? I asked finally. Whatever you want. You're free of them now. That was the point, right? He was right. I was free. Free of their expectations, their disappointment, their desperate need for redemption. Free to become whoever I wanted to be without the weight of their mistakes holding me down. It should have felt like victory. Instead, it just felt like loss. The rest of junior year passed in a blur of academic achievement and emotional numbness. I threw myself into my studies with the same intensity I'd once reserved for pretending everything was fine. Physics, calculus, literature, history, I consumed knowledge like it was the only thing keeping me afloat. In a way, it was. My parents stopped calling after that final conversation. They sent the checks as promised, deposited into my account on the first of every month like clockwork. No notes, no attempts at communication, just money. I used it to buy books and supplies, to pay for SAT prep courses and college application fees. Every purchase felt like extracting payment for services rendered, the service being 3 years of my life sacrificed to protect their illusion. Senior year brought college acceptance letters. MIT, Stanford, Caltech, Princeton. I'd applied to Princeton specifically because it was where Marcus had gone, where he'd squandered the opportunity my parents had protected at my expense. When the acceptance letter arrived, I stared at it for a long time, thinking about the poetry of it. The scapegoat son getting into the golden child school on his own merit, with no family connections or legacy status to smooth the way. I turned it down and accepted MIT instead. Princeton would have felt like walking in Marcus's shadow, even though he'd never actually made it past sophomore year before dropping out to enter rehab. I wanted something that was entirely mine. Graduation came in late May. The ceremony was held on the parade grounds, families filling the bleachers while we stood in formation in our dress uniforms. Colonel Hayes gave a speech about honor and integrity and the men we'd become. Parents wept and took photos and beamed with pride. My parents didn't come. I'd sent them a graduation announcement, a formal card with a date and time printed in neat script. Not an invitation, exactly, but not a rejection either. A neutral statement of fact, this is happening, with or without you. They'd sent back a card with a check for $5,000 and a note that said, "Congratulations. We're very proud of you." The note sat in my wallet for 3 months before I threw it away. Jenkins's family made up for the absence of mine. His mother, a cheerful woman who looked like she could wrestle bears, swept me into a hug and declared me an honorary son. His father, quieter but warm, shook my hand and told me I'd done well. His 3 younger sisters fought over who got to take pictures with me in my uniform. "You're coming to dinner," Mrs. Jenkins announced after the ceremony. "We're celebrating both our boys, and I won't hear any arguments about it." So I went, and for a few hours, I pretended I belonged to a family that celebrated successes and gathered around tables and laughed at inside jokes. It was nice. It also hurt in a way I couldn't quite articulate. That night, back in my dorm room for the last time, I pulled out Marcus's letter and read it again. The paper was creased now from multiple readings, the words as familiar as my own thoughts. I'd memorized every line, every attempt at explanation and apology. It was the closest thing I had to closure, and it wasn't close enough. I burned it in the metal trash can, watching the paper curl and blacken. The smoke detector went off, and I had to wave a towel under it to stop the alarm. Jenkins poked his head in from the hallway. "You okay?" "Yeah. Just getting rid of some old baggage." He looked at the smoldering trash can and nodded. "Good. That stuff will kill you if you carry it too long." We packed in silence for a while, folding uniforms and wrapping personal items in newspaper. 3 years of accumulated life fitting into a couple of duffel bags and a trunk. "You ever going to talk to them again?" Jenkins asked eventually. "Your parents, I mean." "I don't know. Probably not. That's going to be hard. Keeping that anger alive for the rest of your life." "I'm not keeping it alive," I said. "I'm just not letting them pretend everything's okay. There's a difference." "Is there?" I didn't have an answer for that. MIT was everything Camden wasn't: chaotic, intellectual, filled with people who cared more about ideas than discipline. I loved it immediately. My roommate, Chen, was a physics prodigy from California who slept 4 hours a night and lived on coffee and ambition. We got along because we were both too busy to cause problems for each other. I called Jenkins once a week, usually on Sunday evenings after I'd finished my problem sets. He'd gone to West Point, following the military path he'd always wanted. We compared notes on academic rigor and complained about the cold. "You talked to your parents yet?" he asked during one of these calls, about 3 months into our freshman year. "No." "They reach out?" "Birthday card." I didn't open it. Silence on the other end. "I'm not trying to be the guy who tells you how to live your life," Jenkins said finally. "But at some point, you're going to have to decide if you're punishing them or punishing yourself." "Both, probably." "That's fair. Just make sure you know which one you're prioritizing." The conversation stuck with me. I found myself thinking about it during late-night study sessions, during walks along the Charles River, during lectures on quantum mechanics and differential equations. Was I punishing them, or was I protecting myself? Was there a difference? Thanksgiving approached. Chen went home to California. Most of the dorm emptied out, leaving just a handful of international students and people like me who had nowhere else to go. I stayed on campus, worked on a research project for my physics professor, and tried not to think about what my family's table looked like with 2 empty chairs instead of one. On Thanksgiving Day, I got a text from an unknown number. "This is your Aunt Rachel. Your mother gave me your number. I know you're not talking to them, and I respect that, but I wanted you to know that they miss you. They're not the same people they were 3 years ago. They've done a lot of work in therapy. I'm not asking you to forgive them, just to keep an open mind. Happy Thanksgiving." I stared at the message for a long time. Aunt Rachel was my mother's younger sister, someone I'd always liked but never been particularly close to. The fact that my parents had recruited her to reach out felt manipulative, but the message itself seemed genuine. I didn't respond. Instead, I called Jenkins, interrupting his family dinner. "Sorry," I said when he answered, noise and laughter in the background. "Bad timing?" "Hold on." The background noise faded, replaced by the sound of a door closing. "Okay, I'm outside. What's up?" I told him about the text. "You going to respond?" "Should I?" "I can't answer that for you, man. But I can tell you that my family would really like to see you sometime. Mom keeps asking when you're coming to visit. So if you need a place to go for Christmas, you've got one." The offer made my throat tight. "Thanks. Anytime. And hey, whatever you decide about your parents, make sure it's actually what you want, not just what you think they deserve." After we hung up, I lay on my bed and stared at the ceiling. The problem with revenge was that it required constant maintenance. You had to keep remembering why you were angry, keep reinforcing the walls you'd built, keep choosing distance over connection. It was exhausting. But forgiveness felt like capitulation. Like admitting that what they'd done was forgivable, when it wasn't. They'd looked at their 2 sons and decided one was disposable. How did you forgive that? Christmas came and went. I spent it with Jenkins's family in North Carolina, sleeping on their couch and being fed enough food to sustain a small army. Mrs. Jenkins asked gently about my parents once, then never brought it up again when I gave her the abbreviated version of events. She just hugged me and told me I was welcome in their home anytime. Spring semester brought more academic challenges and a new research opportunity working with a professor on quantum computing. I buried myself in work, using the complexity of theoretical physics to crowd out everything else. It mostly worked. Then, in March, I got a phone call from Aunt Rachel. "Your father had a heart attack," she said without preamble. "He's stable now, but it was serious. They had to do bypass surgery." I stood in the middle of my dorm room, phone pressed to my ear, feeling absolutely nothing. Okay. Rachel's voice sharpened. "That's all you have to say? What do you want me to say? That I'm sorry? That I'm rushing to his bedside? I want you to show some basic human compassion. Whatever happened between you and your parents, he's still your father, and he almost died. People almost die every day. He's in good hands with the doctors, I'm sure. Gosh, you really are as cold as they said." The accusation stung more than I expected. They painted me as the problem child for 3 years while protecting the son who was actually destroying himself. They knew the truth and chose to believe a lie because it was more convenient. So yeah, I'm cold. They made me this way. Rachel was quiet for a moment. "Your mother has barely left his bedside. She's terrified she's going to lose him too. Then I guess she knows how I felt when they sent me away. You're not a child anymore. You can't keep acting like a wounded teenager forever. Watch me." I hung up. The anger came back then, hot and familiar. How dare they make me the villain in this story? How dare they expect me to perform grief and concern after everything they'd done? I'd given them nothing because they'd given me nothing, and that was fair, that was justice, that was exactly what they deserved. Except it didn't feel like justice. It felt like poison. I didn't tell anyone about my father's heart attack. Not Jenkins, not Chen, not my professors. I just kept going to classes and working on my research and pretending everything was fine. The performance was familiar enough by now that it felt almost natural. A week later, a package arrived. No return address, but I recognized my mother's handwriting on the label. Inside was a photo album I'd never seen before, leather-bound and worn. A note was tucked inside the front cover. "I found this while cleaning out the attic last year. Your father asked me not to send it because he didn't want to manipulate you into responding. But I'm sending it anyway because I think you should know that we didn't always get it wrong. Love, Mom." I almost threw it away without looking. My hand was literally hovering over the trash can when curiosity won out. The album was full of photos from my childhood. Me as a toddler, covered in mud and grinning. Me at 7, showing off a drawing I'd made in school. Me at 10, holding up a trophy from a science fair. Me at 13, before everything fell apart, laughing at something off camera. In every photo, my parents were there. Dad's hand on my shoulder, pride evident in his expression. Mom crouched down to my level, helping me with a school project. Both of them in the audience at my middle school band concert, clapping enthusiastically despite my mediocre clarinet playing. There were photos of Marcus too, of course. But the album wasn't weighted in his favor the way my memories were. There was evidence here of a time when I'd been loved, when I'd been seen, when I'd mattered to them as much as my brother did. I closed the album and shoved it in my desk drawer. Finals came and went. Summer arrived, and with it, the question of what to do with 3 months of unstructured time. I applied for a research position and got it, staying on campus to work in the quantum computing lab. Chen went home. Jenkins went to his summer training at West Point. I stayed in Cambridge and pretended I preferred it this way. The lab work was interesting enough to keep me occupied. My professor, Dr. Reeves, was brilliant and demanding, pushing me to think in ways that hurt my brain. We were working on error correction in quantum systems, trying to solve problems that would have seemed like science fiction a generation ago. It was the kind of challenge I needed, complex enough to require complete focus, leaving no room for inconvenient emotions. "You're here late again," Dr. Reeves said one evening in late June, finding me in the lab at 10 o'clock at night. "Just trying to debug this implementation." She pulled up a chair. "You know, when I was your age, I used to do the same thing. Throw myself into work so I didn't have to think about everything else. How'd that work out for you?" "I became a successful physicist with no personal life and a therapist on speed dial." She smiled wryly. "So, mixed results. You want to talk about whatever you're avoiding?" "Not particularly." "Fair enough. Just remember that problems don't solve themselves through neglect. Quantum states collapse whether you observe them or not. That's not actually how quantum mechanics works." "No, but it's a good metaphor." She stood and headed for the door, then paused. "Take the day off tomorrow. Go outside. Talk to a friend. Do something that isn't work." I didn't take the day off, but I did call Jenkins. "How's the summer treating you?" he asked. "It's fine. Lots of research, not much else." "You still haven't talked to them, have you?" "My father had a heart attack in March." "Did I mention that?" Silence. "No, you didn't. Is he okay?" "Apparently. I haven't checked." "Man." Jenkins's voice was heavy with something I couldn't identify. "Disappointment, maybe. Or pity. You can't keep doing this to yourself." "Doing what? Maintaining boundaries?" "No, carrying around this weight like it's your job. You're so busy being angry that you're not actually living your life. You're just existing in opposition to them." "That's not true." "Isn't it? When's the last time you did something just because you wanted to, not because it was productive or goal-oriented?" I couldn't remember. "Look," Jenkins continued, "I'm not saying you need to forgive them or invite them to Sunday dinner. But maybe consider that the best revenge isn't making yourself miserable to prove a point. Maybe the best revenge is being happy despite what they did." The conversation haunted me for days afterward. Was I happy? I was successful, certainly. I had good grades, a promising research position, a future that looked bright by any objective measure. But happy? I couldn't remember the last time I'd laughed without forcing it. Couldn't remember the last time I'd felt excited about something beyond academic achievement. Couldn't remember the last time I'd let myself want anything that didn't serve the purpose of proving my worth. In early July, I pulled out the photo album my mother had sent and looked through it again. This time, I let myself remember those moments. The mud had been from building a fort in the backyard with Dad. The science fair trophy was for a project on solar energy that Mom had helped me research. The band concert had been painful for everyone involved, but my parents had come to all of them anyway, enduring squeaking clarinets and off-key trumpets because I was the one playing. They'd loved me once. Before Marcus's addiction consumed everything, before the lies and betrayal and heartbreak, they'd loved me. The evidence was right here in these photos, undeniable. The question was whether that past love mattered in the face of what came after. I spent the rest of the summer wrestling with that question. Work helped, but only during the hours I was actually in the lab. The rest of the time, I was stuck in my own head, running through conversations I'd had and ones I hadn't, trying to figure out what I actually wanted beyond just not being heard anymore. August arrived, bringing with it the start of sophomore year and a new roommate named David who played guitar badly and talked constantly about his girlfriend back home. He was exhausting but in a weirdly pleasant way, filling the silence I'd gotten too comfortable with. One night in late September, after listening to David gush about his girlfriend for the better part of an hour, I asked, "How do you do it?" "Do what?" "Trust someone that much. Give them that kind of power to hurt you." David looked at me like I'd asked him to explain quantum mechanics. "I mean, you just do? Because the alternative is being alone and miserable." "But what if they betray that trust?" "Then it hurts, and you deal with it, and eventually you trust someone else. That's kind of how life works, isn't it?" The simplicity of it was almost offensive. As if trust was just something you chose to do, consequences be damned. But maybe that was the point. Maybe trust wasn't about certainty or guarantees. Maybe it was about choosing to be vulnerable despite the risk. I pulled out my phone and stared at my mother's contact information for a long time. Then I put the phone away without calling. Not yet. But maybe eventually. Jenkins called the next week. So I might be coming to Boston next month. West Point has some kind of conference at Harvard, and I'll have a free weekend. Want to grab dinner? Yeah, that'd be good. You should bring your parents. What? You heard me. I'm going to be there anyway, neutral territory, built-in buffer. It might be easier with someone else there. Absolutely not. Just think about it. You don't have to decide now. But I did think about it. I thought about it while solving problem sets and running along the Charles River and lying awake at 3 a.m. I thought about those photos, about the father who'd been proud of a middle school science project and the mother who'd helped with research. I thought about the family I'd lost and the family I'd rejected and the question of whether those were the same thing. In mid-October, I sent my mother a text. Jenkins is visiting in November. We're having dinner on the 15th at Legal Seafoods in Cambridge. 6 p.m. You and Dad can come if you want. No promises about how it will go. The response came 3 minutes later. We'll be there. Thank you. The weeks leading up to November 15th were torture. I almost canceled a dozen times, almost sent another text saying I'd changed my mind, almost convinced myself that this was a mistake that would only lead to more hurt. But I didn't cancel. On the appointed day, I showed up at the restaurant at 5:45, wearing jeans and a button-down shirt and feeling like I might throw up. Jenkins arrived at 5:55, took one look at me, and said, "You're going to be fine." You don't know that. No, but I'm going to say it anyway because you need to hear it. My parents arrived at exactly 6 o'clock. Mom looked older than I remembered, gray threaded through her hair. Dad moved carefully, like someone still recovering from major surgery. They saw me and stopped, uncertain. "Hi," Mom said finally. "Hi." We stood there awkwardly until Jenkins said, "I'm starving. Let's sit." The first half hour was excruciatingly polite. We discussed Jenkins's time at West Point, my research at MIT, the weather, anything except the massive elephant sitting at the table with us. Dad asked about my classes. Mom asked about where I was living. I gave short, factual answers. Then, over entrees none of us were really eating, Dad said, "I'm sorry." The words hung in the air. "I'm sorry," he repeated, "for everything. For not believing you. For sending you away. For choosing to protect Marcus instead of protecting you. For 3 years of absence when you needed me to be present. For all of it." Mom was crying silently, tears running down her face. "We can't take it back," Dad continued. "We can't undo the damage we did. But we've been in therapy for 2 years now, trying to understand how we got things so wrong. Trying to figure out how to be better, even if you never give us the chance to prove it." I looked at him, this man who'd called me a disappointment, who'd looked at me with disgust, who'd shipped me off to military school without a second thought. He looked diminished now, smaller somehow. Broken by grief and guilt and the heart attack that had nearly killed him. "You chose Marcus over me," I said quietly. "You knew the truth and you chose to believe a lie because it was easier." "Yes." Mom's voice was barely audible. "Yes, we did. And I will regret that choice for the rest of my life." "Why?" The question came out harsher than I intended. "Why did you do it?" They looked at each other, some silent communication passing between them. "Because I was terrified," Mom finally said. "Marcus was spiraling, and I didn't know how to help him, and your father was so proud of his Princeton scholarship. I thought if I could just hold everything together, if I could give Marcus time to get clean without anyone knowing, it would all work out. And you were already struggling, already fighting with us, already pulling away. It felt like we were losing you both, and I made the terrible, unforgivable choice to save one at the expense of the other." "You didn't save him," I pointed out. "He's dead." "I know." The words broke on a sob. "I know, and I have to live with that too. I made the wrong choice, and I lost both my sons anyway." The anger I'd been carrying for 3 years suddenly felt too heavy to hold. I was exhausted from the weight of it, tired of maintaining the walls I'd built, sick of performing coldness and distance. "I don't know how to forgive you," I said finally. "I don't know if I even want to. But I'm here, and that's more than I thought I could do." "That's enough," Dad said hoarsely. "That's more than we deserve." The conversation after that was easier, though no less painful. We talked about therapy, about the things they'd learned about themselves and their choices. About the ways they'd enabled Marcus and projected their fears onto me. About the family they destroyed through cowardice and the family they were trying to understand how to be now. Jenkins mostly stayed quiet, a steady presence anchoring the conversation when it threatened to spiral into territory too raw to navigate. By the end of dinner, nothing was fixed. The hurt was still there, the betrayal still real, the years lost still unrecoverable. But there was something else too, something fragile and tentative that might, with time and work, grow into something resembling forgiveness. "Can we see you again?" Mom asked as we prepared to leave. Maybe next month? I looked at Jenkins, who nodded slightly. Maybe, I said. Let me think about it. That's fair. She smiled slightly, the expression watery but genuine. Thank you for this. For showing up. I know how hard it must have been. Walking back to campus, Jenkins said, that went better than I expected. Did it? You didn't storm out, nobody shouted, and you left the door open for the future. Yeah, I'd call that a success. I thought about that. About doors opened and walls maintained and the space between forgiveness and revenge where most of life actually happened. It doesn't fix anything, I said finally. No, Jenkins agreed. But it's a start. A start. Not an ending, not a resolution, but a beginning. The chance to build something new from the ruins of what had been destroyed. I saw my parents again in December, for coffee this time. Then again in January, for lunch. The conversations got easier, though never easy. We talked about safe topics mostly, my research, their therapy, current events. Sometimes the hurt bubbled up and had to be acknowledged. Sometimes we sat in uncomfortable silence. But we kept showing up. That seemed to matter. By the end of sophomore year, I was having dinner with them once a month. The Jenkins family still felt more like home, but my parents were becoming something close to family again. Not what we'd been before, but maybe something more honest. Something built on truth instead of illusion. People asked sometimes if I'd forgiven them. I never had a good answer. Forgiveness implied wiping the slate clean, pretending the hurt hadn't happened. I wasn't capable of that, didn't want to be. But I'd found something better than forgiveness. I'd found acceptance. Acceptance of what they'd done, acceptance of how it had shaped me, acceptance that people could be both terrible and trying, both broken and building towards something better. The revenge I'd planned, the cold distance, the lifetime of absence, the punishment that matched the crime, had given way to something more complex. I'd hurt them by shutting them out, and in hurting them, I'd hurt myself too. The anger had kept me frozen, unable to move forward or back. Letting go of that anger didn't mean absolving them. It meant freeing myself from the prison of my own resentment. On the 3rd anniversary of Marcus's death, the 4 of us, me, Mom, Dad, and Jenkins, who'd become a permanent fixture in these family gatherings, visited his grave together. It was the first time I'd been there since the funeral I'd skipped. I think about what he could have been, Mom said quietly, standing over the headstone. If we'd gotten him help instead of hiding his problems. If we'd made different choices. Yeah, I said. Me too. But I also thought about what I'd become. Not despite their choices, and not because of them, but somewhere in the complicated space between. I'd become someone who knew how to survive betrayal, how to build himself back up from nothing, how to hold people accountable while still leaving room for grace. I'd become someone with potential after all. Just not the kind they'd been looking for. Later, over dinner at a restaurant none of us had been to before, neutral territory, always neutral territory, Dad said, I'm proud of you. I know I don't have the right to say that, but I am. You're right, I told him. You don't have the right. But I'm glad you said it anyway. Mom reached across the table and took my hand. I let her. We weren't fixed. We weren't whole. But we were here, together, trying. And that, I'd learned, was sometimes the best you could hope for. Not revenge, not forgiveness, but the messy, complicated work of being human with other humans who'd failed you and were trying not to fail you again. It wasn't the ending I'd imagined when Mom showed up at my dorm room 3 years ago. But it was real, and it was mine, and that was enough. Story 8. At 16, my cousin claimed I pushed her down the stairs on purpose, causing her miscarriage. My entire family testified against me in court, my own parents, aunts, uncles, everyone. My full-ride scholarship was revoked, and I spent 2 years in juvenile detention for a crime I didn't commit. A decade later, her deathbed confession went viral on TikTok. I lied. He never touched me. I fell because I was drunk. I'm so sorry. Within days, they all showed up at my restaurant crying, begging to talk, asking for forgiveness. I didn't say a word. I just nodded to security, and they escorted every single one of them out. The detention center smelled like industrial cleaner and something else I could never identify. Probably despair. I spent my 17th birthday there, lying on a thin mattress, staring at ceiling tiles that had been counted by hundreds of kids before me. There were 247 tiles in our cell. I'd counted them 38 times. Nobody believed me. Nobody except Marcus, and he was in for grand theft auto, so his endorsement didn't carry much weight in the real world. Sarah had been 4 months pregnant at 16. She'd hidden it from everyone until she couldn't anymore. The night of her fall, her parents were hosting Thanksgiving. The whole family was there. 37 people crammed into their oversized colonial house, drinking, laughing, arguing about politics and football and whether Aunt Marie's green bean casserole was better than Grandma's. I was in the kitchen helping my mom with dishes when the screaming started. The sound cut through everything: conversation, laughter, the football game on TV. Just this raw, animal scream that made everyone freeze. Sarah was at the bottom of the stairs. Blood pooling beneath her, spreading across the hardwood floor her mother had just refinished. She was clutching her stomach, hyperventilating, pointing up at where I'd supposedly been standing. Except I hadn't been anywhere near those stairs. I'd been elbow deep in soapy water for the past 20 minutes, my mom right next to me, telling me about her book club's drama. But Sarah said I pushed her. She looked her mother in the eyes, tears streaming down her face, and said I'd been angry about something she'd said earlier. Said I'd followed her upstairs when she went to the bathroom. Said I'd shoved her from behind with both hands when she was at the top of the stairs. My mom tried to speak up. She opened her mouth to say I'd been with her the whole time, that there was no way I could have done it. But then my dad put his hand on her arm. Squeezed hard enough that I saw her wince. He looked at her with this expression I'd never seen before, something between warning and pleading. And my mom went quiet. She closed her mouth and went quiet. The police came. The ambulance took Sarah away, sirens wailing into the cold November night. By the time they brought her back from the hospital, 6 hours later, she'd lost the baby. She cried to the officers. Cried to her parents. Cried to everyone who would listen. She was convincing. Grief-stricken. Traumatized. A victim. I was arrested the next morning. They came to the house at 6 a.m. I was still in my pajamas. My mom cried as they put the handcuffs on. My dad stood in the doorway with his arms crossed, watching. He didn't say a word. Didn't tell them they were making a mistake. Didn't defend me. My court-appointed lawyer was a tired woman in her 50s named Patricia Wynn. She had 4 other cases that week. She barely looked at mine. Our conversations before trial totaled maybe 45 minutes. She told me to plead guilty, said it would go easier. Manslaughter instead of murder. Juvenile detention instead of being tried as an adult. I refused. I told her I was innocent. She looked at me with something like pity and said innocence didn't matter much when the entire family was willing to testify against me. The trial lasted 3 days. The prosecutor was young and hungry, looking to make a name for himself. He painted me as a violent, jealous teenager with a history of aggressive behavior. They brought up a fight I'd gotten into at school 2 years prior. A kid named Derek had been bullying the smaller kid, Tommy, for weeks. Taking his lunch money, shoving him into lockers. I'd stepped in one day, told Derek to back off. He'd swung at me first. I defended myself. Tommy had tried to explain what happened, but his voice got lost in the official reports. Context didn't matter. The prosecutor held up my suspension record like it was evidence of a pattern. The scholarship to Northwestern vanished overnight. Full ride to study engineering, everything I'd worked for since middle school, gone in an email. They sent a form letter. Something about character standards and legal complications. They'd already given my spot to someone else. My parents testified against me. Both of them. They stood in that courtroom, placed their hands on the Bible, swore to tell the truth. Then they lied. My dad said he couldn't be sure where I was during those crucial minutes before the scream. Said I'd been moody lately. Said I'd gotten into an argument with Sarah earlier that evening about something he couldn't quite remember. My mom testified that she'd left the kitchen briefly to get more dish soap from the garage. She said I must have slipped away during those few minutes. She wouldn't look at me while she said it. She stared at her hands the entire time. All lies. She'd never left the kitchen. I'd never slipped away. But there she was, my own mother, providing reasonable doubt about my innocence. Making it plausible that I could have done it. My aunts, uncles, cousins, every single one of them backed Sarah's story. Aunt Teresa said she'd seen me near the base of the stairs just minutes before. Uncle John said he'd heard me threaten Sarah earlier in the day. Cousin Mike, who I'd grown up with, who I'd spent every summer with building forts and riding bikes, said I'd always been troubled. Said I'd hurt a cat once when we were kids. I'd never touched a cat. I'd rescued one from a tree when I was 9. Everyone had been there. But Mike stood in that courtroom and lied. The worst was my grandmother. She'd raised me as much as my parents had. I'd spent every weekend at her house for years. She made me cookies, taught me to play chess, listened to my problems. She took the stand and said she'd noticed concerning behavior from me recently. Said I'd been withdrawn, angry. Said she worried I might do something dangerous. I stopped talking after that. What was the point? Nobody wanted the truth. They wanted a villain, and I was convenient. Sarah needed someone to blame for her baby's death. Her parents needed someone to punish. And my family, for whatever reason, had decided I was expendable. The judge sentenced me to juvenile detention until my 18th birthday. 2 years. He called it lenient considering the circumstances. He gave a long speech about the tragedy of young lives destroyed by poor choices. The baby's death hung in the courtroom like smoke. Nobody said it was manslaughter, but everyone was thinking it. A baby had died, and someone had to pay. That someone was me. Detention was exactly what you'd expect. The first week, 3 different guys tested me. Tried to establish dominance, see if I'd break. I'd never been in a fight except that one time with Derek, but I learned fast. You either fought to establish yourself early or you got eaten alive. I fought. Got a black eye, a split lip, and respect. You learned to sleep with one eye open. Learned which guards were decent and which ones would look the other way when things got bad. Learned to make friends with people who actually understood what it felt like to be disposable. Marcus became my cellmate 3 months into my sentence. He was 17, in for boosting cars. He came from a family that barely noticed when he left. His mom was strung out on pills, his dad had disappeared when he was 6. He'd been stealing cars since he was 14, got caught on his 18th job. He was good at it, or had been. We'd stay up late sometimes, talking in whispers after lights out. He told me about his plans to go legit when he got out, work on cars the right way. Open his own shop someday. I told him about Northwestern, about the scholarship, about the life I'd planned. About the family that had thrown me away. Marcus was the first person who believed me without question. He listened to my story once and said, "That's cold, man. Your own family." He never asked if I'd done it. He just knew I hadn't. I got my GED in there. Scored high enough that the education coordinator told me I could probably get into college if I could find a way to pay for it. I started reading everything I could get my hands on. Philosophy, business, psychology, biographies of people who'd rebuilt their lives from nothing. Anything to escape the reality of where I was. The library was small, mostly donations, but I read every book they had. Some of them twice. A counselor named Dr. Williams tried to get me to talk about my feelings. She had kind eyes and truly meant well. She'd been working with incarcerated youth for 15 years. She'd seen everything. She thought I was depressed, maybe suicidal. She was right about the first part. Wrong about the second. I wasn't suicidal. I was just empty. I sat in her office once a week and gave her nothing. The office was small, painted that institutional beige that's supposed to be calming. She had a poster on the wall about feelings, one of those charts with faces showing different emotions. She had a dying plant on the windowsill that she kept watering hopefully. She had a bookshelf full of psychology textbooks and young adult novels she'd used to try to connect with kids. She'd ask how I was feeling, and I'd say fine. She'd ask if I wanted to talk about my family, and I'd say no. She'd tried different approaches. Art therapy. Journaling prompts. Meditation techniques. She brought in workbooks about anger management, about grief, about trauma. I'd flip through them politely and hand them back. She told me once that walls were useful for protection but terrible for healing. I told her I wasn't interested in healing. She looked sad when I said that. Not disappointed, just genuinely sad. Like she wished she could help but knew she couldn't. After 6 months, she stopped trying to dig deeper. She just let me sit there in silence for our required sessions. Sometimes she'd read while I sat there. Sometimes she'd do paperwork. Sometimes she'd just sit with me in the quiet. I appreciated that more than the questions. The silence felt honest. The days blurred together. Wake up at 6. Breakfast. Classes. Lunch. Recreation time in the yard. More classes. Dinner. Free time. Lights out at 9. Repeat. Weekends were worse because there was too much time to think. Too many hours to remember what I'd lost. My family tried to visit at first. My mom came twice in the first month. She cried through both visits, told me she was sorry, told me she loved me. She didn't explain why she'd lied. Didn't take it back. Just cried and said she was sorry. I refused to see her after that. Put her on the no-visit list. My dad never came at all. Sarah wrote me a letter once, about 6 months in. It came through the mail screening. The guard who handed it to me said I didn't have to read it if I didn't want to. I read it anyway. 3 pages of apologies and explanations. She said she'd been scared. Said she'd panicked. Said she never meant for things to go this far. She said she wanted to tell the truth now, but her parents wouldn't let her. Said it would destroy the family. I burned the letter during recreation time. Held it over a trash can and watched it curl and blacken. Marcus stood next to me, keeping watch. He didn't ask what the letter said. He just stood there while I destroyed it. The day I turned 18, they processed me out with a garbage bag of belongings and $47. No family waiting. No place to go. No plan. Just a bus ticket to wherever I wanted. I chose Seattle. Random city. Far from everything. I took a Greyhound that left at 2 in the afternoon. 36 hours of sitting next to strangers, stopping at depressing stations in small towns, eating vending machine food. A woman in Boise gave me a sandwich. Said I looked hungry. She was right. Seattle was cold and wet and perfect. Nobody knew me. Nobody cared about my past as long as I showed up and did my job. Nobody asked questions. It was everything I needed. I found a youth hostel first, $7 a night in a building that smelled like mildew and instant ramen. Shared a room with 12 other people. Bunk beds crammed together. Lockers for belongings that people broke into regularly. Community bathroom down the hall. But it was shelter, and that was more than some people had. The other residents were a mix. Runaways. Addicts trying to get clean. People who'd aged out of foster care with nowhere to go. Travelers passing through. Everyone had a story. Nobody wanted to share it. We'd pass each other in the hallway, nod, move on. There was an understanding that this was temporary for everyone, one way or another. I worked odd jobs at first. Day labor. Moving furniture for a company that paid cash at the end of each shift. Painting houses. Cleaning out foreclosures. Loading trucks. Whatever paid. The labor office opened at 5 in the morning. You'd show up, sign in, hope they'd have work. Some days they did. Some days they didn't. On the days they didn't, I'd walk around looking for help wanted signs or asking at restaurants if they needed anyone. After 2 weeks of this, scrambling for work every day, sleeping in a room full of strangers, eating nothing but dollar menu food and whatever I could steal from the hostel kitchen, I got a real job washing dishes at a diner called Rosie's on Capitol Hill. The owner was a woman in her 60s named Rose Martinez who'd bought the place 30 years earlier with money from a settlement after a car accident. The accident had killed her husband and left her with a limp and enough money to buy a failing diner. She'd turned it into something solid. Nothing fancy. Just good food, fair prices, regular customers. She took one look at me, skinny, desperate, probably looking like exactly what I was, and said, "You running from something?" I told her I was running to something instead. She laughed. Actually laughed. She said that was the best on-the-spot answer anyone had ever given her, and I could start immediately. $7 an hour, under the table until she was sure I'd show up reliably. Meals included. I could eat whatever I wanted when I worked. That alone was worth more than the money. I worked doubles from the start. Breakfast shift started at 6, dinner shift ended at 11. In between, I'd go back to the hostel, sleep a few hours, return. On days off, I'd pick up shifts at other places. I saved everything except what I needed for the hostel and basic necessities. Wore the same 3 shirts. Same jeans. Shoes from Goodwill that I'd resold myself with duct tape when they wore through. Rosie paid me under the table at first, cash every Friday. After a month, when she realized I was reliable, she put me on the books. Minimum wage plus tips from the servers when the kitchen did well. The kitchen manager, Tommy, different Tommy, not the kid from school, started teaching me to cook. He'd been a chef at fancy restaurants before his drinking caught up with him. He was sober now, had been for 3 years. He saw something in me, maybe the same hunger he'd had when he was trying to rebuild. He showed me knife skills, taught me about heat and timing, explained why certain flavors work together. I absorbed everything. Cooking made sense in a way nothing else did. You follow the rules, put in the work, and you got results. No politics, no lies, no betrayal. Just food and heat and chemistry. After 6 months, Tommy promoted me to line cook. The pay was better. I moved out of the hostel into a tiny studio apartment in Rainier Valley. 400 square feet. No furniture except a mattress on the floor and a card table. But it was mine. Nobody could take it away. I worked at Rosie's for 3 years. Saved every penny I could. Tommy taught me everything he knew. By the time I was 21, I was running the kitchen on weekends. Rosie joked that I was going to steal her customers and open my own place. She was right. I moved to Portland when I was 22. Change of scenery. More opportunity. Got a job as a sous chef at a place called Meridian. Upscale, farm to table before it was trendy. The head chef, Laurent, was French and temperamental. He threw a pan at a server once. But he was brilliant, and he saw something in me. Laurent pushed me harder than anyone had. Nothing was ever good enough. Every dish needed to be perfect. Every component needed purpose. He'd taste something I'd made, spit it out, and tell me to start over. It was brutal. It was exactly what I needed. I learned refinement at Meridian. Learned how to build a menu, manage costs, deal with vendors. Learned the business side of restaurants. Laurent used to say that cooking was art, but running a restaurant was war. You needed strategy, discipline, logistics. I changed my last name legally when I was 23. Carter to Morrison. Filled out the paperwork, paid the fee, became a different person on paper. Fresh start. New identity. The judge who approved it barely looked at me. Just another young person trying to escape something. By 25, I'd saved $60,000. I lived in a basement apartment, drove a beater car, spent nothing on entertainment. Every dollar went into savings. Every shift was another brick in the foundation I was building. I found the space for my restaurant on a random Tuesday. Small commercial property in southeast Portland. Used to be a bodega. 1,500 square feet. The landlord wanted someone who'd invest in the neighborhood. I showed him my business plan. I'd spent 2 years writing it, taking night classes in business management at community college. He gave me a 5-year lease. I called it Ember. Pretentious, maybe. But it felt right. Something rising from ashes. Something new built from destruction. The build-out took 4 months. I did most of the work myself to save money. Painted walls, installed shelves, refinished the bar. Hired contractors for the kitchen equipment and electrical. Opened with 30 seats and a staff of 5. Marcus showed up on opening day. I hadn't seen him in 7 years. Hadn't heard from him except for one postcard 3 years earlier, no return address, just a note saying he'd gotten out and was doing okay. I'd kept it. Put it in my wallet. He'd gotten out of detention 2 years after me. Served his full sentence. Got released at 19 with the same $47 and garbage bag they'd given me. He'd gone to Sacramento where he had a distant uncle who'd offered him a couch. Worked construction for a few years. Learned the trade. Started doing private security on the side for job sites. Found he was good at it. Reading people. Preventing problems before they started. Staying calm when things went wrong. He'd seen a local food blog mention my restaurant. The writer had done a preview before we opened, talked about the concept, mentioned the chef was young and had worked at Meridian. Marcus had recognized my name. He'd driven 6 hours from Sacramento that day, walked in during dinner service. The restaurant was about half full. Jules seated him at the bar because tables were all reserved. He ordered the special, pan-seared salmon with spring vegetables. Ate slowly. Didn't say anything to anyone. Just ate and watched the kitchen through the pass. At the end of the night, after we'd closed and I was breaking down the line, Jules came back and said someone was waiting to see me. Said he'd insisted it was personal. Said he seemed okay, not threatening, but wanted me to know. I walked out front. Marcus was sitting at the bar still. Same face, older. More scars. He'd filled out. Prison had been rough on both of us but in different ways. He'd gotten harder. I'd gotten quieter. We didn't hug. Just looked at each other. Then he said, "Food's good, man." I said, "Thanks." He said he'd been following what I'd done. Not stalking, just keeping track. When he'd gotten out, he'd looked me up occasionally. Wanted to know I was okay. Saw I'd changed my name, moved around, was building something. He'd been proud, he said. Felt like at least one of us had made it out and done something real. We talked for 2 hours that night. Sitting at the bar in my empty restaurant. He told me about Sacramento. About construction work. About security. About trying to go straight and how hard it was. Everyone assumed the worst. Everyone treated you like you were still the criminal you'd been. Background checks killed job opportunities. People looked at you differently when they found out. I told him about Seattle, about Portland, about the years of washing dishes and working my way up. About building something from nothing. About choosing to be someone new. At the end, he asked if I needed security. Said he'd been doing it for a few years now. Mostly construction sites and warehouses. But he'd rather work somewhere that meant something. Somewhere owned by someone who understood what it meant to rebuild. I didn't have to think about it. Hired him on the spot. He moved to Portland 2 weeks later. The first year was brutal. Everyone says restaurant failure rates are high, but knowing the statistics doesn't prepare you for living them. Most nights I lay awake doing calculations. Counting costs. Projecting revenue. Trying to figure out how to make the numbers work. We barely broke even most months. Some months we lost money. I stopped paying myself entirely for a while. Just took meals at the restaurant. Relied on savings. Every dollar went back into the business. Paying staff. Buying ingredients. Covering rent and utilities. Jules was the one who kept pushing for marketing. She'd see me hunched over the books, stressed, and she'd say we needed to spend money to make money. She got us on social media even though I hated the idea. Took photos of dishes. Posted them. Engaged with food bloggers. Got us reviewed. By month 6, we were starting to turn a corner. Actually making money some weeks. Building regulars. People who came in every week. Who brought friends. Who posted about us online. By year 2, we had a waiting list. Not a long one, but enough that we had to start taking reservations seriously. We were full most nights. Weekends were impossible to get into without booking a week ahead. The reviews started coming in from bigger publications. The Portland Mercury called us one of the best new restaurants of the year. Willamette Week gave us 3.5 stars. Food critics from Seattle and San Francisco started showing up. They called the food innovative, authentic, ambitious. They said the chef had a natural instinct for flavor, that every dish told a story. They praised the farm-to-table concept, the seasonal menu, the way we'd built relationships with local producers. They had no idea what story the food was really telling. Every dish was about survival. About taking whatever you had and making something good from it. About necessity and adaptation and refusing to give up. By year 3, we expanded to 50 seats. Took over the space next door when the tenant moved out. Knocked down a wall. Added tables. Expanded the kitchen. Hired more staff. Diego became my sous chef officially. Rosa joined as our pastry chef. She'd been working at a bakery, had dreams of doing something more creative. I gave her free rein with desserts. She created these beautiful, delicate things that contrasted perfectly with the heartier entrees. The kitchen staff rotated over time, but a core group stayed. Everyone had a story. Everyone had something they were running from or toward. I didn't ask for details unless they wanted to share. Just asked if they could show up, work hard, and treat people right. If they could do that, they had a place. We built something. Not just a restaurant. A family of sorts. The kind that shows up. The kind that means something. We opened a second location when I was 27. North Portland. Bigger space than the original. Same concept but adapted to the neighborhood. Different demographic. Younger. More artists and activists. Menu needed tweaking to match the vibe. More vegetarian options. More experimental dishes. Jules managed the build-out for the second location while I kept the original running. She'd learned everything I knew about opening a restaurant, plus she was better with people than I'd ever be. She hired local staff, built relationships with neighborhood businesses, made it feel like it belonged there from day one. It took off even faster than the first. We had lines out the door on opening night. The food blog that had first written about us did a big feature. Local TV news came. It became a thing. A destination. People came from across the city. We opened a third location 6 months after that. Downtown. Much bigger space. More expensive. Higher risk. But by then we had systems in place. Recipes that worked. Staff who knew what they were doing. Supply chains established. It was still hard, still stressful, but manageable in ways the first location hadn't been. By the time I turned 28, Ember had 3 locations and a reputation that extended beyond Portland. Food magazines called us one of the best restaurant groups in the Pacific Northwest. They wanted profiles. They wanted to know the story behind the chef. They wanted the narrative. I gave them nothing. Did one interview, kept it focused on the food and the philosophy. Didn't mention my past. Didn't give them a personal story. Just talked about ingredients and technique and building community through food. The writers seemed disappointed. They'd wanted something juicier. Some underdog story. They got a chef talking about seasonal vegetables. Other cities wanted franchises. Seattle investors wanted to open an Ember there. San Francisco. Denver. I said no to all of them. Wasn't interested in expansion for expansion's sake. Wasn't interested in losing control. 3 locations felt manageable. Felt like something I could protect. I kept my head down those years. Focused on the food, the staff, the business. Avoided attention as much as possible. Avoided anything that might connect me to who I used to be. I built walls. Good ones. High ones. They kept me safe. Then, on a random Tuesday morning in March, my phone started blowing up. I didn't do social media. Never saw the point. But Jules came into my office at the flagship location pale-faced, holding her phone out like it might explode. The video had been posted 6 hours earlier. Already had 7 million views. Sarah. Lying in a hospital bed. She looked terrible. Skeletal. Her skin had that translucent quality that comes with certain terminal illnesses. Oxygen tubes. 4-line. The background beeping of monitors. Stage 4 pancreatic cancer, according to the video caption. 29 years old. Diagnosed 3 months ago. Weeks left to live. She was crying. The tears looked real. Her voice was weak, barely audible over the hospital sounds, but clear enough. My name is Sarah Mitchell. 12 years ago, I accused my cousin of pushing me down the stairs. He was 16. I was 16. I was pregnant. I lost my baby. She paused, struggling. Someone off camera, probably her mother, made a sound like a sob. I lied. He never touched me. He was never near those stairs. I was drunk. I'd been sneaking alcohol all night. I stumbled. I fell. It was my fault. All of it. Another pause. She closed her eyes. Opened them. I was terrified. I was unmarried, pregnant, my parents were going to kill me. I'd already disappointed them so much. And then I fell and there was blood and pain and I knew the baby was gone. I panicked. When I opened my eyes, he was there. My cousin. He'd heard me scream, came running. He was trying to help me. And I looked at him and I made a choice. A terrible, unforgivable choice. She was sobbing now. The video shook slightly. I blamed him. I said he pushed me. I said he was angry, that he'd followed me. None of it was true. But everyone believed me. His parents, my parents, everyone. They all testified against him. They all chose me. He went to jail. He lost his scholarship. He lost everything. And I let it happen. She took a shaky breath. I wanted to take it back so many times. But it was too late. He'd been convicted. His life was ruined. What good would the truth do? It would just destroy more lives. So I stayed quiet. I got married. Had another baby. Lived my life. And I don't even know where he is. I destroyed him. The tears were streaming now. I'm dying. Stage 4 pancreatic cancer. Weeks, maybe days left. And I can't die with this secret. I can't take it with me. So I'm telling the truth now. His name is Andrew Carter. I lied. He never touched me. I destroyed an innocent person because I was scared and selfish. And I'm sorry. Gosh, I'm so sorry. The video ended with her sobbing, saying my old name over and over like a prayer. I watched it 3 times. Didn't feel anything at first. Just numb. Then something like vindication. Then anger. Then nothing again. Jules was watching my face. What do you want to do? I didn't know. What was there to do? Sarah was dying. The truth was out. But it didn't undo anything. It didn't give me back my adolescence, my scholarship, my family. It didn't erase 2 years in detention or the decade I'd spent rebuilding. Within hours, the media had picked it up. Local news, then national. CNN, Fox, MSNBC. Everyone wanted the story. My old case was dragged out, examined, dissected. Legal experts weighed in on camera about wrongful conviction rates, about the justice system, about the reliability of testimony. The prosecutor who'd buried me gave a statement about how they'd worked with the evidence available at the time. Said they'd pursued justice based on the testimony provided. Didn't apologize. The judge declined to comment. My court-appointed lawyer, Patricia Wynn, was interviewed. She looked older, more tired. She said she'd always had doubts but couldn't do more with what she had. She didn't apologize either. My phone rang constantly. Reporters. Former classmates I hadn't spoken to in over a decade. People I'd known in detention. Everyone wanted a statement. An interview. A reaction. The story of my redemption. They wanted me to play the part of the vindicated victim. I ignored all of it. Changed my number. Told Jules and Marcus to handle the media. Focused on the restaurants. But it was everywhere. Customers asked about it. Staff whispered. The internet had found me, connected Andrew Carter to whoever I was now. My face was on the news next to old booking photos. Then my family started showing up. My mother first. She came to the flagship restaurant on a Wednesday night. Peak dinner service. We were slammed. Jules came back to the kitchen to tell me. I wiped my hands on my apron, walked out to the host's stand. There she was. Older. Grayer. Smaller somehow. Crying before she even saw me. She tried to hug me. I stepped back. She stopped, hands hovering in the air between us. She started talking. Fast, desperate. Apologizing. Explaining. Said she'd wanted to speak up but my father wouldn't let her. Said he'd threatened to leave if she testified for me. Said she'd been trying to hold the family together. Said she'd tried to visit me in detention but I'd refused to see her. That part was true. I'd refused all visitors after that second visit. She said she'd thought about me every day. Said she'd always believed me, deep down. Said she'd wanted to reach out after I got out but didn't know how. Said the family had been manipulated by Sarah's parents, by the grief, by the impossibility of the situation. She said she'd never stopped being my mother. Said she'd never stopped loving me. I stood there. Listening. Not speaking. Not moving. After about 5 minutes of this, her talking, crying, reaching for me, pulling back, I nodded to Marcus. He stepped forward, gentle but firm. Walked her to the door. She was crying harder as she left. Kept looking back. Kept saying my name. Customers watched. Some recognized what was happening. Others just saw a crying woman being escorted out. I went back to the kitchen. Finished service. Didn't talk about it. My father came the next day. Brought my younger brother. They waited outside for 3 hours before I finally came out. It was after closing. I was taking the trash out back. My father looked smaller than I remembered. Time had worn him down. My brother was 19 now. Didn't remember me very well. Had been 7 when I went away. My father's apology was different. More about him than me. How hard it had been. How the family had been torn apart. How they'd lost so much respect in the community. How he'd made an impossible choice in an impossible situation. How he'd thought he was protecting my mother from having to choose between her son and her nephew. He wanted me to understand. To absolve him. He said he'd made mistakes. Said he'd been trying to keep everyone together. Said he'd followed Sarah's parents' lead because they were the ones who'd lost a grandchild. Said he'd never imagined I'd actually be convicted. My brother stood there the whole time, shifting uncomfortably, staring at his shoes. He looked like Sarah. Same family features. Same eyes. I let my father finish. Didn't interrupt. Didn't speak. When he was done, he stood there waiting. Waiting for me to say something. Anything. To tell him I forgave him. To tell him I understood. I nodded to Marcus. They left. The aunts and uncles came next. In a group. 6 of them. They'd coordinated, apparently. Wanted to present a united front. They brought flowers. A card. An envelope I could see was stuffed with cash. One of my aunts, Teresa, did most of the talking. She'd always been the matriarch. Used to host Christmas. She explained how they'd been caught in a terrible situation. How they'd believed they were protecting Sarah. How they'd thought they were doing the right thing for the greater good. How sorry they were. How the family had never been the same. How they wanted me back. How they'd set up a trust fund to help me restart my life. How they'd do anything to make it right. I let her finish. Watched all 6 of them standing there in the restaurant vestibule, looking at me with these desperate, pleading expressions. Wanting absolution. Wanting me to make them feel better about what they'd done. I turned around and walked back to the kitchen. Didn't say a single word. Didn't take the flowers or the card or the money. Marcus escorted them out. They left everything on the host's stand. Jules threw it all away after they left. Sarah's parents came next. That was harder. Her mother looked destroyed. Aged 30 years and 12. She fell to her knees in front of me, right there in the restaurant, sobbing, begging. Her husband just stood there silent, tears running down his face. They'd lost their daughter. Lost their grandchild 12 years ago. Lost their nephew. Lost everything. Sarah's mother grabbed my hands before Marcus could stop her. Her grip was surprisingly strong. She looked up at me with these hollow eyes and said she was sorry. Said they'd believed Sarah because what parent wouldn't? Said they'd made a terrible mistake. Said they'd give anything to undo it. Her husband finally spoke. His voice was hoarse, like he'd been crying for days. He said they knew I couldn't forgive them. Said they didn't expect me to. Said they just wanted me to know the truth had finally come out. Said they'd tried to get Sarah to confess years ago but she'd refused. Said they'd lived with the guilt ever since. I understood grief. I understood how it twisted people, made them irrational. I'd spent 2 years locked up because of their grief. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds. Looked at them. Sarah's mother still on her knees, clutching my hands. Her husband broken, barely holding himself together. I gently pulled my hands away. Stepped back. Nodded to Marcus. They didn't resist. They left quietly. Sarah's mother was still crying. Her husband had his arm around her, holding her up. My mother came back 4 times. Sometimes with my father, sometimes alone. Once with my grandmother. My grandmother was in her 80s now. Frail in a way she hadn't been before. She held my hand before Marcus could stop her. Whispered that she was sorry. That she'd been afraid of causing a rift in the family. That she'd chosen wrong. That she loved me. That she'd always loved me. I gently pulled my hand away from her too. The media circus lasted about 2 weeks. Peak intensity was maybe 5 days. Then a politician got caught in a scandal and everyone moved on. My case was officially reviewed. The conviction was vacated. Expunged. Sealed. Like it never happened. The state offered me compensation. A settlement for wrongful conviction. $200,000. Standard rate for the time served plus punitive damages. They had a press conference about it. The Attorney General talked about justice delayed but not denied. About the importance of truth. I donated every penny to a charity that helped exonerated juveniles reintegrate. Didn't keep a cent. The money felt dirty. My family kept trying. Birthday cards started arriving. Christmas gifts. Messages through Jules, through Marcus, through old mutual friends who I hadn't spoken to in years. They wanted me back. Needed to fix what they'd broken. Needed to not be the villains in this story. I never responded. People asked me about it sometimes. Journalists who were doing follow-up pieces 6 months later, a year later. A documentary filmmaker who wanted to make a whole movie about my case. They wanted to know if I'd forgiven them. If I understood. If there was reconciliation in my future. The answer was complicated. Did I understand? Yes. Grief makes people irrational. Fear makes people liars. Self-preservation makes people betray the ones they claim to love. The system was designed to produce outcomes, not truth. Sarah had been a scared 16-year-old who made a catastrophic choice in a moment of panic. My family had been caught in an impossible situation, or so they told themselves. But understanding isn't forgiveness. And forgiveness isn't reconciliation. They'd had choices. Every single one of them. My mother could have spoken up. Could have insisted on the truth no matter what my father threatened. My father could have believed his son over the convenience of family politics. My aunts and uncles could have questioned the narrative instead of blindly supporting it. My grandmother could have stood up for truth over family unity. The adults could have protected a 16-year-old kid instead of sacrificing him to make themselves feel better. They'd chosen wrong. All of them. Every single time they had a choice, they chose the easy path. The path of least resistance. The path that required them to sacrifice me instead of confront uncomfortable truths. 2 years in detention didn't just take my adolescence. It took my ability to trust. My ability to believe in family, in justice, in truth. It took the person I might have been. The kid who believed people were fundamentally good. Who thought family meant something. Who had faith in the system. That kid died in a cell, and I'd had to build someone new from the remains. So when they showed up crying, begging, needing me to absolve them, I gave them what they'd given me. Nothing. Just absence. Just closed doors. Sarah died 3 weeks after posting her confession. Hospice care at her parents' house. Her husband and daughter were with her. Her parents posted about it on Facebook. Said she'd fought bravely. Said she was at peace now. Didn't mention the confession. Her parents sent me an invitation to the funeral. Handwritten. Said I was family. Said they hoped I'd come to say goodbye. Said Sarah would have wanted me there. I didn't go. Sent flowers instead. White lilies. They mean rebirth, renewal. It felt appropriate. No card. Just flowers. The months passed. The media attention faded. Life went back to something like normal. The restaurants were busier than ever, actually. The publicity had helped. We were booked solid for months. Jules was talking about opening a 4th location. Marcus had hired 2 more security staff. Last month, my youngest cousin reached out. Emma. She'd been 6 when everything happened. She was 18 now. She sent an email through the restaurant website. Said she'd seen Sarah's video. Said she'd done her own research into what had happened. Read old news articles, court documents. She said she didn't want to apologize or explain. Said she couldn't speak for anyone else. She just wanted to know me. Said she'd grown up hearing whispers about what happened, different versions of the story, and now that she knew the truth she wanted to meet the actual person, not the villain from family stories. I didn't respond immediately. Thought about it for a few days. Talked it over with Marcus. He said it was my call, but sometimes the next generation didn't carry the sins of the last. Finally, I agreed to coffee. Neutral location. Public. A cafe downtown. She showed up 10 minutes early. Nervous. Talked too much at first. Asked careful questions. Didn't push when I didn't want to answer. She told me about her life. College. Her plans. Her girlfriend. How the family had sort of splintered after Sarah's confession. How some people refused to talk about it. How others couldn't talk about anything else. She said she didn't expect me to forgive anyone. Said she understood if I never wanted to see any of them again. Said she just wanted me to know that someone in the family was thinking about the person I actually was, not the person they'd needed me to be. At the end, she asked if we could maybe do coffee again sometime. No pressure. No expectations. Just if I wanted to. I said maybe. Small step. Maybe meaningless. But it was something. The restaurant's doing well. We're opening a 4th location next year. Bigger space. Downtown proper. Jules is taking over as partner. She's earned it 10 times over. Marcus is expanding security. Teaching other ex-cons the trade. Building something good. At night, sometimes, I still think about that Thanksgiving. About the person I was before. About the scholarship letter, about the life I'd planned. About my mom's hand in the dishwater. About my dad's hand on her arm. About the sound of Sarah screaming. About the feel of handcuffs at 6 in the morning. I don't think about what could have been anymore. That way leads nowhere good. I think about what is. A restaurant that feeds people. A team that trusts me because I've earned it. A life I built from nothing. A new last name that means I got to choose who I became. My family wanted forgiveness. They wanted their guilt absolved. They wanted to feel like good people again. They wanted me to tell them it was okay, that I understood, that we could go back to being family. I gave them nothing. Not cruelty. Not hatred. Not anger. Just absence. Just the same silence they gave me when I needed them. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is walk away. Let people live with what they've done. Let them sit in the discomfort of their choices. Let them understand that some bridges, once burned, can't be rebuilt just because you're finally ready to apologize. I'm not the villain they needed me to be. I'm not the victim they want me to be. I'm not the redemption story they're looking for. I'm just someone who survived. Who learned that family is the people who show up when it matters, not the people who share your blood. The coffee with Emma is sitting in my calendar for next week. Maybe I'll go. Maybe I won't. Maybe there's room for something small and careful and new. Maybe the next generation can be different. But the others? My parents, my aunts and uncles, Sarah's family, my grandmother? They still try sometimes. They come to the restaurant. They wait outside. They send messages. They hope. I see them through the kitchen window sometimes. My mother standing in the rain, looking at the door like if she waits long enough I'll come out. My father in his car across the street, watching. My aunts leaving gift baskets with the staff. I nod to Marcus. He escorts them out. Every single time. Gentle but firm. Professional. No drama. Because some things can't be fixed. Some betrayals run too deep. Some choices have consequences that last forever. Some bridges should stay burned. They wanted me to make them feel better. To tell them it was okay. To give them closure so they could move on with their lives, guilt-free. I gave them exactly what I learned in that detention center. How it feels to be locked out. To have doors closed in your face. To ask for help and receive nothing. To realize that some damage is permanent. To understand that saying sorry doesn't undo what you've done. They call it revenge. The internet certainly does. Articles about my case talk about my cold response to my family's attempts at reconciliation. They debate whether I'm justified or just bitter. Whether I should forgive. Whether holding on to anger is healthy. I call it boundaries. I call it self-preservation. I call it learning from experience. Either way, it's mine to decide. My life. My choice. My right to protect myself from people who've already proven they'll sacrifice me when it's convenient. They had their chance. They had 100 chances. When I was being arrested. When I was being tried. When I was sitting in detention. When I got out with nothing. When I was washing dishes to survive. They could have reached out. Could have helped. Could have at least tried to make it right. They chose silence. They chose comfort. They chose self-preservation over a 16-year-old kid who needed them. Now I'm choosing. And I choose to protect what I've built. The life. The peace. The trust I've slowly learned to have in a small circle of people who've never betrayed me. I'm not angry anymore. That burned out years ago. I'm not hurt either. That wound scarred over and healed into something harder. I'm just done. Done with people who love conditionally. Done with family that means nothing when it's tested. Done with apologies that come a decade too late and only because the truth finally came out. The restaurants will expand. Jules will become partner. Marcus will keep teaching ex-cons that there's life after the system. Emma and I might have coffee again, might build something careful and new, or might not. Life will go on. And my family will keep trying. Keep showing up. Keep asking for what they don't deserve. And I'll keep nodding to Marcus. And he'll keep escorting them out. Every single time. Because sometimes the most satisfying payback isn't revenge. It's just living well. Building something good. And letting the people who failed you watch from outside, knowing they had their chance and chose wrong. They made their choice. I'm making mine. The difference is, I can live with mine. Story 9. At Thanksgiving dinner, my brother raised his glass and announced, "Let's go around and say what we're grateful for." I'll start. "I'm grateful I'm not a failure like some people here," then pointed directly at me and smirked. Everyone laughed. I smiled warmly and said, "I'm grateful I can afford to cancel the credit card you've all been using under my account." Effective immediately. The laughter stopped instantly. My mother's fork clattered to her plate. My brother dropped his glass. The wine spread across the white tablecloth like a bloodstain. Nobody moved to clean it up. "What did you just say?" my mother whispered, her face draining of color. I kept my expression pleasant, taking a slow sip of water before responding. I said, "I'm canceling the credit card. The one I added you all to as authorized users 3 years ago. Remember? When Dad passed and you needed help with expenses." My brother Marcus recovered first, forcing out a laugh that sounded strangled. "Come on, Tyler. Don't be dramatic. It was just a joke. Was it?" I turned to look at him fully. He'd gained weight since I'd last seen him 6 months ago, his designer polo shirt stretched tight across his middle. The watch on his wrist was new, a Tag Heuer I'd noticed when he walked in. Retail value around $4,000. Because from where I'm sitting, it didn't sound like a joke. It sounded like contempt. My sister Claire set down her wine glass with exaggerated care. "Tyler, we can talk about this later. You're ruining Thanksgiving." "I'm ruining it?" The words came out sharper than I'd intended. I drove 4 hours to be here. I brought the turkey, the stuffing, the pies. I've been in that kitchen since 7 this morning while you all slept in. And the first words directed at me today, the very first, were an insult designed to humiliate me in front of everyone. But I'm the one ruining things? The silence stretched. My nephew Jason, Marcus's 10-year-old son, looked between the adults with wide, confused eyes. My niece Emma, Claire's daughter, had her phone out under the table, probably texting her friends about the drama. Finally, my mother spoke, her voice tight. "You're being oversensitive. Marcus didn't mean anything by it. He never does, according to you." I pushed my chair back and stood. But that's the thing about patterns. They reveal truth better than words ever could. I pulled my phone from my pocket and opened the banking app I'd spent the past week reviewing in meticulous detail. The numbers had told a story I'd been refusing to see for 3 years, but Marcus's little performance had crystallized everything with brutal clarity. "Let me share some gratitude of my own," I said, keeping my tone conversational. "I'm grateful I finally looked at the card statements. Really looked at them. Want to know what I found?" Marcus's jaw tightened. "This is insane. You're making a scene over nothing." "Nothing?" I scrolled through my phone. "Marcus, you charged $16,000 to that card in the past 6 months alone. Let's see, there's the watch you're wearing right now. 4 payments to a country club. Multiple charges at high-end restaurants. 2 trips to Miami. A PlayStation 5 with about 30 games. And my personal favorite, a $500 bottle of bourbon for your birthday party. A party I wasn't invited to, by the way." "That's private financial information," Claire interjected, her cheeks flushing. "You shouldn't be. It's my financial information," I cut her off. "My account. My credit line. My money that I'm legally responsible for." I turned to her. "And you, Claire? $11,000 in 6 months. Designer handbags, spa days, that weekend trip to Napa with your book club. The yoga retreat. The new laptop. I needed those things," she protested. "I'm a single mother. Do you know how hard it is? You make $80,000 a year as a dental hygienist. I make $42,000 teaching middle school English. So yes, please tell me how hard it is." The color drained from her face. "How do you know what I make?" "Because 3 years ago, when I added you all to my card, I asked. I needed to understand if this was temporary help or something else. You told me you were struggling after the divorce. You told me Emma needed things. I believed you." My mother finally stood, her hands shaking. "Tyler James Morrison, you stop this right now. This is family. We don't air dirty laundry like this." "You're right, Mom. We don't. Which is why none of you ever mentioned that you'd turned my gesture of help into a permanent lifestyle subsidy. When I gave you access to that card, it was supposed to be for emergencies and necessities. Dad's funeral expenses. Mortgage payments during rough patches. Medical bills. Instead, I've been funding your luxury purchases while eating ramen and driving a car with 200,000 miles on it because I can barely afford gas." Marcus slammed his hand on the table. "Oh, here we go. The martyr act. Poor Tyler, the struggling teacher. Maybe if you'd made better career choices, you wouldn't have to worry about money." Something cold settled in my chest. Better career choices? Like dropping out of college twice? Or getting fired from 3 jobs before Dad pulled strings to get you that position at his friend's company? "I'm successful now," Marcus shot back. "I make 6 figures. I have a real career, not playing babysitter to a bunch of kids who can't even read. You're successful because Dad covered your debts 4 times. Because Mom paid your rent for 2 years. Because I co-signed your car loan when nobody else would, and you almost destroyed my credit by missing payments. You're successful because everyone around you spent years cleaning up your messes and pretending you'd done it all yourself." The words hung in the air like smoke. My mother sank back into her chair, her face crumpling. For a moment, I almost felt guilty. Almost. "I didn't come here to fight," I said, softer now. "I came because it's Thanksgiving and we're family. I came hoping things might be different this year. That maybe we could just be together without the constant subtle digs about my job, my apartment, my car, my life." But clearly, that was naive. I opened the banking app fully and navigated to the settings. "I'm canceling all authorized user access right now. You'll each receive a notification within the hour. Any pending charges will still go through, but as of midnight tonight, the card won't work for any of you." "You can't do this," Marcus said, but his voice had lost its edge. "I have automatic payments set up on that card." "Then I suggest you update them quickly. You have until midnight." "Tyler, please." My mother's voice broke. "Don't do this. Not today. Not like this." I looked at her, really looked at her for the first time in years. She'd aged since Dad died. New lines around her eyes, gray threaded through her dark hair. But there was something else there too, something I'd been seeing my whole life without naming it. She looked disappointed. Not sad or upset, but disappointed. In me. "When did you stop being proud of me?" I asked quietly. She blinked, confused. "What?" "I'm a teacher. I work with kids who come from tough backgrounds. Last year, one of my students was reading at a 3rd grade level when he came into my 8th grade class. By June, he was at grade level. He's in high school now, doing well. I got a thank you card from his mother last week. She told me I changed her son's life." I paused, swallowing hard. "But you've never asked about that. None of you have. You've never asked about my students or what I do all day or why I keep doing a job that pays poorly and drains me emotionally. You just make jokes about how I'm wasting my degree or how I could be making real money if I'd gone into business like Marcus." "That's not fair," Claire said weakly. Isn't it? Can you name 3 of my students? Just 3. I've told you stories about them every time we talk. Silence. Can you tell me what grade I teach? What subject? More silence. I teach 8th grade English, I said. I've been doing it for 7 years. I love it, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. Because those kids need someone who gives a damn about them. But to you, I'm just the failure who couldn't make it in the real world. I picked up my jacket from the back of my chair. The turkey needs another 20 minutes. The timer's set. The sides are in the warming drawer. Enjoy your meal. Where are you going? My mother asked. Back to my apartment. I have papers to grade and lesson plans to write. It's a 4-hour drive, so I should get started. You're really leaving? Emma spoke for the first time, looking up from her phone. On Thanksgiving? I met her eyes. She was 16, poised at that age where the world was starting to reveal itself as more complicated than she'd imagined. Yeah, sweetheart. I am. But we haven't eaten yet. I know. I'm sorry. And I meant it. None of this was her fault, or Jason's. They were kids caught in adult dysfunction. I walked toward the door, then stopped and turned back. One more thing. That credit card has a balance of $38,000. I've been paying the minimum every month for 3 years while you all made charges. It'll take me approximately 9 years to pay it off at my current salary, assuming I never use it again myself and there are no emergencies. That's 9 years of my life, working a second job on weekends, just to clear debt that bought Marcus's watch and Claire's handbags and Mom's new living room furniture. I pulled out my wallet and set something on the console table by the door. This is the actual card. I'm leaving it here so there's no confusion. It's already been canceled through the app, but I thought you might want the physical reminder. The gold card gleamed under the hallway light. American Express. The card I'd applied for when I'd gotten my first teaching job, proud of my decent credit score and eager to build financial independence. The card I'd added them to because I loved them and wanted to help. I'm not the failure here, I said. I work hard every day at a job that matters. I live within my means. I've never asked any of you for money or help or anything beyond basic respect. The fact that you can't see that says everything about you and nothing about me. I walked out before anyone could respond, closing the door softly behind me. The November air was crisp, the sky already darkening even though it was barely 3 in the afternoon. My car sat at the curb, old and dented but paid off. Reliable. Honest. I climbed in and started the engine, half expecting someone to come running out to stop me. Nobody did. The drive home was long and quiet. I stopped at a gas station an hour in, grabbed a pre-made sandwich and a coffee, ate standing by my car while other travelers hurried past with their own holiday plans. My phone buzzed constantly in my pocket. I didn't check it. By the time I reached my apartment complex, it was fully dark. The building was old, the neighborhood working class, the parking lot full of cars that had seen better days. I'd lived here for 5 years, ever since I'd moved back to the area for the teaching position. 1 bedroom, outdated appliances, thin walls. But it was mine. I'd furnished it slowly with thrift store finds and clearance items. Every book on my shelves, I'd actually read. Every dish in my cabinet, I'd actually used. Inside, I dropped my keys on the counter and finally looked at my phone. 23 text messages. 12 missed calls. I scrolled through them, my stomach tight. Marcus, you're being insane. Call me. Marcus, we need to talk about this like adults. Marcus, fine. Be that way. But you just ruined Thanksgiving for Mom. Claire, this is cruel and vindictive. I hope you're happy. Claire, you couldn't wait until after the holidays? My mother, please come back. We can work this out. My mother, Tyler, don't do this to the family. My mother, your father would be so disappointed in you right now. That last one hit like a punch. I stared at it for a long moment, then set the phone down and walked away. My apartment felt especially quiet that night. I heated up some leftover soup from earlier in the week and ate it at my kitchen table, looking at the stack of essays I needed to grade. What I'm thankful for, the assignment had been 32 8th graders writing about gratitude in their own words. I pulled the stack toward me and started reading. I'm thankful for Mr. Morrison because he's the first teacher who didn't give up on me, one began. The handwriting was messy, the spelling imperfect, but the sentiment clear. I recognized the author, Derek, a kid who'd been bounced through 3 schools in 2 years. His file said he had behavioral issues. In my class, he had engagement issues because the work had never been at his level. Once I'd figured that out and adjusted, he'd transformed. I'm thankful my mom has a job again, another read. She works at night so I'm alone a lot but at least we can eat. I'm thankful for books because when I read I can be someone else for a while. I'm thankful my dad didn't hit my mom last week when he was drunk. Maybe he's getting better. I read all 32 essays that night. Some made me smile. Some made me ache. All of them reminded me why I'd chosen this profession in the first place. These kids needed adults who showed up. Who cared. Who saw them as complete human beings with potential, not problems to be managed. Around 11, my phone rang. My mother. I stared at the screen, then answered. Tyler. Her voice was thick, like she'd been crying. Please tell me you didn't really cancel the card. I did. But how are we supposed to figure it out? Like adults. Like I've had to do every day of my adult life. That's not fair. We're your family. Exactly. I'm your family. Your son. Your brother. And you've spent 3 years treating me like an ATM machine with feelings you can ignore. We don't. She stopped, collecting herself. Marcus is sorry. He shouldn't have said what he said. Is he? Did he tell you he was sorry, or are you just assuming because that's easier than admitting he meant it? Silence. He's always been cruel to me, Mom. Since we were kids. You've always made excuses for him. He doesn't mean it. He's just joking. He's under a lot of stress. Meanwhile, every other word out of my mouth gets analyzed for tone and intention. I say I'm tired, you tell me I'm complaining. I mention money's tight, you tell me I should have chosen a better career. But Marcus can call me a failure at Thanksgiving dinner and I'm the oversensitive one for objecting? You two have always had a complicated relationship. There's nothing complicated about it. He's a bully who learned young that he could tear me down with no consequences. And you enabled it every single time. That's not true. It's completely true. Remember when I was 14 and saved up all summer to buy that guitar? Worked every weekend mowing lawns, doing odd jobs. Finally had enough, bought it, was so proud. And Marcus borrowed it for his band practice and returned it with a cracked neck. You told me accidents happen and I should be grateful he'd apologized. He never did apologize, by the way. Not once. My mother was quiet for a long moment. You're holding on to a lot of anger. I'm finally acknowledging a lot of truth. There's a difference. What do you want from us, Tyler? What would make this right? The question caught me off guard. I looked around my small apartment, at the life I'd built with so little support, and tried to find an answer. I want you to see me, I said finally. Not who you wish I was or who you think I should be. Just me, as I actually am. A teacher who works hard and cares about his students and lives a quiet life that makes sense to him. I want you to stop comparing me to Marcus like his path is the only valid one. I want basic respect. I want to stop being the punchline of family jokes. We love you. I know you do. But love without respect is just obligation. And I'm tired of feeling like the obligation you all tolerate instead of the son and brother you actually value. Another long pause. Then, the card thing. That was extreme. Maybe. But nothing else has worked. I've tried talking to you about it. I've tried pulling back. I've tried setting boundaries. You ignore all of it because it's never been serious before. There were never real consequences to treating me like an afterthought. Well, now there are. You're punishing us. No. I'm protecting myself. There's a difference. She didn't have a response to that. I need to go, I said. It's late and I have work tomorrow. On Friday? School's closed for Thanksgiving. I'm going in anyway. I have a student who needs extra help and his single mom works weekends. We scheduled a tutoring session for tomorrow afternoon. You're working for free on a holiday weekend? Yes. That's. She trailed off. That's what? That's very you. I couldn't tell if she meant it as a compliment or criticism. Probably she didn't know either. Good night, Mom. Tyler, wait. Will you come to Christmas? Please. We can do better. I promise. I don't know. I'll think about it. I hung up before she could push further. The next 6 weeks were strange. My phone continued to buzz with messages, but the tone shifted. Marcus went from angry to cajoling to silent. Claire tried guilt, then bribery, then finally sent a stiff apology that read like she'd workshopped it with a therapist. My mother called twice a week, keeping conversations superficial, avoiding any mention of Thanksgiving or the card. At school, life continued normally. My students wrote essays, complained about homework, made me laugh with their observations about the world. Derek passed his first major test with a B- and nearly cried from joy. A girl named Aisha who'd been failing came to me during lunch to ask for extra help, and we worked out a plan to get her caught up. In early December, I got a letter in the mail. Handwritten, which was unusual enough that I almost didn't recognize the handwriting at first. My father's sister, Aunt Linda. We'd never been particularly close, she lived in Oregon and rarely visited, but she'd always been kind to me. Tyler, the letter began. Your mother told me what happened at Thanksgiving. I wanted to write to you because I think there are some things you deserve to know. I sat down at my kitchen table and kept reading. Your father and I talked a lot in the last year of his life. He was worried about you. Not because you were struggling, but because he could see how his family treated you and he didn't know how to fix it. He told me once that you were the son he was most proud of, but he'd never quite figured out how to say it in a way that didn't diminish Marcus or cause family tension. He said you reminded him of his own father, your grandfather, who was also a teacher. Did you know that? Your grandfather taught high school history for 35 years. He never made much money, but he was beloved by his students. Your father admired him deeply, though I don't think he ever told him that. Our family was always better at criticism than praise. What happened at Thanksgiving doesn't surprise me. Marcus has always needed to be the center of attention, and your mother has always enabled it. Claire learned early on that playing along was easier than pushing back. You were the only one who refused to shrink yourself to make room for Marcus's ego, and they've resented you for it. I hope you're doing okay. I hope you know that walking away from that dinner was probably the healthiest thing you could have done. Sometimes family is worth fighting for. Sometimes family is something you need to fight your way out of, at least temporarily. If you're ever in Oregon, look me up. I'd love to hear about your teaching. With love, Aunt Linda. I read the letter 3 times, then folded it carefully and tucked it into my desk drawer. That night, I dreamed about my father for the first time in months. In the dream, we were sitting in his old study, the one he'd converted into an office when he'd started working from home. He was healthy again, pre-cancer, reading something with his reading glasses slipping down his nose. Dad, I said in the dream. Did you really tell Aunt Linda you were proud of me? He looked up, surprised. Of course. Why wouldn't I be? You never said it. I thought you knew. The dream faded before I could respond, but the feeling stayed with me, a hollowness in my chest where certainty should have lived. Christmas approached. My mother called to discuss plans, her voice careful, like she was navigating a minefield. We'd really like you to come. Everyone would. It won't be the same without you. Will Marcus be there? Of course. It's Christmas. Has he apologized? Actually apologized, I mean. Not through you. Hesitation. He feels bad about what happened. That's not what I asked. Tyler, you know how your brother is. He has trouble with emotional conversations. But he wants you there. How do you know what he wants if he won't tell me himself? Another pause. Will you come if he apologizes? I'll think about it. But the apology needs to come from him, Mom. Not mediated through you. Not a half-hearted text message. An actual, direct conversation where he takes responsibility for his actions. That's asking a lot. Is it? Is basic accountability really that much to expect? She sighed. I'll talk to him. Don't. If he wants to apologize, he knows how to reach me. I hung up feeling simultaneously guilty and vindicated. Was I being too hard on Marcus? Maybe. But I'd spent 31 years making excuses for him, letting his behavior slide, pretending his cruelty was just his personality. I was tired of pretending. 2 days before Christmas, Marcus called. I stared at his name on my phone screen for 4 rings before answering. Tyler. His voice was flat, rehearsed. I wanted to talk about Thanksgiving. Okay. I shouldn't have said what I said. It was inappropriate. I waited for more. When nothing came, I said, that's it. What do you want from me? A blood oath? I said I was sorry. You said it was inappropriate. That's not the same as saying you're sorry. Fine. I'm sorry. Happy now? Why did you say it? What? Why did you call me a failure in front of everyone? What was going through your head in that moment? Long silence. I don't know. It was a joke. It wasn't funny. Clearly. Marcus, do you even like me? As a person, I mean. Not as an obligation or a brother by birth, but as an actual person you'd choose to spend time with. The question seemed to genuinely confuse him. What kind of question is that? A simple one. Do you enjoy my company? Do you value my perspective? Do you think I'm a good person? Do you respect the choices I've made? You're my brother. That's not an answer. More silence. Then, look, I don't know what you want me to say. We're different people. We've always been different. You do your thing, I do mine. But we're family. That matters. Does it? Because from where I'm standing, being family hasn't meant much. It hasn't stopped you from treating me like I'm less than you. It hasn't made you curious about my life or proud of what I've accomplished. It just seems like an obligation you tolerate because Mom makes you. That's not fair. Isn't it? He exhaled hard. You've always been sensitive. Even when we were kids. I'd tease you about something and you'd take it personally. Because it was personal. You weren't making jokes, Marcus. You were taking shots at me and calling them jokes so you wouldn't have to take responsibility for being cruel. Oh, come on. Everybody jokes around. That's what siblings do. There's a difference between teasing and bullying. Between affectionate ribbing and genuine contempt. You've always leaned into the contempt. So that's it? I'm the villain in your story? Poor Tyler, victimized by his mean older brother? I'm not saying you're a villain. I'm saying you've been unkind to me for most of our lives, and nobody's ever called you on it because it's easier to tell me I'm too sensitive than to tell you you're being a jerk. The line went quiet. I could hear him breathing, could picture him in his nice house with his nice furniture, trying to figure out how this conversation had gotten away from him. Mom wants us all together for Christmas, he said finally. I know. Are you coming? I haven't decided. What would it take for you to decide? I thought about it. Honestly, I don't know that there's anything you could say at this point. This isn't about one comment at Thanksgiving, Marcus. It's about decades of feeling like the lesser son, the disappointment, the brother who didn't measure up. It's about realizing that even when I'm doing good work that matters, you all just see failure because the paycheck's not big enough. I never said your work doesn't matter. You didn't have to. Your actions made it clear. He was quiet again. Then, I really do want you at Christmas. Why? Because. He trailed off. Because it won't feel right without you. And Jason keeps asking where Uncle Tyler is. He looks up to you, you know. More than he looks up to me, probably. That caught me off guard. Jason? Yeah. He talks about you all the time. About the books you recommend to him, the conversations you have. After you left Thanksgiving, he cried. Asked why you didn't say goodbye to him. Guilt twisted in my stomach. I'd been so focused on my anger at the adults that I hadn't considered how Jason would feel. I didn't want to upset him. Well, you did. Kids notice more than we think. He wasn't wrong. I thought about my students, how attuned they were to adult emotions, how quickly they picked up on tension even when everyone tried to hide it. I'll think about Christmas, I said finally. But I'm not making promises. Fair enough. We hung up. The conversation felt unfinished, like a song that ended on the wrong note. But it was something. Christmas Eve arrived cold and clear. I'd spent the past few days wrestling with my decision. Part of me wanted to go, wanted to try one more time. Part of me wanted to stay home, protect the peace I'd built in the weeks since Thanksgiving. In the end, it was Jason who decided for me. He called my cell phone, he must have gotten the number from someone, and his young voice came through tentative and hopeful. Uncle Tyler? It's Jason. Hey, buddy. What's up? Are you coming tomorrow? For Christmas? I closed my eyes. I'm not sure yet. Oh. Small, disappointed. Mom said you might not. Because of the fight at Thanksgiving. It wasn't really a fight. Dad feels bad. He told me he does. He doesn't say stuff like that usually. I sat down heavily. Did he tell you what happened? Sort of. He said he made a joke that wasn't funny and you got mad. That's one way to put it. I don't want you to be mad. I miss you. The words hit harder than anything Marcus or my mother or Claire had said. I miss you too, Jason. So you'll come? If I do, it'll be to see you. And Emma. Is that okay? Yeah. That's great. I got you a present and everything. I picked it out myself. Despite everything, I smiled. You didn't have to do that. I wanted to. Can you come? Please. I looked around my quiet apartment, at the small tree I'd put up in the corner, the lights twinkling softly. I thought about spending Christmas alone versus walking back into family tension. Neither option felt particularly appealing. But Jason was just a kid. And I'd always believed that kids deserved better from the adults in their lives. Okay, I said. I'll be there. His delighted squeal made my chest ache. Christmas Day, I drove the 4 hours again, this time with a trunk full of carefully chosen presents. I'd gone modest but thoughtful, books for Jason that I knew he'd love, art supplies for Emma who'd mentioned wanting to try watercolors, practical gifts for the adults. Nothing extravagant, but nothing that would suggest I was bitter either. I arrived at noon, as requested. Marcus answered the door, and for a moment, we just looked at each other. He'd shaved, dressed nicely, made an effort. That was something. Thanks for coming, he said. I'm here for Jason. I know. But still. Thanks. Inside, the house was warm and decorated. Claire was in the kitchen with my mother. Emma sat on the couch texting. And Jason was on the floor with an elaborate train set, but the moment he saw me, he jumped up and ran over. Uncle Tyler. I caught him as he barreled into me, hugging him tight. Hey, buddy. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Come see my trains. Santa brought them. He dragged me toward his setup, chattering excitedly about each car and track piece. I settled onto the floor next to him, genuinely interested, and for a few minutes, the adult tension faded into the background. Lunch was civil. Careful. Everyone seemed to be trying, which was both touching and exhausting. My mother kept glancing at me like she expected me to bolt at any moment. Claire made small talk about her work, actually listening when I responded. Marcus was quiet, letting others carry the conversation. After we ate, Jason insisted we all play a board game together. It was some complicated strategy game that required cooperation, and as we worked our way through it, something strange happened. We started having fun. Actually enjoying each other's company without the undercurrent of competition or judgment. Emma made a joke about Claire's terrible dice rolls. Jason did a perfect impression of Marcus's concentrating face. My mother laughed, really laughed, for the first time I could remember in months. And I found myself relaxing, letting my guard down just slightly. We didn't win the game, the rules were too complicated and we made too many strategic errors, but nobody cared. Jason declared it the best Christmas ever, and Emma actually put her phone down to help him clean up the pieces. Later, during the present exchange, Jason handed me a wrapped package with such reverence that I knew he'd been thinking about this moment for days. "I hope you like it," he said nervously. Inside was a framed drawing he'd obviously made himself. It showed a stick figure that I assumed was me, standing in front of a classroom full of other stick figures. Above my head, he'd written in careful block letters, "Best teacher. I know you teach your students," Jason explained. "But you're kind of my teacher too. You teach me stuff all the time. About books and history and how to think about things differently. I wanted you to know that matters." My throat tightened. "Jason, this is incredible. Thank you. Do you really like it?" "I love it. I'm going to hang it in my classroom." His face lit up. "Really? Really?" I caught Marcus watching us, his expression unreadable. For just a second, I saw something that might have been regret flash across his face. The evening wound down peacefully. No fights, no drama, just a family gathering that felt mostly normal. As I prepared to leave, my mother walked me to the door. "Thank you for coming," she said. "I know it wasn't easy. It wasn't as hard as I expected." Jason was so happy. She paused. "We all were. Mom, I know we have a lot to work on. As a family. I'm not going to pretend Thanksgiving didn't happen or that everything's fine now. But I want you to know I've been thinking about what you said. About seeing you. Really seeing you. And I realized I've spent so much time worrying about Marcus, about his choices, his stability, his future, that I stopped paying attention to you. Not because you weren't important, but because you seemed like you had it figured out. You've always been the responsible one, the steady one. I didn't realize that making you responsible meant I wasn't being present for you." It was the most honest she'd been in years. "I appreciate that. Your father would be proud of you. I should have said that years ago. He was proud of you, and I am too. Even if I don't understand all your choices, even if your life looks different than I imagined, I'm proud of who you are." My eyes stung. "Thank you. Will you come back? Not just for holidays, but for regular visits?" "I'd like that. But I need things to be different. I need to not be the target of jokes or the punchline of comparisons. I need my choices to be respected, even if they're not the choices you'd make." "We can do that. We'll try, anyway." It wasn't a perfect resolution. It wasn't even close. But it was a start. I drove home that night with Jason's drawing in the passenger seat, carefully secured so it wouldn't bend. My phone buzzed once, a text from Marcus. "Thanks for coming. Jason wouldn't stop talking about you all night. You're good with him." I stared at the message for a while before responding. "He's a great kid. You're doing something right." A pause, then, "We should talk more. Really talk. Not about family stuff or obligations. Just talk." "Yeah. We should." Another pause, "I'm sorry. For real this time. Not because Mom made me or because it's Christmas. I'm sorry for how I've treated you. It wasn't okay." I pulled over at a rest stop to respond properly. "I appreciate that. It means something. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know if I can be the brother you deserve. But I want to try. That's all I'm asking. Just trying." The conversation ended there, but it felt different than the phone call before Christmas. Less defensive. More honest. The rest of the winter passed quietly. I continued teaching, continued living my modest life, continued building the kind of existence that made sense to me even if it didn't look impressive from the outside. My credit card balance slowly decreased as I made larger payments now that I wasn't covering anyone else's expenses. It would still take years to clear, but progress was progress. Marcus and I texted occasionally. Short messages, nothing deep, but maintaining contact. Claire sent me an actual letter in February, a real, handwritten letter, apologizing for her part in the family dynamics and explaining that she'd started therapy to work through some things. My mother called every couple of weeks, asking about my students, my life, my thoughts. Actually listening to the answers. In March, I got an email from my principal. A parent had submitted a letter to the school board praising my work with her daughter. The girl, AITAH, who'd come to me for extra help, had gone from failing English to earning a B+. The mother credited me with not just teaching content, but with believing in her daughter when the girl had stopped believing in herself. The school board shared the letter at their next public meeting. I wasn't there, but my principal forwarded me the video. Watching that mother talk about how I'd made a difference, how her daughter now loved reading and wanted to be a writer, made me cry at my kitchen table in my small apartment. Marcus texted me about it. My mother had apparently told him. "That's incredible, Tyler. Seriously. You're changing lives." "Just doing my job." "No. You're doing more than that. I'm starting to understand that now." It wasn't a grand declaration. It wasn't everything I'd wanted to hear my whole life. But it was acknowledgement. It was respect. And coming from Marcus, it meant something. In April, Aunt Linda called to check in. We talked for over an hour, and she told me more stories about my grandfather, the teacher I'd never met but apparently took after. She described how he'd been underestimated his whole career, how family members had questioned his choices, how he'd stayed the course anyway because he believed in the work. He used to say that teaching was the only profession where your product is human potential, Aunt Linda said. Where you invest in people and trust that the return will show up years later in ways you'll never fully see. Your father understood that about him eventually. I think he was starting to understand it about you too, before he died. I wish he'd told me. I know. But he did tell me. That counts for something, doesn't it? It does. As spring turned to summer, I found myself feeling lighter than I had in years. Not because everything was fixed, my family relationships were still complicated, still fragile in places, but because I'd finally stopped trying to be someone they'd approve of and started fully accepting who I actually was. I was a middle school English teacher with a modest income and an important job. I was someone who found fulfillment in small victories, in the moment a struggling reader finally decoded a difficult passage, in the essay that revealed depths of thought I hadn't known a student possessed. I was building a life that mattered, even if it didn't look impressive on paper. The credit card was down to $22,000. I'd cleared $16,000 in 6 months through aggressive payments and a strict budget. It felt good, like reclaiming something that had been taken from me. In June, school ended for the summer. Derek, the kid who'd come to me reading far below grade level, graduated 8th grade and stopped by my classroom on the last day. "Mr. Morrison? I wanted to say thank you. For not giving up on me. I never considered it. You just needed someone to meet you where you were. My mom wanted me to give you this." He handed me an envelope. Inside was a gift card to a bookstore and a note. "Mr. Morrison, you saw my son when other teachers only saw problems. You gave him confidence he'd never had. He's going to high school next year actually believing he can succeed. That's because of you. Thank you for changing his life." I managed to keep my composure until Derek left, then sat at my desk and let myself feel the weight of those words. This was why I taught. This was why I'd chosen this path and stayed on it even when people questioned me. That evening, I called my mother. "Tyler? Is everything okay?" "Yeah. Everything's good. I just wanted to tell you about my day." "Oh?" She sounded surprised but pleased. "What happened?" I told her about Derek, about the note from his mother, about the feeling of knowing I'd made a real difference. She listened without interrupting, and when I finished, she said, "Your father was right. You are exactly like your grandfather." "Is that a good thing?" "It's a wonderful thing. I'm sorry it took me so long to see it." We talked for another half hour, the conversation easy in a way it hadn't been in years. When we hung up, I felt something I hadn't felt in relation to my family in a long time: hope. Summer stretched out ahead of me, full of possibility. I had plans to redesign my curriculum for next year, to visit Aunt Linda in Oregon, to take a weekend camping trip with a fellow teacher who'd become a friend. My life was small by some measures, but it was full by the ones that mattered. The credit card sat in my desk drawer, canceled but kept as a reminder. Not of what had been taken from me, but of what I'd taken back. My self-respect. My boundaries. My right to define success on my own terms. In July, I made the drive to Oregon. Aunt Linda met me at a coffee shop in Portland, and we spent 3 days together exploring the city, hiking through forests, talking about family and choices and what it meant to build a meaningful life. She showed me photos of my grandfather in his classroom, standing in front of a chalkboard covered in historical dates, surrounded by students who looked at him with obvious affection. "You have his eyes," she said. "And his temperament. He was always more interested in understanding people than impressing them." On my last evening there, we sat on her back porch watching the sunset, and she asked me how things were with my family. "Better," I said honestly. "Not perfect, but better. Marcus is trying. Mom is trying. We're figuring it out. And you? How are you doing with all of it?" I thought about the question. I think I'm finally okay with being the person I am instead of apologizing for not being someone else. That feels like growth. She smiled. "Your grandfather would have liked you very much. I wish I could have known him." "In a way, you do. Every time you walk into your classroom and see your students as people worth investing in, that's him. That's his legacy living through you." The drive home gave me time to think. About family and forgiveness, about boundaries and belonging, about the difference between acceptance and approval. I'd spent so many years wanting my family to celebrate my choices that I'd forgotten I could celebrate them myself. Their validation would be nice, but it wasn't necessary for me to know my own worth. When September came and school started again, I hung Jason's drawing on the wall beside my desk, right where I could see it every day. A reminder that the work mattered. That I mattered. Not because of a salary or a title or anyone else's definition of success, but because I showed up every day and tried to make a difference in the lives of kids who needed someone to believe in them. On the anniversary of that Thanksgiving, 1 year later, my mother called and asked if I'd be coming for the holiday. "We'd love to have you," she said. "If you're willing." "What's different this time?" I asked. "We are. Or we're trying to be. Marcus wants to cook this year. He said he owes you a decent Thanksgiving meal after last year." I smiled despite myself. "Marcus is cooking?" "Don't sound so shocked. He's been taking lessons. He's actually pretty good." "I'll think about it." That's all I ask. In the end, I went. And this time, when we gathered around the table and Marcus raised his glass to offer a toast, he looked directly at me and said, "I'm grateful for my brother Tyler, who teaches me something about integrity every time I talk to him. Even when I don't deserve it." The room was quiet for a moment. Then my mother lifted her glass. "I'm grateful for all my children, exactly as they are." Claire added, "I'm grateful we're all here together." Jason bounced in his seat. "I'm grateful for Uncle Tyler and all the books he gives me." When it was my turn, I looked around the table at these imperfect people who I loved despite everything, and said simply, "I'm grateful we're still trying." And this time, when everyone raised their glasses, the gesture felt genuine. Not perfect, but real. A family still figuring itself out, still making mistakes, but finally, seeing each other clearly enough to try. That was enough. For now, it was enough. Story 10.
My son called sobbing from the hospital after breaking his arm at my sister's house, where he'd been left alone for 6 hours while everyone went to an amusement park because there wasn't room in the van. When I asked why no one stayed with him, my mom said, "He's 12, he's fine," while my sister rolled her eyes. I smiled and left quietly. That was Saturday. Sunday morning, my son asked, "Did you do it yet?" I texted back, "Already done." By Monday afternoon, my sister was having a complete meltdown. The call came through at 2:47 p.m. on a Saturday. I was at the grocery store, comparing prices on olive oil, when my phone started buzzing in my purse. The number was local but unfamiliar. I almost declined it. "Mrs. Patterson? This is Mercy General Hospital. Your son Tyler was brought in about 20 minutes ago with a suspected broken arm. He's stable, but we need you here as soon as possible." My stomach dropped. The bottle of olive oil slipped from my fingers and shattered across the tile floor. A store employee rushed over, but I was already running toward the exit, leaving my half-full cart abandoned in aisle 7. During the 12-minute drive to the hospital, I called Tyler's phone 4 times. No answer. I called my sister Rebecca's number next. She picked up on the 5th ring, and I could hear screaming children and carnival music in the background. "Hey, what's up?" Her voice was cheerful, distracted. "Tyler's in the hospital." "What happened?" The background noise continued for a moment before she responded. "What?" "He's at my house. We left him there this morning." "You left him?" "Rebecca, the hospital just called me. He broke his arm." A pause. Oh no. We've been at Cedar Point all day. There wasn't enough room in the van, so we figured he could just hang out at the house. He said he was fine with it." My hands tightened on the steering wheel. "He's 12 years old. You left a 12-year-old alone at your house while you took everyone else to an amusement park?" "Maya, he's not a baby. He was happy to have the place to himself. We left snacks and everything." I hung up without responding. Tyler was in the emergency room, sitting on an examination bed with his left arm cradled against his chest. His face was tear-streaked and pale, and the moment he saw me, his composure crumbled completely. He started sobbing so hard he couldn't speak. "Baby, it's okay. I'm here now." I wrapped my arms around him carefully, avoiding his injured arm. "Tell me what happened." Between gasps, he managed to explain. He'd been bored after they left. He tried to play video games, but Rebecca's TV setup was complicated and he couldn't figure out the remote. He went outside to shoot hoops in her driveway. The basketball hoop was mounted above the garage, and the ball got stuck on the rim. He climbed onto a lawn chair to knock it free. The chair tipped. He fell onto the concrete, landing on his outstretched arm. "I called Aunt Rebecca 4 times, he said, his voice breaking. She didn't answer. I called Grandma 3 times. Nobody picked up. My arm hurt so bad, Mom. I didn't know what to do. How did you get to the hospital? Mrs. Chen next door heard me crying. She drove me. My jaw clenched so hard I thought my teeth might crack. How long were you alone before you fell? They left at 9 this morning. It was nearly 3 o'clock now. 6 hours. They'd left my son alone for 6 hours while they went to an amusement park with my mother, my other sister Diane, and their collective 5 children. Tyler was the only one excluded. The doctor came in shortly after, a tired-looking woman in her 40s who explained that Tyler had fractured both his radius and ulna. He'd need a cast and would be in it for 6 to 8 weeks. No surgery required, but he'd need to come back for a follow-up in 2 weeks. She handed me prescriptions for pain medication and a packet of care instructions. I signed the discharge papers in silence, my mind already working through what had happened. Not just the accident, but the casual cruelty that preceded it. The thoughtless decision to leave one child behind while everyone else went to have fun. Tyler fell asleep in the car on the way home, exhausted from pain and crying. I carried him inside, got him settled on the couch with pillows supporting his arm, and then I made the calls I should have made from the hospital but hadn't trusted myself to make while my son could hear me. Rebecca answered on the first ring this time. How is he? Is it broken? Yes. Radius and ulna. He'll be in a cast for 2 months. Oh, Maya, I'm so sorry. We had no idea. You left him alone. He's 12. We thought he'd be fine. He fell and broke his arm because he was alone and bored. He called you 4 times. You didn't answer. We were on rides. I had my phone in my bag. I couldn't hear it. I pressed my fingers against my temple. Rebecca, he was crying in your driveway with a broken arm, and a neighbor had to take him to the hospital because none of you answered your phones. Do you understand how serious this could have been? It was an accident, Maya. Kids fall all the time. Kids who are being supervised don't fall off lawn chairs trying to retrieve basketballs while completely alone. She sighed. You're overreacting. He's fine. A broken arm isn't the end of the world. I ended the call. My mother phoned 10 minutes later. I let it ring. She called again. I answered. Maya, Rebecca told me you're upset. I understand you're worried about Tyler, but you need to calm down. These things happen. Mom, they left him alone for 6 hours. He's 12 years old. He's fine. I was babysitting my younger siblings when I was his age. He's not fine. He broke his arm. That could have happened whether we were there or not. You're being dramatic. I felt something cold settle in my chest. Was there actually not enough room in the van? A pause. What? Rebecca said there wasn't enough room. She has a Suburban. It seats 9. There were 7 of you. Another pause, longer this time. Tyler didn't seem that interested in going. You didn't ask him to come. Maya, we invited him. He said he didn't mind staying home. He's 12. He's not going to argue with 4 adults who've clearly already made up their minds. You're taking this completely the wrong way. What way should I take it, Mom? My son was deliberately excluded from a family outing, left alone in someone else's house, injured himself, and couldn't reach anyone for help. Which part am I misunderstanding? You've always been so sensitive about Tyler. Ever since the divorce, you've made everything into a bigger deal than it needs to be. I closed my eyes. There it was. The same pattern we'd been repeating for 3 years, since my ex-husband Daniel had left me for his dental hygienist. My family had supported me through the divorce with an endless stream of criticism disguised as concern. I was too emotional. Too protective. Too focused on Tyler. I needed to move on, date again, stop dwelling. Meanwhile, they doted on my sister's children and seemed to view my son as an afterthought. I need to go. Tyler needs his medication. Maya, don't be like this. I hung up. Tyler woke up around dinner time. I made him scrambled eggs and toast, which he picked at while we watched a movie together. He kept looking at his cast, turning his arm slightly to examine it from different angles. Does it hurt a lot? I asked. Not as much as before. The medicine helps. He was quiet for a moment. I'm sorry, Mom. Baby, you have nothing to apologize for. I should have been more careful. Tyler, listen to me. You should have never been in that position. What happened today wasn't your fault. He nodded, but I could see he didn't quite believe me. He'd internalized the message my family had been sending for years. He was somehow less important, less worthy of consideration. The forgotten nephew. The excluded cousin. I'd seen it building for a while. Birthday parties where he was the only child not invited because we thought you'd be busy. Holiday gatherings where presents for him were clearly afterthoughts, generic gift cards while my nieces and nephews received thoughtful, expensive gifts. Comments from my mother about how serious he was, how he didn't fit in with the other kids, all delivered with a patronizing smile that made my skin crawl. I'd addressed it before, gently at first, then more directly. Each time, I'd been told I was being oversensitive, that I was projecting, that I was creating problems where none existed. My sister Diane had actually laughed once and said, maybe if you weren't such a helicopter parent, Tyler would relax and the kids would like him more. Sitting there on the couch with my son, his arm in a fresh cast, his eyes still red from crying, I made a decision. I was done being patient. Done being understanding. Done expecting them to realize how cruel they'd been and change on their own. After Tyler went to bed, I sat at my kitchen table with my laptop and started planning. I'm a freelance marketing consultant, which means I spend a lot of time creating content strategies for small businesses and analyzing social media analytics. My job requires attention to detail, understanding of human psychology, and patience. Lots of patience. I'm good at what I do because I know how to identify what people value most and how to protect it. Or destroy it. Rebecca owns a boutique photography business. She specializes in family portraits and does fairly well for herself, with a client list that includes several prominent local families. Her business depends entirely on her reputation, her social media presence, and word-of-mouth recommendations. She spent 5 years building her brand, carefully curating an image of herself as the wholesome family photographer who captures authentic moments. I opened my laptop and went to work. By Sunday morning, I'd compiled everything I needed. Screenshots, timestamps, receipts. I'd documented every instance of Tyler's exclusion over the past 3 years, every dismissive comment from my mother, every eye roll from Rebecca. I had text messages where they'd planned family events in a group chat that didn't include me, then acted surprised when I found out after the fact. I had photos from their social media showing elaborate birthday parties and holiday celebrations that Tyler hadn't been invited to. And I had something else. Something Rebecca had posted just yesterday afternoon, while my son was at the hospital. She'd uploaded a series of photos from Cedar Point to her business Instagram account. The caption read, "Taking a perfect Sunday with my favorite people. Family time is the best time," camera emoji, red heart emoji, hashtag family photographer, hashtag McKing memories, hashtag Cedar Point, hashtag family first. The photos showed my mother, Diane, and all 5 of Rebecca's and Diane's children on various rides, eating cotton candy, smiling at the camera. Not one mention of Tyler. Not one acknowledgement that a child had been left behind. Tyler found me at the kitchen table around 9 that morning. His cast was decorated with a few signatures from the ER staff, and he'd managed to put on a t-shirt by himself, though it hung awkwardly over the cast. "Morning, baby. How are you feeling?" "Okay. The medicine makes me kinda sleepy." He poured himself a glass of orange juice one-handed, then sat across from me. "Are you still mad at Aunt Rebecca?" "I'm disappointed in how you were treated yesterday." He nodded slowly. "Are you going to do something about it?" I looked at my son. He was watching me with an expression I'd never seen before, something calculating and older than his years. He knew. He understood exactly what had happened, why it had happened, and what it meant. "Would you want me to?" "Yeah." His voice was quiet but certain. "I would." "Then yes. I'm going to do something about it." "Like what?" I turned my laptop around so he could see Rebecca's Instagram post. He read the caption, looked at the photos, and his jaw tightened. "She made it seem like I wasn't even there," he said. "Exactly. What are you going to do?" I told him. Not everything, but enough. His eyes widened, and then he smiled. It wasn't a happy smile. It was satisfied, vindicated. "Did you do it yet?" he asked. I checked my phone. The scheduled post would go live in approximately 3 minutes. "Already done?" We sat there together, watching the clock on my phone tick toward 9:15 a.m. At precisely 9:15, my carefully crafted post went live on a Facebook group called Parents of Riverside County. The group had approximately 12,000 members, including several of Rebecca's clients and most of the social circles she'd spent years cultivating. The post was simple, factual, and devastating. "I want to share something that happened to my family this weekend because I think it's important for parents to talk about how we treat all children, not just our favorites. Yesterday, my 12-year-old son broke his arm while being left alone at my sister's house. My sister is a family photographer in Riverside, and she'd invited my extended family to Cedar Point for the day. My son wasn't invited because there wasn't enough room in a 9-seat vehicle for 8 people. He was left alone for 6 hours. When he fell and injured himself, he called my sister 4 times and my mother 3 times. No one answered. A neighbor had to take him to the emergency room. While he was at the hospital, my sister posted photos from the amusement park to her business Instagram with the caption "Family time with my favorite people" and hashtags about family coming first. I'm sharing this because I want other parents to know that sometimes the people who present themselves as family-focused professionals don't always practice what they preach. And I want my son to know that what happened to him wasn't okay, wasn't normal, and that I'll always stand up for him, even when it's uncomfortable. I didn't name Rebecca directly. I didn't have to. Anyone who knew our family would make the connection immediately. Anyone who didn't would simply see a cautionary tale about hypocrisy. I'd attached screenshots of Rebecca's Instagram post and a photo of Tyler's cast. 3 minutes later, at 9:18, the same post went live on the community Facebook page for our town. 4,000 members. At 9:22, it posted to a regional parenting forum that Rebecca had mentioned in interviews as her favorite place to find client referrals. 7,000 members. I timed everything carefully, spacing the posts to appear organic rather than coordinated. Different wording, different photos, but the same essential story. A child excluded. A professional who preached family values failing her own nephew. A business built on authenticity exposed as a facade. By 9:30, my phone started buzzing. The first call was from Diane. I declined it. The second was from my mother. Declined. The third, fourth, and fifth were from Rebecca. All declined. Tyler was watching me, his eyes bright. Is it working? I refreshed the Facebook group. The post already had 43 comments and had been shared 16 times. It's working. The comments were everything I expected. Parents expressing shock. Former clients of Rebecca's saying they'd had uncomfortable experiences with her but hadn't said anything before. A few people defending her, but not many. Screenshots were being shared. People were looking up her business Instagram, comparing the curated image she presented with the story I told. At 10 a.m., Rebecca posted a response on her business Instagram. I'm seeing some posts circulating about a family situation yesterday. There's always more to the story than what's being shared online. I would never intentionally hurt anyone, especially a child. My family relationships are private, and I hope people will respect that and not make judgments based on one-sided information. It was a terrible response. Defensive without being apologetic, vague without providing any actual explanation. Within minutes, the comments section filled with people asking direct questions. Why was Tyler left alone? Why didn't you answer your phone? How is excluding a child from a family outing family first? She deleted the post within 20 minutes. At 10:30, my mother called again. This time I answered. Maya, what have you done? I told the truth. You're destroying your sister's business. I'm sharing what happened to my son. This is vindictive and petty. You need to take those posts down immediately. No. Maya Elizabeth Patterson, I raised you better than this. You raised me to let people walk all over me and my son. I'm done with that. You're being cruel. Rebecca was cruel. You were cruel. I'm being honest. This isn't about honesty. This is about revenge. Okay. The silence on the other end was absolute. Then, okay? That's all you have to say? You've spent 3 years dismissing my concerns, minimizing Tyler's feelings, and treating him like he doesn't matter. You had a chance to make this right yesterday. When I told you he was in the hospital, you said he was fine. Rebecca rolled her eyes when I asked why no one stayed with him. You didn't apologize. You didn't take responsibility. You made excuses. So yes, this is revenge. And I'm completely fine with that. I will never forgive you for this. That's your choice. She hung up. Tyler looked up from his phone. He'd been scrolling through Rebecca's Instagram, reading the comments that were still pouring in on her remaining posts. People were going back through her entire feed, questioning every caption about family and authenticity. Grandma's really mad, isn't she? He asked. Very. Good. We spent the rest of Sunday watching movies and eating takeout. My phone never stopped buzzing. Texts from Rebecca, increasingly frantic. Texts from Diane, calling me every variation of selfish and destructive. Voicemails from my mother that I deleted without listening to. But there were other messages too. Friends I hadn't spoken to in years, reaching out to express support. Parents from Tyler's school who'd seen the posts and wanted me to know they understood. 3 former clients of Rebecca's who privately messaged me with their own stories of her behavior, things they'd noticed but hadn't felt comfortable addressing. One woman wrote, "I hired Rebecca for my daughter's first birthday portraits last year. She spent the entire session talking about her own kids and how photogenic they were. She barely paid attention to my daughter. The photos were fine, but I always felt like she was doing me a favor rather than providing a service I was paying for. Your post made me realize that's just who she is. Thank you for speaking up." Another, "Rebecca photographed my family reunion 2 years ago. She kept rearranging people to put certain family members in the center of shots and others on the edges. She said it was for aesthetic balance, but it was obvious she was playing favorites with people she knew. It made several family members uncomfortable. I never hired her again." By Monday morning, Rebecca's business Instagram had lost over 300 followers. Her website had been flooded with 1-star reviews, most of them referencing the posts I'd made. Several parents in the local community had posted in various groups that they were canceling their upcoming sessions with her. At 11 a.m., she posted another statement, this time on Facebook. "I want to address the situation from this weekend. I made a serious error in judgment, and I take full responsibility for that. Tyler was left unsupervised at my home while my family went to Cedar Point, and he was injured during that time. I should have ensured an adult stayed with him, and I should have answered my phone when he called. I deeply regret what happened, and I'm truly sorry for the pain this caused both Tyler and his mother. I'm taking time to reflect on my actions and how I can do better. To anyone who feels let down by me, I understand and respect your feelings." It was better than her first attempt, but it came too late. The damage was done. People had already made up their minds, and the apology felt forced, motivated by business concerns rather than genuine remorse. Rebecca called me at noon. I answered. "Are you happy now?" Her voice was thick with tears. "No. I'm not happy. My son has a broken arm. You've destroyed everything I built. 5 years of work, Maya. 5 years? You destroyed it yourself when you excluded a 12-year-old child and then posted about family values while he was at the hospital." I apologized. "After you lost 300 followers and got dozens of 1-star reviews. That's not an apology, Rebecca. That's damage control. What do you want from me? You want me to lose everything? I want you to understand what you did. I want you to feel a fraction of what Tyler felt yesterday when he was alone and scared and nobody answered his calls. I understand. I made a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. It was a choice. You've been making that choice for 3 years, and yesterday was just the most obvious example." She was crying now, full sobs. "Please take the post down. Please, Maya. My clients are canceling. I have a mortgage. I have kids to feed. Tyler also needs to eat. I also have a mortgage. But neither of those things stopped you from treating him like he didn't matter. I'll do anything. I'll apologize to Tyler. I'll make it right. Keep your apology. Tyler doesn't need to hear sorry from someone who's only saying it because she got caught." I ended the call. Tuesday morning, Rebecca's website was offline. She disabled her business Instagram account. Her Facebook page had been flooded with enough negative comments that she'd restricted who could post. Diane called me around 10. "You need to fix this." "No, I don't. Rebecca is having a complete breakdown. She's talking about closing her business. That's her decision. Maya, she has 3 kids. How is she supposed to support them if she can't work? She should have thought about that before she abandoned my son and then bragged about family time on social media. You're being vindictive. Everyone keeps using that word like it's supposed to make me feel guilty. I don't. I feel satisfied. You're going to regret this. The only thing I regret is not doing it sooner." Diane hung up. Wednesday afternoon, I got a voicemail from my mother. "Maya, your sister is in crisis. She's talking about selling her house and moving. Her marriage is suffering because of the financial stress. I hope you're proud of yourself. You've torn this family apart over a broken arm. Your father would be ashamed of you." I deleted it. My father had died when I was 16. He'd been a gentleman, quiet and thoughtful, and he'd loved Tyler more than anything. If he'd been alive to see how my family treated my son, he would have been the first one standing up for him. Invoking his memory to guilt me was low, even for my mother. Thursday morning, Tyler had a follow-up appointment with the orthopedist. The doctor examined his cast, took new x-rays, and confirmed everything was healing correctly. Tyler chatted with the nurse about the video game he'd been playing one-handed, demonstrating how he'd adapted his controller grip. He seemed lighter somehow, more relaxed than he'd been in months. "Are you okay?" I asked him in the car afterward. "Yeah. I'm good." "No regrets about what happened?" He thought about it. "No. I mean, I wish I didn't break my arm. But I'm glad everyone knows what they did." "Even though it caused problems for Aunt Rebecca?" "She caused problems for me. Fair is fair." I couldn't argue with that logic. Friday evening, Rebecca showed up at my house. I saw her through the window, sitting in her car in my driveway, and for several minutes she didn't move. Finally, she got out and walked to my door. I answered but didn't invite her in. She looked terrible. Hair unwashed, no makeup, dark circles under her eyes. She'd aged 5 years in less than a week. "I need you to post something saying you forgive me," she said. "Tell people I apologized and we've worked it out. Tell them you overreacted." "No. Maya, I'm begging you. I've lost half my client base. The fall session bookings are almost completely cancelled. I'm going to have to close the business if this doesn't stop." "Then close it." Her face crumpled. "How can you be so cold? I've had 3 years of practice watching you be cold to my son. I never meant to hurt him." "But you did. Repeatedly. And you would have kept doing it if I hadn't stopped you." "Stopped me?" "You destroyed me. I gave you consequences. There's a difference. Please." She was crying now, hands clasped together like she was praying. "Please, Maya. I'll do anything. I'll pay Tyler's medical bills. I'll take him anywhere he wants to go. I'll never exclude him again." "You're right. You won't. Because we won't be attending any more family events." "What?" "Tyler and I are done with this family. We're done being treated like afterthoughts. We're done being dismissed and minimized and told we're overreacting. You can have your tight little family unit with Mom and Diane and all the favorite grandchildren. We'll be just fine without you. You don't mean that." "I absolutely mean it." She stared at me, and I watched the realization dawn that I was serious. That begging wouldn't work. That tears wouldn't work. That nothing was going to work because I'd finally hit my limit. "I hate you," she whispered. "Okay." She turned and walked back to her car. I watched her drive away and felt nothing but relief. Tyler came downstairs a few minutes later. "Was that Aunt Rebecca?" "Yeah." "What did she want?" "For me to fix what she broke." "Did you?" "No." He nodded, satisfied, and went back upstairs to his room. Over the next few weeks, things settled into a new normal. Rebecca temporarily closed her photography business, citing personal reasons. My mother stopped calling entirely. Diane unfriended me on Facebook and blocked my number. I took Tyler to physical therapy appointments for his arm. We went to movies, just the two of us. We started having dinner with some of his friends from school and their families, people who actually seemed to enjoy his company and appreciate his dry sense of humor. One Saturday afternoon, about a month after the incident, we were at the park throwing a foam football back and forth. His cast was off by then, replaced with a removable brace he wore during physical activities. He was getting his strength back, learning to trust the arm again. "Mom," he said, catching the football awkwardly. "Can I ask you something?" "Always." "Do you think what you did was wrong?" I considered the question carefully. "Do you?" "I don't know. Sometimes I feel bad that Aunt Rebecca's business got ruined. But then I remember how I felt sitting in that driveway with my arm hurting, calling people who wouldn't answer, and I stopped feeling bad. That's pretty much how I feel too. But you're the adult. You're supposed to know if it was right or wrong." "Tyler, sometimes things aren't that simple. Was it right that they excluded you and left you alone?" "No." "Was it right that they dismissed my concerns and made excuses instead of apologizing?" "No." "Was it right for me to share what happened publicly, knowing it would hurt Rebecca's business?" That's the complicated part. I told the truth. I didn't lie or exaggerate. But I knew exactly what would happen when I posted it. So it was revenge. Yes. It was calculated, deliberate revenge for years of mistreatment. "Are you sorry?" "No." "Are you?" He threw the football back to me, his form improving with each toss. "No. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page." We are. Good. We played for another hour, until the sun started setting and the air turned cool. On the drive home, Tyler scrolled through his phone, and suddenly he laughed. What's funny? Aunt Rebecca started a new Instagram. It's private now. And she changed her business name. To what? Moments Photography. The bio says capturing your family's authentic story. She's using all new photos. Rebranding after a scandal. Classic. Think it'll work? Eventually, probably. People forget. Social media moves fast. Give it 6 months and most people won't remember what happened. But we'll remember. Yes. We will. 3 months after the incident, my mother called. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. Hello? Maya, it's Mom. I know. A pause. How is Tyler? He's fine. Arm healed completely. He's playing basketball again. That's good. Another pause. I've been thinking about what happened. A lot. I waited. I don't think you were right to handle it the way you did. I think you were cruel to your sister and you damaged relationships that can't be repaired. But I understand why you were angry. That's not an apology. I'm not apologizing. I don't think I was wrong. But I've realized that you're not going to change your mind about this, and I'm losing my daughter and grandson because of it. I want to try to move forward. I'd like to see Tyler. No. Maya, you had 3 years to care about Tyler. You had 3 years to notice how he was being treated and speak up. You had 3 years to be a grandmother who made him feel valued and important. You chose not to. I'm not giving you another chance to hurt him. He's my grandson. Then act like it meant something to you before it became convenient. You're being unreasonable. I'm being protective. There's a difference. You taught me that, actually. You were always very protective of Rebecca and Diane. You just never extended that same energy to Tyler. That's not true. It is true. And you know it. And the fact that you're calling to negotiate access instead of apologizing for how he was treated tells me everything I need to know about your priorities. So that's it? You're just cutting us all off? You cut us off first. I'm just making it official. You're going to regret this. Everyone keeps telling me that. I'm still waiting to feel the regret. She hung up. Tyler was in the kitchen making a sandwich when I walked in. He looked up, reading my expression. Grandma? Yeah. What did she want? To see you. I said no. He nodded slowly, spreading peanut butter with careful precision. Thanks. You don't have to thank me for protecting you. That's my job. I know. But thanks anyway. 6 months after the incident, Rebecca's new business was starting to recover. I'd hear updates occasionally through mutual acquaintances, though I never sought the information out. She was being more careful now, more professional. The scandal had taught her something about separating her personal life from her business image. Tyler was thriving. His grades had improved. He'd made the school basketball team. He'd started volunteering at an animal shelter on weekends, and he talked constantly about wanting to be a veterinarian. He'd grown 2 inches and his voice had started changing, deepening into something that surprised me every morning. One evening, we were sitting on the couch watching a nature documentary when he asked, "Do you think they'll ever apologize? Like really apologize?" I don't know. Maybe. People can surprise you. Would you accept it if they did? Depends on the apology. What would it have to be? I thought about it. It would have to acknowledge specific things they did wrong. It would have to explain why those things were hurtful without making excuses. It would have to demonstrate understanding of how their behavior affected you. And most importantly, it would have to come without any expectation that I do something for them in return. That's pretty specific. Good apologies are specific. Do you think you'll ever talk to them again? Honestly? Probably not. The trust is broken. Even if they apologize perfectly, I'd always be waiting for the next time they let you down. I'd rather just remove that possibility entirely. He was quiet for a while, watching elephants migrate across the screen. I don't miss them. No? Not really. I thought I would, but I don't. It's actually easier now. I don't have to worry about being left out or forgotten. I know you're going to choose me every time. My throat tightened. Always. Then I'm good. We're good. And we were. A year after the incident, I ran into Diane at the grocery store. We both stopped, both considered turning around and walking away, but the aisle was narrow and people were behind us. We had to acknowledge each other. "Maya," she said. "Diane. How's Tyler?" "He's good. How are your kids?" "They're fine." She shifted her cart slightly, blocking the path forward. "Rebecca's business is doing better. She's booked through next spring." "That's good." "She's still hurt by what you did." "I'm sure she is." "Do you ever think about reaching out? Making amends?" "No." Diane's jaw tightened. "You've become really hard, you know that? Really cold." "I've become protective. You just never noticed before because I was protecting you too." "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means I spent years making excuses for all of you, smoothing over conflicts, convincing myself that you didn't mean to hurt Tyler. I did your emotional labor for you. And when I stopped, you called it being cold." "We're family." "Family isn't an excuse to treat people badly. Family should be the reason you treat people better." "So you're just done? That's it?" "That's it." She stared at me for a long moment, and I watched something shift in her expression. Realization, maybe. Or resignation. "Your loss," she finally said. "If you say so." She pushed her cart past me and continued down the aisle. I watched her go and felt the same relief I'd felt watching Rebecca drive away a year earlier. Tyler started high school that fall. He joined the robotics club and the junior varsity basketball team. He brought friends home regularly, and our house became the default hangout spot because I actually liked having teenagers around. I learned to make various snacks that teenage boys considered acceptable. I learned to give them space but also pay attention to group dynamics, making sure nobody felt excluded. I watched him carefully for signs that he missed my family, missed having grandparents and aunts and cousins. I never saw any. He was building his own life, his own support system, and it didn't include people who'd made him feel small. One Saturday afternoon, we were grocery shopping together when we passed the seasonal aisle. They'd already put out Christmas decorations, even though it was only October. "What are we doing for Thanksgiving this year?" Tyler asked, examining a display of ceramic turkeys. "I thought maybe we'd volunteer at the community center. They do a big meal for people who don't have anywhere else to go. Can we invite some people over afterward? Like, have our own thing?" "Who were you thinking?" "Maybe Jake and his mom? She's been really nice, and I know they don't have family in town. And maybe Coach Rodriguez? He was telling me he usually just orders Chinese food because his kids are all with their mom's family." I looked at my son, this thoughtful almost teenager who'd taken his pain and turned it into empathy instead of bitterness. "That sounds perfect." "Cool. Can we get the good cranberry sauce? Not the canned stuff?" "Absolutely." We ended up hosting 12 people that Thanksgiving. Tyler's friends and their parents, his basketball coach, a neighbor who'd recently lost her husband, and Mrs. Chen, who'd driven Tyler to the hospital that Saturday afternoon a year and a half earlier. We volunteered at the community center in the morning, then came home and spent the afternoon cooking together, our house loud with laughter and competing conversations. It was the best Thanksgiving I'd had in years. Maybe ever. Nobody mentioned my mother or Rebecca or Diane. Nobody asked about our family or why they weren't there. Everyone seemed to understand without it needing to be explained that sometimes you build family rather than inheriting it, and the family you build can be stronger than the one you're born into. Late that evening, after everyone had left and we were cleaning up, Tyler looked at me across the kitchen. "This was better than the old way." "Yeah? Way better. These people actually want to be here. They're not just showing up because they're obligated." "That's a pretty mature observation." He shrugged, drying dishes with practiced efficiency. "I'm growing up." "You are. Sometimes I can't believe how much." "Mom?" "Yeah? Thanks for standing up for me. I know it cost you a lot." "Tyler, listen to me. You will always be worth any cost. Always. There's nothing and no one I wouldn't walk away from if it meant protecting you." "I know. That's what makes you different from them." We finished cleaning in comfortable silence, and I thought about how much had changed in 18 months. I'd lost my mother, both my sisters, my nieces and nephews, decades of family history and connection. I'd burned bridges so thoroughly that rebuilding them would be impossible even if I wanted to. And I'd never regretted it for a single moment. Because Tyler was thriving. Because he knew beyond any doubt that he mattered, that he was worth fighting for, that nobody would be allowed to make him feel less than ever again. Because he was learning that boundaries were healthy and that sometimes love meant walking away from people who couldn't treat you right. Those were lessons that would serve him for the rest of his life, Lessons that were worth infinitely more than maintaining relationships with people who'd proven they didn't value him. 2 years after the incident, Rebecca sent me a letter. Actual physical mail, handwritten on nice stationery. I almost threw it away without reading it, but something made me open it instead. Maya, I know you probably don't want to hear from me. I wouldn't blame you if you threw this away without reading it. But I need to say some things, even if you never respond. I've spent 2 years thinking about what happened, and I finally understand why you did what you did. Not just understand it intellectually, but really feel it. My daughter Harper is 10 now, and last month she got excluded from a birthday party. All her friends were invited except her. The other parents said they could only have 12 kids and Harper was number 13, so she didn't make the cut. She was devastated. I wanted to burn down their entire lives. I wanted everyone to know what they'd done. I wanted them to hurt the way Harper was hurting. And then I realized, this is what I did to Tyler. This is what I did repeatedly, and you watched it happen over and over, and I dismissed your concerns every single time. I'm not writing to ask for forgiveness. I don't deserve it. I'm not writing to ask you to take down the posts or repair my reputation. That ship has sailed, and it was my own fault. I'm writing because I need you to know that I finally understand. I understand why you reacted the way you did. I understand why you've cut us off. I understand why you'll never trust me around Tyler again. If I could go back and change things, I would. I'd stay home with Tyler that Saturday. I'd answer my phone. I'd pay attention to the pattern of exclusion instead of pretending it wasn't happening. But I can't change any of that. All I can do is be better moving forward and make sure Harper never feels the way I made Tyler feel. I hope Tyler is doing well. I hope he's happy. And I hope someday, somehow, he knows that what happened wasn't his fault. It was mine. Rebecca. I read the letter 3 times, then folded it and put it in my desk drawer. I didn't respond. I didn't reach out. But I kept it, because it was the apology I'd told Tyler might never come. It was specific. It was genuine. It came without any expectation of reconciliation. It was enough to soften something I hadn't realized had stayed hard, some small sharp edge of anger I'd been carrying without noticing. I still didn't want a relationship with Rebecca. I still didn't trust her. But I could acknowledge that she'd finally understood what she'd done wrong, and that had value even if it changed nothing between us. Tyler never asked about the letter. I didn't tell him about it. It wasn't his burden to carry or his responsibility to process. He'd moved on, built a good life, and he didn't need me dragging him backward into old wounds that had finally healed. Now, 3 years after that Saturday afternoon when he called me from the hospital, Tyler is 15. He's taller than me, plays varsity basketball, maintains a 3.8 GPA, and has already started looking at colleges with good veterinary programs. He has friends who value him, teachers who respect him, and a life that he built for himself without the weight of family members who made him feel inadequate. People sometimes ask me if I regret how I handled things. If I wish I'd been less harsh, less public, less destructive. If I think I should have given my family another chance. The answer is always no. Because Tyler deserved someone who would fight for him without apology. He deserved to learn early that he was worth protecting, worth defending, worth burning bridges for. He deserved to see that actions have consequences and that people who hurt you don't get unlimited chances to do it again. I gave him all of that. And in return, I got a son who trusts me completely, who knows his worth, who doesn't settle for being treated as less than he deserves. That's a trade I'd make again in a heartbeat. Every single time.
Story 11.
My best friend told my fiancé I was still on dating apps as a prank. So I showed her the screenshots of her trying to sleep with him behind my back for 6 months. She hasn't left her house in 3 weeks. The text came through while I was sitting in a coffee shop, waiting for my bridesmaids to show up for our first dress fitting appointment. 3 little dots appeared on my screen, then disappeared, then reappeared. When the message finally landed, it was from Derek. "We need to talk. Call me when you're alone." My stomach dropped. We'd been together for 4 years, engaged for 8 months, and I knew every variation of his texting style. This wasn't his usual tone. This was cold, clipped, final. I stepped outside into the February chill, my hands already shaking as I dialed. He picked up on the first ring. "Are you still active on dating apps?" His voice was flat, controlled in that dangerous way people sound when they're barely holding it together. "What?" "No." "Derek, what are you talking about?" Megan showed me screenshots. "Your profile. Active yesterday. With our engagement photos in your pictures, Rachel." Our actual engagement photos. The world tilted sideways. Megan. My best friend since sophomore year of college. My maid of honor. The person who'd helped me pick out my engagement ring by texting Derek hints for 3 months straight. That's not possible. I deleted everything when we got serious. You know that. She has screenshots with timestamps. His voice cracked slightly. I don't want to believe it, but why would she make this up? She seemed really upset about having to tell me. I bet she did. My mind was racing, trying to understand what was happening. Derek, I swear, I'm not on any apps. Let me see what she sent you. I'm forwarding them now. My phone buzzed. I opened the images with trembling fingers. There I was, my profile photo from Hinge, one I remembered taking 2 years ago during a work trip to Portland. The bio looked similar to what I'd written back then. The activity status showed green, indicating I'd been online within the last day. But something was off. The font looked slightly wrong. The spacing between elements seemed inconsistent. Derek, these are edited. Look at the resolution around my name. It's blurry, like someone used Photoshop. Or it's just a normal screenshot. He sounded tired now, defeated. I don't know what to think. Come over tonight. Bring your laptop. I'll prove to you I don't have any active accounts. You can watch me try to log into everything. Silence stretched between us. Then, quietly, okay. 7 o'clock. The call ended. I stood on the sidewalk, watching my breath form clouds in the cold air, trying to piece together what had just happened. Why would Megan do this? We'd been inseparable for nearly a decade. She'd been there when my dad died. I'd held her hand through her miscarriage last year. We talked every single day. Then I remembered something small, barely worth noticing at the time. 3 weeks ago, at my birthday dinner, Derek had gotten up to take a call from his brother. Megan had leaned across the table, her eyes slightly unfocused from wine. You're so lucky, she'd said. He's perfect. Like, actually perfect. I know, I'd replied, smiling. I can't believe I get to marry him. She'd looked at me for a long moment, her expression strange. Yeah. Can't believe it. I'd brushed it off as drunk sentimentality. Now, standing in the cold, that moment took on a different shape. My phone buzzed. The bridesmaids group chat was lighting up, wondering where I was. I typed out a quick excuse about a work emergency and headed back to my apartment instead of the bridal shop. I needed to think. At home, I opened my laptop and started searching for my name across every dating platform I'd ever used. Nothing. Every account showed as deleted or inactive for over 2 years. I took screenshots of each one, building my defense. Then I opened my chat history with Megan. Months of daily conversations, memes, wedding planning. I scrolled backward, looking for anything unusual. There, 2 months ago, a weird message at 2 in the morning. You ever think about what would have happened if you'd met Derek first? Like, before me? I'd responded the next day, what are you talking about? I introduced you two at that barbecue, remember? Right. Yeah. Never mind, I was drunk texting. I kept scrolling. 3 months back, another odd exchange. She'd asked me what Derek's work schedule was like, whether he traveled much, what his favorite restaurants were. I thought she was planning something nice for my birthday. Now every question felt like reconnaissance. 4 months back, has Derek ever mentioned what his type is? Like, physical type? I'd sent her a laughing emoji. Why, you're writing his dating profile. He's with me, so apparently someone with anxiety and a caffeine addiction. Haha, yeah, but seriously. I don't know, Meg. Brown hair? Average height? He's never really talked about having a type. The conversation had moved on quickly, but she'd gotten her answer. Megan had brown hair. She was 5'5". I was blonde and 5'8". I took screenshots of everything, my hands moving mechanically while my brain tried to catch up with what I was seeing. This wasn't a prank. This was a calculated attempt to break us up. But why? And more importantly, what else had she done? I opened Instagram and searched for Derek's username, then filtered his followers to find Megan's account. I clicked through to her profile, something I did regularly since we were best friends. Her recent posts were the usual: food, selfies, sunset photos with inspirational quotes. Nothing suspicious. Then I noticed the archived stories icon. I'd never looked at her archived content before, it felt like an invasion of privacy. But this was different. I clicked through. Most of it was mundane. Then I found a series of archived stories from 4 months ago, right around when those weird texts had started. They were all posted late at night, between midnight and 3 in the morning. Photos of wine glasses. Close-ups of her face with captions like "thinking too much tonight" and "some people don't know what they have." One showed her bathroom mirror, and in the reflection, I could see her phone screen. I zoomed in. The image was blurry, but I could make out text messages. The contact name at the top was partially visible, Dare. My heart hammered against my ribs. I screenshotted it and opened the image in an editing app, adjusting the brightness and contrast. The name became clearer, Derek. The messages were too blurry to read, but the timestamp was visible, 1:47 a.m. I checked my own text history with Derek from that date. He told me he was going to bed at 11 because he had an early meeting. But according to Megan's archived story, he'd been texting her at nearly 2 in the morning. Unless she'd saved his contact under his name and was texting someone else? That seemed unlikely. I needed more information. I went back through her archives systematically, looking for any other glimpses of her phone screen. There, 3 months ago, another bathroom selfie. This time I could see a text conversation more clearly. The messages read, "Thanks for listening. Sometimes I feel like I can't talk to Rachel about this stuff." Of course. That's what friends are for. You're a really good friend, Megan. My stomach turned. I recognized Derek's texting style, his habit of using proper punctuation even in casual messages. But what had they been talking about? What couldn't he talk to me about? I went to my messages with Derek and searched for any mention of Megan during that time period. Nothing unusual. He'd mentioned her a few times in passing, always in the context of wedding planning or group hangouts. I needed to see his phone. But first, I needed to secure my own evidence. I spent the next 3 hours combing through every social media platform, every shared photo album, every digital footprint Megan and I had created together over the years. I found more inconsistencies. Photos she'd posted that I wasn't tagged in, taken at places Derek had mentioned visiting for work lunches. A check-in at the gym Derek went to, even though she'd always told me she hated that particular chain. Comments on his Instagram post that seemed slightly too familiar, too friendly. By themselves, each piece was nothing. Together, they formed a pattern. At 6:30, I texted Derek, "Still coming over? I have everything ready to show you. On my way. Be there in 20. I arranged my laptop on the coffee table, all my screenshots organized in a folder. My hands had stopped shaking. In their place was something cold and clear, the feeling you get when you finally understand a puzzle you've been staring at for too long. Derek arrived at 7:15, his hair disheveled like he'd been running his hands through it. He looked exhausted. "Hey," he said, his voice soft. "Hi. Come sit down." We settled on the couch, maintaining careful distance between us. I opened my laptop and turned it toward him. "I want you to watch me try to log into every dating app. Not just the ones Megan showed you, but all of them. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, OkCupid, Match. I'll try to recover old accounts, create new ones with my email, whatever you want." He nodded, his jaw tight. For the next 30 minutes, I demonstrated that I had no active presence on any dating platform. Every attempt to log in failed. When I tried to create new accounts with my email addresses, the apps indicated those emails were already registered, which meant my old accounts existed but had been deactivated years ago. I showed him the deactivation confirmations in my email archive, dated from 2 years prior. "The screenshots Megan sent you are edited," I said quietly. "Look at this." I pulled up the images he forwarded me and zoomed in on the areas where the resolution didn't match. "See how the text is sharp but the background is slightly pixelated? That's from cloning and manipulating the image." Derek leaned closer, studying the photos. His expression shifted from skepticism to confusion. "But why would she do this?" "That's what I've been trying to figure out." I opened the folder of screenshots I'd compiled. "Can I show you something?" He nodded. I started with the text messages, the late-night questions, the odd comments. His frown deepened as he read through them. "I don't remember most of these conversations," he said slowly. Or, "I remember talking to her sometimes, but not like this. Not at 2 in the morning." "You were texting her at 2 in the morning?" My voice came out sharper than I intended. "No. I mean, maybe once or twice when she reached out about something urgent with the wedding planning. But Rachel, I promise you, it was never anything inappropriate." "Then why did you feel like you couldn't talk to me about stuff?" He looked genuinely confused. "What?" I showed him the screenshot from Megan's story. Sometimes I feel like I can't talk to Rachel about this stuff. That's you, right? Your texting style? His face went pale. I never said that. I wouldn't say that. But that's your contact in her phone. Let me see my messages with her. He pulled out his phone, his fingers moving quickly. He scrolled back through months of texts, his frown deepening. These don't match. Look, 3 months ago, the conversation in my phone is about rehearsal dinner venues. Nothing about feelings or talking to her about personal stuff. I leaned over to look. He was right. The messages were completely different from what appeared in Megan's archived story. She edited the conversation, I said slowly. Or she created fake texts for the photo. Derek's hand tightened around his phone. This is insane. Why would she go through all this effort? I think she wants to break us up. But why? I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I pulled up another screenshot, the Instagram comments I'd found, the check-ins at his gym, the photos taken at restaurants he'd mentioned. I think she wants you, I said quietly. Derek sat back, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. No. No way. She's your best friend. She's been helping plan the wedding. What better position to be in if you're trying to get close to someone? He stood up abruptly, pacing across my small living room. This is crazy. I've never given her any indication that I was interested. We barely even talk one-on-one. Don't you, though? I kept my voice level. When did you start texting her about things? Even just wedding stuff? He stopped pacing. I don't know. Maybe 6 months ago? She offered to help coordinate with the vendors since you were swamped at work. She'd text me to confirm times or ask questions about the budget. 6 months. Right when the strange messages had started. Right when Megan's behavior had begun to shift in ways I hadn't fully registered until now. Did you ever meet up with her alone? I asked. Once or twice. She wanted to show me some venue options, and you were stuck at work. Rachel, I swear, nothing happened. We looked at places, talked about table arrangements, and that was it. I believed him. Derek wasn't a liar, and he certainly wasn't the type to cheat. But Megan had been playing a long game, positioning herself as helpful, indispensable, trustworthy. Getting close to him while simultaneously planting seeds of doubt about me. I need to see your phone, I said. All of it? Your texts with her, your call log, everything. He handed it over without hesitation. I spent the next hour going through every interaction between him and Megan. The messages were largely innocuous, wedding planning, occasional memes, questions about my schedule or preferences. But the frequency was what struck me. They texted nearly every day. More than I'd realized. More than Derek had probably realized. I found calls, too. Short ones, usually lasting less than 5 minutes, but numerous. 1 or 2 a week for the past several months. What were these calls about? I asked, showing him the log. He squinted at the dates. Vendor stuff, mostly. Sometimes it was easier to just call than text back and forth. Did you tell me about these calls? He hesitated. I don't know. Maybe not specifically. It didn't seem important. And there it was, the thin edge of the wedge Megan had been driving between us. Small, unremarkable interactions that accumulated into something larger. Nothing Derek would think to mention, nothing that would raise red flags, but enough to create a separate relationship. A foundation she could build on. I want to confront her, I said. Derek ran his hands through his hair again. And say what? That we think she's trying to break us up based on some screenshots and Instagram check-ins? No. I want to bait her. See how far she'll go. He looked at me warily. What do you mean? A plan was forming in my mind, cold and clear. You're going to tell her that we had a huge fight about the dating app thing. That you're not sure you can trust me anymore. That you need space to think. Rachel, just for a day or 2. See what she does. If I'm wrong, nothing happens. If I'm right, she'll make a move. Derek shook his head slowly. This feels manipulative. She created fake dating profiles to destroy our relationship. I think we're past worrying about manipulation. He was quiet for a long moment. Then, finally, okay. But if nothing happens after a few days, we drop this. Deal? He texted Megan right there from my couch, hey, about earlier. Rachel and I had a big fight. I don't know what to believe anymore. Can we talk tomorrow? Her response came through in less than 30 seconds, of course. I'm so sorry this is happening. I'm here for whatever you need. Derek and I looked at each other. The speed of her reply, the eagerness in her words, it felt like confirmation. I should go, he said, standing. Make this look real. Derek? He turned back. I love you. And I'm sorry she dragged you into whatever this is. I love you too. And Rachel? I believe you. About all of it. After he left, I sat in my apartment, staring at my phone. Part of me wanted to call Megan immediately, to scream at her, to demand an explanation. But I forced myself to wait. If this was going to work, I needed to be patient. The next morning, I texted Megan, "Have you talked to Derek today?" The dots appeared and disappeared 3 times before her response came through. Yeah, he called me. I'm so sorry about what's happening. How are you holding up? I typed carefully, not great. I can't believe he thinks I'd do that. Did he tell you we're taking a break? He mentioned you guys are figuring things out. Do you want to meet for coffee? I can come to you. Not today. I need some space from everything right now. I understand. Just know I'm here when you need me. I set my phone down and opened my laptop. It was time to dig deeper. I started with Megan's digital footprint, going back further than I had before. Social media posts from a year ago, 2 years ago. I found her old blog, one she'd maintained in college and apparently forgotten about. The posts were sporadic, mostly stream of consciousness rambling about classes and relationships. Then I found an entry from 8 years ago, shortly after we'd met. The title was on wanting what others have. I clicked it open and began to read. Met someone new today. Rachel. She's everything I'm not, confident, effortlessly pretty, comfortable in her own skin. We clicked immediately, which is rare for me. But there's this weird feeling I get when I'm around her. Like I'm playing a part. Like I'm auditioning to be her friend instead of just being myself. I've always been like this. When I meet someone I admire, I want to absorb them somehow. Wear their life like a costume. It's not jealousy, exactly. It's more like, if I can't be them, I want to be close enough to feel like I am. Does that make sense? Probably not. I should delete this. But I won't. Sometimes it feels good to be honest, even if it's just with a blog no one reads. I read the entry 3 more times, my chest tightening with each pass. This wasn't new behavior for Megan. This was a pattern, one that predated our entire friendship. I kept reading through the archived posts. More of the same, entries about wanting to be closer to people she admired, about studying their mannerisms and preferences, about the satisfaction she felt when someone mistook her for one of these people she'd been emulating. Then I found an entry that made my blood run cold. It was dated 6 months after we'd graduated college, right around when Megan had gone through her miscarriage. Lost the baby today. Alex doesn't know how to talk to me about it. He just keeps saying it'll be okay, we can try again, like I'm a garden that didn't produce vegetables this season. I called Rachel. She came over immediately, held me while I cried, didn't try to make it better with words. This is what love looks like, I thought. Not romantic love. Something better. Something unconditional. Alex left me 3 weeks later. Said he couldn't handle my grief, that I'd become too much. Rachel helped me move my stuff out of our apartment. She bought me dinner every night for 2 weeks because I couldn't bring myself to eat. She saved me. And now she's dating someone new. Derek. She introduced me to him at a barbecue last weekend. He's perfect for her, kind, stable, emotionally available in ways Alex never was. They kept looking at each other and smiling about private jokes. I was happy for her. I was. But I also kept thinking, what would it feel like to be on the receiving end of that look? To be the person someone chooses, protects, loves with that kind of certainty? The entry ended there. I closed the laptop, my hands trembling. She'd been fixated on Derek from the beginning. Maybe not consciously at first, but the seed had been planted the moment she met him. And over the years, as our relationship had deepened, as we'd gotten engaged, that fixation had grown into something darker. My phone buzzed. Derek, she asked to meet me for lunch. Says she wants to check in on me. Should I go? I typed back, yes. But I'm going to be nearby. Don't tell her I'll be there. What are you planning? Insurance. We agreed on a place, a small cafe downtown where I could sit in a corner booth with a clear view of their table. I arrived early, ordered coffee I wouldn't drink, and positioned myself where I could see but wouldn't be immediately noticed. Derek showed up first, choosing a table by the window. Megan arrived 10 minutes later, wearing an outfit I recognized. She borrowed it from me 6 months ago and never returned it, a navy blue sweater dress that Derek had once complimented me on. I pulled out my phone and started recording. Megan sat down across from Derek, reaching across the table to touch his hand. I zoomed in slightly, making sure the video captured the gesture clearly. "How are you doing?" Her voice carried across the cafe, pitched with concern. "I've been better." Derek pulled his hand back casually, reaching for his coffee. "I just don't understand why she'd do this." "I know." I couldn't believe it when I saw her profile either. I went back and forth for days about whether to tell you. "Why did you decide to tell me?" "Because you deserve honesty. And because I care about you." She leaned forward. "I've watched you with Rachel for years, and I've always thought you deserved better than the way she treats you." Derek's expression didn't change, but I saw his jaw tighten. "What do you mean?" "She takes you for granted. All the time. You're always bending over backward to accommodate her schedule, her moods, her needs. When does she do that for you?" "She does. Plenty." "Does she?" Megan's voice dropped lower, more intimate. "Because from where I'm sitting, you've been making yourself smaller and smaller to fit into her life. That's not what a partnership should look like." I kept filming, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Megan, I appreciate your concern, but I'm not just concerned as Rachel's friend." She reached for his hand again, and this time when he pulled back, it was more obvious. "I'm concerned as someone who cares about you. As someone who spent enough time with you over these past months to see how incredible you are. We've been planning my wedding to your best friend." "I know. And maybe that's the problem. Maybe I've spent too much time thinking about what could have been different if the circumstances were different." Derek stood up. "I think I should go." "Wait." Megan stood too, moving closer to him. "Don't you feel it? There's something between us." "I know you feel it." "There's nothing between us except my relationship with Rachel, who is supposed to be your best friend. She doesn't appreciate you the way I do. She doesn't see you the way I see you." "And how do you see me, exactly?" Megan reached up, her hand moving toward his face. Derek stepped back quickly, holding up his hands. "Don't. This isn't happening. I love Rachel. I'm going to marry Rachel. And whatever you think you feel, it's not real. It's not reciprocated." But the fight was about trust. Trust that, frankly, you've been destroying for months. Derek's voice was sharp now, angry in a way I rarely heard. "Did you really think I wouldn't figure out what you've been doing? The fake screenshots, the late-night texts, positioning yourself as some kind of alternative to Rachel?" Megan's face went pale. "I don't know what you mean." "Yes, you do. And so does Rachel." "Rachel?" Megan's eyes darted around the cafe, and for a brief moment, her gaze landed on me. I didn't lower my phone. I kept recording, maintaining eye contact. Her face crumpled. Not with sadness, with rage. Pure, undisguised rage. "You set me up," she said, her voice shaking. "You set yourself up," Derek replied. "We just gave you the opportunity to show us who you really are." I stopped recording and stood, walking over to their table. Megan watched me approach, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. "Hey, Meg," I said calmly. "Nice dress. I've been looking for that." "You have no idea what you're talking about." Her voice was brittle, defensive. "Actually, I do. I read your blog. The old one, from college. Really interesting stuff about wanting to absorb the people you admire. About wearing their lives like costumes." The color drained from her face completely. "That was years ago. I was a kid. You were 22. And judging by everything you've done over the past 6 months, I'd say not much has changed." I pulled out my phone and opened the folder of screenshots. "Want to explain these? The fake dating profile you created? The edited text messages? The Instagram stalking?" "I was trying to help you. I thought you were cheating on Derek." "No, you didn't. You were trying to break us up so you could have him yourself." I showed her the video I just recorded. "Watch this." "Go ahead." She didn't look at the screen. Her eyes were locked on mine, wild and desperate. "You don't deserve him," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "You don't even see how lucky you are. He's perfect, and you treat him like he's just convenient." "That's not true." "Yes, it is. You're always busy with work, always distracted, always putting him second." "I would never do that. I would make him my priority." "I would." "You would what?" I interrupted. "Manipulate him? Lie to him? Destroy his relationship with his actual fiancée? That's your idea of love? I love him more than you do. You don't even know him. You've built up this fantasy version in your head, and you've convinced yourself it's real. But it's not. It's never been real. Derek spoke up, his voice quiet but firm. Megan, you need help. Professional help. What you've been doing, this isn't normal. It's not healthy. Don't talk to me about healthy. She turned on him, her voice rising. You think your relationship is so perfect? You think Rachel is so great? She's been using me for years. Using my emotional labor, my time, my support. And for what? So she could have someone to validate her while she builds her perfect little life? That's not fair, I said. Fair? You want to talk about fair? You have everything, Rachel. You always have. The job, the apartment, the perfect relationship. And what do I have? A string of failed relationships, a career that's going nowhere, and the knowledge that I've wasted 10 years being a supporting character in your story. The words hung in the air, ugly and raw. Part of me wanted to feel sorry for her. Part of me understood that pain, that sense of being left behind while everyone else moved forward. But she'd made her choices. She decided that instead of building her own life, she'd try to steal mine. I'm done, I said quietly. We're done. Don't contact me, don't contact Derek. If you come near either of us, I'll file a restraining order. You can't do that. Yes, I can. I have evidence of harassment, stalking, and attempted alienation of affection. I've documented everything. 6 months of text messages, screenshots, manipulated images. Do you really want me to take this to the police? Megan looked between Derek and me, her face cycling through emotions, anger, fear, denial, and finally, defeat. Fine, she said. Fine. You win. Happy? This isn't about winning. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't entirely true. Part of me did feel victorious, vindicated. Part of me was glad to see her finally exposed. She grabbed her purse and pushed past me, nearly running out of the cafe. Through the window, I watched her stumble on the sidewalk, catch herself, and keep walking until she disappeared around the corner. Derek put his arm around me. Are you okay? I don't know. We left the cafe and walked back to my apartment in silence. The February air bit at my face, but I barely felt it. My mind was replaying the confrontation, Megan's words echoing in my head. A supporting character in your story. Is that how she'd felt? For years? And I'd never noticed? Back at my apartment, Derek and I sat on the couch, processing what had happened. I should have seen it sooner, I said. The signs were there. We both missed it. She was careful. I keep thinking about her blog. That entry about wanting to absorb people. How long has she been like this? Does it matter? I guess not. I leaned against him, suddenly exhausted. I thought I knew her. I thought we were family. Maybe we see what we want to see in people. Especially people we care about. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number, you'll regret this. I showed Derek. He frowned. That's probably her. Block it. I did. Then another text came through from a different number, you took everything from me. I blocked that one too. Over the next hour, 7 more texts arrived from different numbers, each one more unhinged than the last. Accusations, threats, rambling paragraphs about betrayal and justice. I blocked them all and finally turned off my phone. We should file a police report, Derek said. Get this on record in case it escalates. Tomorrow. I can't deal with more today. That night, I lay in bed next to Derek, staring at the ceiling. Sleep felt impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Megan's face in the cafe, twisted with rage and hurt. In the morning, we went to the police station and filed a report. The officer who took our statement was sympathetic but realistic. Without direct threats of violence, there's not much we can do immediately, he explained. But we'll document everything. If the harassment continues, you'll have a paper trail for a restraining order. Over the next week, the texts stopped. Megan's social media went dark, all her accounts set to private or deactivated entirely. I heard through mutual friends that she'd called in sick to work indefinitely. She hasn't left her apartment, one friend told me over the phone. Someone dropped off groceries last week and she barely opened the door. Just took the bags and shut it again. I felt a complicated mixture of relief and guilt. Relief that she wasn't contacting us anymore. Guilt that things had ended this way, that someone I'd cared about was clearly falling apart. But Derek reminded me, you didn't do this to her. She did it to herself. 2 weeks after the cafe confrontation, I received an email. The subject line read, "I'm sorry. I almost deleted it without opening it. But curiosity won out. Rachel, I know you don't want to hear from me. I know I don't deserve your attention or your forgiveness. But I need to say this, even if you never respond. You were right about everything. The blog, the manipulation, all of it. I've spent the last 2 weeks in therapy, working through why I did what I did. My therapist says I have an attachment disorder, that I form these intense, unhealthy connections with people and then can't differentiate between admiration and obsession. I know that doesn't excuse anything. I damaged your trust, your relationship, your sense of safety. I created fake evidence to destroy something beautiful because I couldn't handle not being part of it. The truth is, I've been jealous of you since the day we met. Not in a small, passing way. In a consuming, identity-defining way. I watched you move through life with this confidence I've never had, and instead of working on myself, I tried to become you. Or become close enough to you that I could feel like I was living your life. Derek was just the latest manifestation of that. I convinced myself I loved him, but really, I loved the idea of having what you had. Of being chosen the way you were chosen. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't even think I deserve it. But I wanted you to know that I'm getting help. I'm trying to figure out how to be a person who doesn't need to destroy others to feel whole. I hope you have a beautiful wedding. I hope you're happy. You deserve that. Megan. I read the email 3 times. Part of me felt vindicated by her admission. Part of me felt sad for the person she'd been, struggling with issues I'd never seen because I'd been too close to notice. But mostly, I felt tired. Tired of thinking about her, analyzing her, trying to understand her motivations. She'd taken up enough space in my life? I closed the email without responding. Maybe that was cruel. Maybe she needed closure. But I needed to move forward, and that meant letting her fade into the background of my story instead of remaining a central character. Derek and I pushed forward with wedding planning, this time without a maid of honor. My sister stepped in to help coordinate things, and honestly, the process felt lighter without Megan's presence. I hadn't realized how much anxiety she'd been adding until she was gone. 3 weeks after the cafe confrontation, I was at work when my phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Hello? Rachel? This is Amanda Chen. I'm Megan's therapist. She gave me permission to reach out to you. My stomach dropped. Is she okay? She's safe. But she wanted me to convey something to you, and she felt it would be better coming from a neutral third party. Okay. Megan has been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and obsessive-compulsive disorder with intrusive thoughts. She's begun intensive treatment, including dialectical behavior therapy. Part of her treatment involves making amends to people she's harmed, but only in ways that respect their boundaries. She understands that you've blocked her and that you don't want direct contact. That's correct. She wanted you to know that she's taking full responsibility for her actions. She's not asking for forgiveness or reconciliation. She just wanted you to understand that her behavior came from a place of severe mental illness, not from malice or calculated cruelty. I was quiet for a moment, processing. I appreciate you telling me that. And I hope she gets the help she needs. But it doesn't change anything for me. She understands that. She also wanted me to tell you that she's closed all her social media accounts and is taking a leave of absence from work. She's moving back to her parents' house in Ohio to continue treatment. You won't hear from her again. Thank you for letting me know. After the call ended, I sat at my desk, staring at my computer screen without seeing it. Mental illness explained some of Megan's behavior, but it didn't erase the damage she'd caused. It didn't make the manipulation okay. It just added context to a situation that had felt inexplicably cruel. I called Derek and told him about the conversation. How do you feel? He asked. I don't know. Sad? Relieved? Both? That's probably normal. I keep wondering if there was something I could have done differently. If I'd noticed the signs earlier, if I'd been a better friend. Stop. You were a good friend. A great friend. You showed up for her in ways most people wouldn't. What she did with that was her choice, not your responsibility. He was right. Intellectually, I knew he was right. But emotionally, I carried the weight of a friendship lost, of 10 years that now felt tainted by revelation. The wedding happened in May, 4 months after everything imploded with Megan. It was smaller than we'd originally planned, intimate, personal, exactly what Derek and I needed. My sister stood beside me as maid of honor, and I didn't miss Megan's presence the way I thought I might. During the reception, my mom pulled me aside. "I'm proud of you," she said. "Not just for this wedding, but for how you handled everything with Megan. That took strength. I don't feel strong. I feel like I lost something important." "You lost an illusion. That's different than losing something real." She squeezed my hand. "The person you thought Megan was, she never existed. You're grieving a fiction. But Derek? What you two have? That's real. Focus on that." I did. I focused on Derek's hand in mine during our first dance. On the way he looked at me when he thought I wasn't paying attention. On the life we were building together, brick by brick, choice by choice. 6 months after the wedding, I received a letter in the mail. Real mail, with a stamp and everything. The return address was from Ohio. I debated throwing it away unopened. But something made me sit down and read it. "Rachel, I'm writing this letter knowing you might never read it. But my therapist suggested it as part of my recovery process, so here goes. I've been in Ohio for 8 months now. I'm working at my dad's hardware store and attending therapy 3 times a week. I'm on medication for my disorders, and I'm learning how to have healthy relationships with people, including with myself. I think about what I did a lot. How I convinced myself that wanting something badly enough justified taking it. How I turned you into a character in my head instead of seeing you as a real person with your own struggles and insecurities. My therapist says I created a narrative where I was the victim and you were the villain hoarding happiness I deserved. But the truth is, you earned everything you have. You worked for it, fought for it, made sacrifices I never saw because I was too busy envying the results. I'm not writing this to ask for anything. I just wanted you to know that I see the damage I caused. I understand why you cut me out of your life. And I'm trying to become someone who wouldn't do what I did. Someone who can be happy for others instead of resentful. Someone who builds instead of destroys. I hope you're well. I hope Derek is well. I hope your life is full of the love and success you've always deserved. Take care, Megan." I folded the letter and put it in a drawer. Maybe someday I'd respond. Maybe not. For now, it was enough to know that she was trying to heal, even if that healing happened far away from me. Derek came home from work and found me sitting at the kitchen table, staring at nothing. "You okay?" he asked. Megan sent a letter. His expression shifted, protective and worried. "What did it say?" I summarized the contents. He was quiet for a moment, then pulled out a chair and sat across from me. "Do you want to respond?" "I don't know. Part of me wants to. Part of me thinks it's better to leave it alone." "What does your gut say?" I thought about it. My gut said that Megan and I would never be friends again, that too much had happened for any kind of reconciliation. But it also said that holding on to anger was exhausting, that forgiveness, even from a distance, might free us both. I think I'll send her a short note. Nothing detailed. Just acknowledgement. I drafted something simple. "Megan, I got your letter. I'm glad you're getting help and working on yourself. I hope you find peace. I don't think we'll ever be friends again, and I need you to respect that boundary. But I don't wish you harm. I hope you build a good life in Ohio. Take care, Rachel." I mailed it the next day. Whether she responded or not didn't matter. The letter wasn't for her, it was for me. A way of closing a chapter that had stayed open too long. Life moved on. Derek and I settled into married life, navigating the small adjustments and compromises that came with sharing space and decisions. Work kept me busy. Friends filled the gap Megan had left, though I found myself more cautious now, more aware of red flags I'd missed before. A year after the wedding, I ran into someone from college at a coffee shop. We'd been casual friends back then, part of the same extended social circle. "Rachel. How are you?" "Good. Married now, living downtown. You?" We caught up briefly, exchanging the usual updates. Then, as we were saying goodbye, she hesitated. "Can I ask you something? About Megan?" My stomach tightened. "What about her? Did you know she did something similar to another friend? Back in college?" "What do you mean?" "There was this girl, Emily. She and Megan were really close our sophomore year. Then Emily started dating someone Megan had a crush on, and things got weird. Megan spread rumors about Emily cheating, created fake social media accounts to make it look like Emily was talking behind her boyfriend's back. It was a whole mess. I felt cold. I never knew that. It got buried pretty quickly. Emily transferred schools, and Megan sort of reinvented herself after that. But when I heard you two had a falling out, I wondered if. Yeah. Similar pattern. She nodded sympathetically. I'm sorry. I know you two were close. After she left, I sat with my coffee, processing this new information. Megan's behavior hadn't been a one-time breakdown triggered by mental illness. It was a pattern spanning years, multiple victims, multiple betrayals. Part of me felt vindicated. This wasn't my fault, wasn't something I could have prevented. But another part felt guilty for all the years I'd been friends with her, oblivious to the damage she'd done to others. That night, I told Derek about the conversation. Does it change anything? He asked. No. But it makes me feel less guilty about cutting her off. She wasn't just sick, she was a repeat offender. You're allowed to protect yourself, regardless of whether she's sick or malicious or both. He was right. I'd spent too much energy trying to understand Megan, trying to find explanations that would make her actions comprehensible. But some people were just broken in ways that hurt others, and it wasn't my job to fix them or forgive them or carry their damage. I thought about the letter I'd sent, about my measured response and carefully worded boundaries. Had I been too kind? Should I have been harsher, more definitive? But no, my response had been right for me. I acknowledged her pain without accepting responsibility for it. I'd offered basic human decency without opening the door to reconciliation. That balance felt healthy, sustainable. 2 years after everything happened, I found myself thinking about Megan less and less. She'd become a story I told at dinner parties, a cautionary tale about friendship and boundaries. The raw pain had faded into something more manageable, a scar instead of an open wound. Derek and I had built something real, something solid. We'd weathered Megan's attempted sabotage and come out stronger for it. The experience had taught us to communicate better, to trust each other more, to recognize manipulation when we saw it. Sometimes I wondered what Megan was doing in Ohio. Whether she'd actually changed, whether therapy had helped her break the patterns that had defined her for so long. I hoped it had. Not for my sake, but for hers and for whoever else might cross her path in the future. But mostly, I didn't think about her at all. She'd taken up so much space in my life, occupied so much of my mental energy. Now she was just a memory, growing fainter with each passing month. And that felt like the truest form of victory, not revenge, not vindication, but simple, peaceful indifference. She couldn't hurt me anymore because I'd stopped giving her power over my emotions. The story of what she'd done was just that, a story. One I could tell or not tell, remember or forget, as I chose. I chose to move forward. To build my life with Derek, to nurture friendships that were reciprocal and healthy, to protect my peace instead of chasing understanding. The screenshots were still saved on my laptop, evidence of Megan's months-long campaign to destroy my relationship. Sometimes I opened the folder, reminding myself that I hadn't imagined it, that my instincts had been correct. But mostly, I left them alone. They were proof I didn't need anymore. The truth had come out. Justice, in its small, personal way, had been served. And now I was free to write the next chapter of my story, one where Megan appeared only as a footnote, a lesson learned, a door firmly closed.